17th. On the left side of your screen, you'll see a preview of stories that we plan to cover during our 7 a.m. hour. We're about 3 weeks away from the midterm elections, and some polls show that the economy could be the deciding factor with voters. Fox's Doug Luzader will join us at 7:15 with more. We'll also cover international news this morning. Eastern Ukraine bracing for continued fighting in the coming weeks, but civilians are finding it difficult to get back home with ongoing shelling and lack of resources. We'll also cover a new report from the Consumer Energy Alliance that says that consumers will spend about $14 billion more on heating costs this year compared to 1 year ago. So we'll take a look at whether or not the Biden administration will turn to Venezuela to help supply badly needed oil to the United States. Let's begin our 7 o'clock hour with the latest information as it relates to Ukraine. A missile strike reportedly damaged a key energy facility in Ukraine's capital region on Saturday. This as Russia continues to escalate its attacks on the war-torn country, cutting water and electricity to populated areas. Fox News correspondent Trey Yanks has more from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Russia's war on Ukraine showing no signs of letting up as it nears its 8th month. According to the U.S. military, Russian forces have launched hundreds of missile strikes in Ukraine over the past week, most of them targeting civilians. The latest missile attack Saturday morning severely damaging an energy facility in Kyiv. According to Ukrainian officials, the southern city of Zaporizhia also hit by apparent Russian missiles and drone attacks. The wave of deadly missile attacks began on Monday, damaging power systems across the war-torn country. This prompting Ukrainian officials to warn residents about possible blackouts.
It's good that the light is still on today. We can bathe properly and bathe our child properly.
Despite the increase in violence by the Kremlin, Ukrainian soldiers have managed to regain some ground along the southern front. However, on Saturday, Russian Defense Ministry officials confirming its military foiled Ukrainian attempts to advance in the Kherson region. In addition, Russian artillery destroyed 5 crossings, which were set up by the armed forces of Ukraine.
As a result of the active actions of the Russian troops, all attacks were repelled. About 120 Ukrainian servicemen, 17 armored fighting vehicles, and 8 automobiles were destroyed.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says there's no need for more massive strikes, as he puts it, across Ukraine, at least for the time being. In Kyiv, Trey Yanks, Fox News.
More on this topic. Ukrainians returned to their homes in Zaporizhia 1 week after a deadly attack in the city. Locals see what remains of damaged homes and sift through the debris as they return to their residence in the Ukrainian city 1 week after Russian forces attacked the area, killing at least 14 people and injuring dozens more. This comes as Ukrainian troops reportedly fire into Russia, targeting an airfield in the eastern region on Sunday. Now, the Russian Ministry of Defense says that 2 volunteer soldiers opened fire on their fellow troops in Russia near the Ukrainian border, killing at least 11. This comes weeks after Vladimir Putin launched a massive recruitment drive for his war that has been increasingly unpopular among Russians. Fox News correspondent Trey Yanks has the story from Kyiv.
The Russian Ministry of Defense says at least 11 people are dead and 15 others injured after a shooting took place at a military training facility in the Belgorod region. We're also learning more today about the civilian toll of the invasion in Ukraine as winter approaches and the possibility of NATO countries getting involved rises. In a Kharkiv graveyard, yellow and blue Ukrainian flags mark the graves of fallen soldiers. Heading into winter, there's no end in sight for this bloody and unnecessary war. We will fight. He was sure that Ukraine would win and everything would be in our hands, and the enemy's foot will not walk on our land, Lyubov Mendova says. He always said, victory is ours. Lyubov lost her son to the conflict after he was killed by a Russian mine. She's one of thousands of mothers who have endured unimaginable suffering over the last 7 months. Yesterday, Ukraine marked Heroes Day to thank those who have died or been wounded in battle. As part of the ceremonies, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited injured soldiers in the hospital. He later addressed the world from Kyiv. They still have the opportunity to terrorize our cities and all Europeans, blackmail the world, Zelensky says, but they have no chance, and they won't because Ukraine is moving forward. While Ukrainian leadership works to defend their country, There are concerning developments as fears rise over the conflict expanding. New satellite images show Russian strategic bombers have been moved close to the Finnish border. On Monday, NATO will hold joint drills in the face of Russian aggression. These drills are extremely important because they send a message to Russian President Vladimir Putin that this type of aggression will not be tolerated by the West. In Kyiv, Trey Angst, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Washington, D.C. The time is now 7:07 a.m. With just 23 days to go until midterm elections, ongoing inflation and the state of the economy are among top issues for voters. So what is the White House doing to turn things around? Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more.
According to a new Fox News poll, 3 out of 4 Americans think the U.S. economy is getting worse. While eating ice cream in Portland, President Biden appeared to disagree.
I'm not concerned about the defense dollar. I'm concerned about the rest of the world. Does that make sense? Yes. Our economy is strong as hell.
A majority of voters, 51% to be exact, say their financial situation is now worse compared to 2 years ago. Only 15% say it was better. On Fox News Sunday, Congressman Steve Scalise offered this explanation why.
They are furious with Biden and Pelosi's far-left socialist agenda that's led to increased spending, increased inflation, just the cost of everything you buy when you go to the grocery store, if you can even afford to put gas in your car when you get there.
If the election for president were held today, only 33% of voters would vote to re-elect Biden. A majority, 54%, would vote for someone else. And when it comes to the economy and inflation, voters are not giving Biden passing grades. Only 35% approve of his handling of the economy. Only 29% approve of his handling of inflation, which has remained at near 40-year highs for months. Biden's top economic advisor defended the White House's economic policy.
We have an unemployment rate that's 3.5%. Okay, there is no recession that would prevail with that kind of an unemployment rate. We're obviously adding hundreds of thousands of jobs per month. We have consumers who still have pretty strong balance sheets.
Bernstein also said the nation's strategic oil reserves are now about half full, their lowest level since 1984. The White House says President Biden has no plans to meet the Saudi Crown Prince next month in Indonesia at the G20 summit. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
We take a look at whether the Biden administration will turn to Venezuela to help supply badly needed oil to the United States. The country's leadership is still under indictment by the Justice Department. Fox News congressional correspondent Aishna Hanzi has more.
As the U.S. and Saudi Arabia trade barbs over oil cuts, millions of Americans brace for higher energy bills. The State Department is considering easing sanctions on Venezuela so that companies like Chevron can pump oil there, despite the fact that the country's cartel leadership remains indicted by the Justice Department on narco-terrorism charges. But according to a state spokesman, such a significant policy move would require constructive steps by Maduro to restore democracy in Venezuela. The White House and Democrats, in the meantime, continue making public threats to punish the longtime Gulf ally.
It's unlikely that we will support any additional arms sales to the Saudis.
If we can't get the oil from Saudi Arabia, if these actions and consequences don't change Saudis and OPEC's decision on oil, where do we get it from?
We need to slowly pivot away from this reliance and make investments in renewable energies that will allow us to keep up with our supply and demand.
But Republicans and U.S. oil producers say the only immediate solution is unleashing domestic production. Former Bush Deputy National Security Advisor Elliot Abrams agrees.
The idea that we're gonna punish the Saudis and that will somehow produce more oil supplies, that is not going to work. It's just going to embitter relations a bit more.
And that could happen soon enough. California Democrat Ro Khanna tells Fox News he anticipates that the president will do something about OPEC's decision to cut oil production in the next week. At the State Department, I'm Aisha Hasney, Fox News.
Taking a live now look from Atlanta, Georgia. All eyes were on the stage in Georgia on Friday night as two candidates faced off in a crucial battle which could help determine who controls the United States Senate. With less than a month to go to the midterm elections, both parties are fighting for every single vote. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively is reporting.
Gentlemen, we have a lot to get to.
It was the preacher versus the football star in Georgia Friday night, as Senator Raphael Warnock and challenger Herschel Walker faced off on the debate stage.
He said he was going to Washington to represent Georgia. He went to Washington to represent Joe Biden.
My opponent has a problem with the truth. And just because he said something doesn't mean it's true.
A Quinnipiac poll out Wednesday shows Democrat Warnock leading Walker 52 to 45%. That's only a slight poll drop for Walker since an ex-girlfriend accused him of paying for her abortion 13 years ago.
That's a lie.
Money is pouring into the Georgia race as it's one of 4 contests that will likely determine which party controls the Senate. Fox News Power Rankings list Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania as toss-ups.
Send Dr. Oz back to New Jersey.
In Pennsylvania, Democrat John Fetterman, who's recovering from a stroke, leads Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz. But elsewhere in the country, Republicans appear to have the upper hand.
I think that just the mood in the room for the entire country helps Republicans make up for areas in which they have made huge blunders with the quality of their candidates.
While it appears the Senate could go to either party, on the House side, most polls show Republicans wresting control from Democrats. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Gentlemen, we have a lot.
All right, thanks, Caroline, for bringing us that report. The time is now 7:14. Let's switch gears and bring you all the latest news when it comes to the economy. We did see stocks plunge on Friday with the news of flat retail sales and high inflation. The Biden administration says bringing down inflation is a top priority, but with the midterm elections less than a month away, time is running out for an economic turnaround. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has the details from Washington.
It's been 3 consecutive days of tough economic readings, but don't expect any policy changes at the White House.
The policies that we're doing to help mitigate and ease price pressures are having effect. Look at goods inflation. It was flat if you take out energy.
Friday, the Commerce Department reported retail sales were unexpectedly flat in September. Households cutting back on buying cars, appliances, and electronics amid stubbornly high inflation and rising interest rates. Thursday, new data showed inflation jumped 8.2% from last year, largely driven by rising food, energy, and housing costs. And Wednesday, the Producer Price Index showed a strong indication inflation has not peaked. Biden's critics blame his spending.
Biden came in and spent and borrowed and printed $4.1 trillion. I mean, this isn't complicated, folks.
The White House strategy, tell people the grass isn't always greener. The president saying this more.
Republican wins, inflation is going to get worse. It's that simple.
And the administration wants reporters to say it too. One official pointing the press to an interview coming next week with Republican House Leader Kevin McCarthy, saying he continues to showcase how eager MAGA congressional Republicans are to make inflation worse if it means a windfall for rich special interests at the expense of middle-class families. But there's a less clear strategy on bringing down energy costs. The Treasury Secretary now saying the world needs Russian oil to stabilize global markets. The challenge is keeping it from benefiting Vladimir Putin.
What we want to see is that Russian oil continues to flow into the market and that countries are using the leverage provided by the existence of this cap to bargain lower prices.
At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
The state of the economy definitely taking a major toll on voters. Joining us now is Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader from Washington, D.C. this morning. Doug, we are entering the final stretch as midterm elections approach.
Good morning. Voters head to the polls 3 weeks from tomorrow, and our most recent survey shows that the dominant issues remain the same: crime and the economy.
Our economy is strong as hell.
President Biden in Portland over the weekend enjoying ice cream and talking up the economy. His top economic advisor says talk of a recession is premature.
Retail sales payroll employment, consumer spending, industrial production, all of those have not been flashing red. All of those are not in recessionary territory.
A recent poll of economists by the Wall Street Journal puts the likelihood of a recession at 63% now. Economic concerns are central for Republican midterm election campaigns.
They're not looking at the Democrats' agenda saying they want more of it. They're saying they're fed up with the far left shift that both Biden and Pelosi have taken us.
At the same time, we're showing that the president's approval number actually ticked up a bit, now at 46%. And Democrats are counting on the abortion issue to help drive voters to the polls. An equal 47% of both Democrats and Republicans say they are more enthusiastic about voting this time around. At the same time, expectations for the government are shifting. More than half of registered voters now say they want the government to lend them a hand, not leave them alone.
And Doug, tell us more about the most
Decade or
recent
so
poll.
that
We're
we've
hearing
seen
that
that number
70%
tick
of
up
Americans have had to
above
cut back.
50%. Back to you guys.
All right, everybody. That was Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader. Thank you so much for joining us from Washington, D.C. this morning. Let's go ahead and take a live now look from Capitol Hill, bringing you all this next story from Washington, D.C. on the January 6th committee, wrapping up its public hearings with a vote to subpoena former President Trump. But what happens next? We're still waiting to see whether or not Mr. Trump will comply, refuse, or invoke the Fifth Amendment. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera reports from Washington.
Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
In a stunning move, the January 6th House Select Committee unanimously voted to subpoena former President Trump, closing out what could be its final public hearing.
It's important as part of the next phase of the investigation that he be asked to come and testify under oath.
The committee argues the former president was at the center of a scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election.
They're putting on their tear gas masks.
Never before seen footage shows congressional leaders hunkered down while the Capitol was under attack, begging for the National Guard to help.
Why don't you get the president to tell them to leave the Capitol, Mr. Attorney General?
It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States.
In a new multi-page response, former President Trump did not address whether he would testify, but he did blast the committee's work as a witch hunt and criticize what he called the lack of due process and cross-examination. He says in part the Unselect Committee has perpetuated a show trial the likes of which this country has never seen before. Others say the vote to subpoena the former president less than a month before the high-stakes midterm elections is unlikely to sway voters.
If they were going to subpoena Trump, they could have done it a year ago if they really wanted to do this. It felt like political theater.
Polls show Republicans are favored to take back the House in November. If so, they'll likely disband the committee, meaning the panel has less than 3 months to finish its investigation. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Tens of millions of Americans are preparing for the largest Social Security benefit increase in 4 decades. We'll have that story right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Tens of millions of Social Security recipients are preparing for the largest benefits increase in 4 decades, with officials saying many elderly people will now access more money each month for food, utilities, and more. But many Americans say that they're worried the bump in their payments will be counteracted by soaring inflation. Fox News correspondent Sean Langiel reports.
Millions of Americans receiving Social Security checks will be getting an 8.7% increase in their benefits starting next year. It's the largest bump in payments in roughly 40 years, thanks to the new cost of living adjustment, also referred to as COLA.
Roughly 70 million Americans will be impacted by this cost of living adjustment.
Social Security is the largest social program in the nation, with a portion of your taxes funding it. The government takes those funds and disperses payments to retired Americans, those with disabilities, and more.
Also means grandparents taking care of their grandkids, or those funds dispersing in one way or another to people who might not even be direct recipients.
The amount of financial benefits eligible Americans qualify for varies, but this year's maximum payment for people retiring at 66 or 67 years old is a little more than $3,300 a month. The new 8.7% increase is expected to add roughly $145 more per month.
You don't get much of a break these days.
But with persistent inflation dramatically impacting Americans' cost of living, many recipients worry the increase may still not be enough.
The gas is triple, the light has tripled.
And it would be adequate if this house were paid for, but it's not. I'm still paying a mortgage. I'm still driving a car. I'm still paying mortgage insurance.
Meanwhile, critics say raising these payments could jeopardize the future of the Social Security Trust Fund, leftover taxpayer dollars collected to pay for Americans who retire in the future. Sean Langiel, Fox News.
Hurricane season is probably over for the Gulf and East Coast of the United States, with an emphasis on probably, but many areas in the state of Florida are still recovering. Fox Weather's Will Nunley brings us more.
Another devastated home here in one of the neighborhoods in Fort Myers Beach. You can hear an alarm, a buzz going off as things are still semi-operational, but yet there's no power here. And residents will come back to situations like this over the weekend, trying to recover any sort of artifacts from their life, as trucks and convoys will be taking all this debris up and putting them in the back of vehicles and taking them off of the barrier island here. It's going to be months and potentially years, but there is deep-seated hope amid this community. On Fort Myers Beach, by many considered ground zero for Hurricane Ian's path of destruction, this week has seen magical sunrises and dramatic weather systems. Rainstorms have complicated the already challenging task of moving debris from homes and businesses to the sides of streets. In some cases, the piles reaching over 15 feet high.
We weren't very hopeful when we got here of finding anything. We kind of prepared for the worst, and I would say we're seeing the worst.
Mike and Tara Oakes evacuated, found a hotel on the other side of the state, and have now returned to their beloved cottage, torn apart and swept away by storm surge.
I think I'm still a little numb, just a little shocked, maybe, but it's a little overwhelming when you look around and remember what it was.
As military helicopters continue to survey from the air in between strong rain and thunderstorms, the work goes on down below, sifting through people's belongings, pushing the debris to the edges of once beautiful beachside streets. Many of these quaint cottages were built in the 1950s and 60s. Now they are in ruin, awaiting demolition.
It was difficult, it's strained. You know, you have no access to electricity, water, so on and so forth. You have a lot of the local agencies setting it up right now, but when you're dealing with this one-lane road, you're running into gridlock nearly all the time. Right now it's about trying to manage chaos. From my conversations with other local government, county officials, first responders, so on and so forth, it's about trying to find a way to organize what really is just a tremendously messed up situation.
On the edge of the main road is a makeshift meal distribution site run by the World Central Kitchen, known for assembling on scenes of disasters and giving to people in desperate need.
Here, there is a lot of need. You have a lot of locals coming back in, and sometimes they get caught in rain like this. As a result, you have people down a ways that can't access. One of my duties is getting food out there to the people who find this site inaccessible.
The convoys of residents, heavy machinery, and emergency vehicles continue making their way across the battered island. And though the imagery seems hopeless, the mood is optimistic.
We're back, and we're here, and we're not going anywhere. And most people that have been here as long or longer are the same way. We'll rebuild here.
The heavy trucks taking the debris and excavating it all. It will go on for months. Now here on Madison Street, both sides, full destruction. It's what you see up and down the barrier island of Fort Myers Beach. And yet, we again see the resiliency as we move into the third week of the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. This island will make a comeback, I am told, by not only residents, but elected officials. It's too important to Florida not to. It's an economic engine of Southwest Florida, Old Florida, as they call it. There will be a resurgence, there will be a comeback, and the grit and determination is here. Back to you.
Families say that they're looking forward to getting back to normal since the storm. A big part of that is getting back into a routine. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell brings us more from Fort Myers, Florida.
As recovery continues here, people are finding comfort in helping each other reconnect with lost items during the storm, jewelry, photos, even boats, while others, they're asking for help in finding those precious items.
I'm at my particular ground zero.
Like many, Trixie Parks lost everything.
There's nothing to survive.
Trixie went live on Facebook showing family and friends what she was really going through.
This is our personal lives, just strewn about.
She evacuated along with her daughter and father, watching water rise using her Ring camera, later finding a shell of her home, wishing she would have at least taken one thing had she known the outcome.
I'm still looking for my mother's urn amongst the rubble, green floral urn. If anybody comes across, please let me know.
And I did search, and I found the weirdest things and things that weren't mine, and things that didn't matter to me.
She's not alone. If you're on the island, you may see others also looking. Trixie shared the video to a group dedicated to lost and found items on Fort Myers Beach.
You just think of all the pictures you have as a kid.
Erin Field posted to the group trying to return photos her family found in their pool.
They're somewhere in a purple bin, maybe 4 to 6 albums.
We cleaned the photo albums and we helped take out the pictures and save the ones that needed help.
And what kind of people are you seeing on these pictures? Is it kids, adults?
Kids, adults, and babies. We see people's birthdays, and we saw some clowns.
Photos seem to be a common find among impacted areas. Police officers in Marco Island, over an hour south, also went to social media to find this best dad ever.
They were surprised. They were very surprised that once we contacted them and said we had the photo, because it was one of the few things that they got back.
As Floridians band together, returning pieces that made up lives along the coast, Trixie reflected on what's most important.
And the fact that I'm sitting here and my daughter's alive and my dad's alive and my pets are alive and if I didn't make that decision to go, I tell you I wouldn't be here.
And that's what's most important, especially as people continue to recover and move forward after Ian. I'm Brandy Campbell reporting here from Fort Myers Beach in Florida for Fox Weather.
Thanks, Brandy, for bringing us that report. If you would like to donate, it's not too late. Just take out your phone, open the camera app, and scan the QR code on your screen. It will prompt you to a website where you can make a monetary donation to the American Red Cross. The time is now 7:32. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll have more news when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 7:34 a.m. Chinese President Xi Jinping lays out his country's path moving forward. Xi spoke at the opening of China's 20th Communist Party Congress in Beijing on Sunday, saying that China will continue its policies toward Taiwan and semi-autonomous Hong Kong. He also reaffirmed that China will not rule out using force to bring the self-governing island of Taiwan under its control. The Chinese leader also called for accelerating the building of a world-class military. He is expected to secure yet another 5-year term as China's leader, extending his authoritarian rule over the country. Iranian state media reports that 4 inmates are dead and dozens more are hurt or injured after a fire last night at a notorious prison that was housing anti-government activists and political prisoners. This is a nationwide protest over the death of a young woman in police custody, and protests are now in their 5th week. Fox News correspondent Kitty Logan has the latest.
Iran state media says 4 people were killed during a prison riot on Saturday. The riot comes amid a wave of anti-government protests in the country. The fire is another sign that the anti-government protest movement still has momentum. This is the prison where many of those detained in this recent wave of protests are being held. Iran's media says the fire was put out and no prisoners escaped, though more than 60 were injured. An independent human rights group says the fire started after a disturbance. These protests began after the funeral of 22-year-old Masha Amini, who died in police custody. She was arrested by Iran's morality police for not wearing a headscarf. Her family blamed the authorities for her death. And as the anger continues, there are more reports of demonstrations on Saturday across the country. There's also been international solidarity with Iran's protesters, like here in Chicago. Elsewhere, women around the world have been cutting their hair to demonstrate support. The question remains whether these protesters can really achieve the changes they seek, but some speculate that this could be the beginning of the end for Iran's hardline regime. In London, Kitty Logan, Fox News. Iran state media.
Thank you to Kitty for bringing us that update from London. Bringing it back home now for the latest news coming out of California. A serial killer previously at large in Northern California is now in police custody. Officials say that he appeared to be targeting his next victim when police closed in on him. Fox News correspondent William Lajeunesse has that story.
Well, police say 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee was out hunting more victims when they made an arrest early Saturday. Now, police had gotten a tip on Crime Stoppers that Brownlee might be their suspect, so they had his home under surveillance. He drove away. Police followed him into this neighborhood and realized their serial killer was looking for another victim.
We watched his patterns and determined early this morning he was on a mission to kill. He was out hunting. He was wearing dark clothing and had a mask around his neck. He was also armed with a firearm when he was taken into custody.
Now, previously, all police had to go on was this surveillance video of a man they believed was the person responsible for 6 shootings in Stockton and 1 in nearby Oakland. 4 involved homeless men. Now, ballistic testing had linked the same gun to each crime. Records show a criminal history in California and Arizona, including DUI and a drug possession. Charges are pending. Arraignment is Tuesday.
This crime was solved because we're Stocktonians, because you don't come to our house and bring this kind of reign of terror.
So what's going to happen now is police and the ATF are going to fire the gun that was found in his possession and compare the markings on the bullet and the casing and to see if they match those of the previous crimes. Also, they'll go through the evidence that was found inside his home. In Los Angeles, William Lajeunesse, Fox News.
From California to New York City, a 15-year-old teenager has died after being shot on the subway train in New York City. It happened just before 4 p.m. on Friday on a Queens A train at the Far Rockaway Mott Avenue station. The teen was reportedly shot in the chest on the train and dragged onto the platform by witnesses. Despite life-saving efforts, he later died at a nearby hospital. Authorities are now searching for the shooter who fled the scene. He's described to be between the age of 15 and 19 years old and is wearing all black at the time of the shooting. The MTA has suspended the A-train service in both directions while police investigate. Now to a case that we've been bringing you all from the very beginning, the Parkland shooter trial. Just last week, the jury recommended that Nicholas Cruz, as you see here, get life in prison. Here's more.
After murdering 17, the Parkland killer said he stopped shooting because he could not find anyone else to kill. And he said he studied other mass murderers before his attack to inflict the biggest massacre he could.
And the monster that killed them gets to live another day.
Because 3 members of a 12-member jury had the power to nix the death penalty, because under current state law, it has to be unanimous.
If this was not the most perfect death penalty case, then why do we have the death penalty at all?
Governor DeSantis agrees.
If you have a death penalty at all, that is a case where you're massacring those students with premeditation and utter disregard for basic humanity, that you deserve the death penalty.
And leading Democrats, including his opponent Charlie Crist, agree. Go back to the Democratic debate for governor.
But if ever there was a case where that is warranted, it is this case. It is such a heinous crime. He should get the death penalty for sure.
I want this guy gone. And I stand united and hope that the judge and the jury do the right thing and put this guy to death.
In Florida, juries used to make a recommendation based on a majority vote, not unanimous vote. And again, it was a recommendation. Judges had the power to impose or overrule the recommendation. But then in 2016, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled juries, not judges, should have the final say. And then the Florida Supreme Court said the jury's vote needs to be unanimous in deciding the death penalty. So in 2017, under former Governor Scott, the state changed the law, requiring a unanimous vote from a jury in order to impose the death penalty. Then in 2020, the Florida Supreme Court reversed itself and ruled the jury vote does not have to be unanimous, but the legislature left the law as is. After murdering 17, the
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A housing recession could mean that home prices would tumble about 20%. That's according to economists. Here's more.
Let's focus on the mortgage rates and housing markets because really they are unprecedented at the moment. Of course, we are 26 days away from the midterm elections, and inflation and the economy continue to be those two major issues as we near November. To combat skyrocketing prices, the Fed has jacked up interest rates. Today's average for a 30-year fixed is right around 7.5%, more than double from its low last year. And all this financial uncertainty has cooled what used to be a red-hot housing market. For more on this, we're being joined by real estate expert Uri Mann. He's joining us live from Houston. You are the CEO of Lagoon Development and the Executive VP of Land Tejas. Okay, I want to get into this with you because this is so interesting. Essentially, and you heard kind of my intro there, so many cities in the last, 5 to 7 years saw really a meteoric rise in home prices, especially here where we are in Phoenix, places like Las Vegas, Austin, Houston, like where you were. So do you think a crash is coming? What say you?
No, there is no crash coming. There's a lot of economists out there that'll give you these, doom and gloom stories. And if you look at the affordability of homes in the last 9 months, it sounds really bad when, say, somebody who could afford a $2,400 monthly payment in January could qualify for a $600,000 house. And right now, today, with interest rates, like you said, 7%, they can qualify for a $400,000 house. So that means there's been like a 30% reduction in affordability for somebody coming in to buy a home. But the question is, who does that really affect? And the answer is people who are looking to buy homes right now, and not the majority of Americans who are sitting on homes that they bought at very low interest rates. So what we're getting right now is what's called something like a lock-in effect, where people just will not sell their homes because they know if they buy another house, there'll be a higher interest rate. And that means that their inventory levels will continue to stay very low. The inventory levels in the United States are among the lowest in the last 40 years. There's practically no housing on the market. So we're in uncharted territories. You don't know what's going to happen the next few months, but even the most bearish economists are looking at the housing market and saying, okay, the housing market may fall 3%, 5% over the next year to 18 months. And that's from the highs. That's not necessarily where people purchase their homes. So when somebody asks me, hey, is it a good time to sell my house now? My answer has always been the same. Never, ever sell your home. If you can afford to keep your home for a long period of time, buying a home in the United States is the best way to make sure that you're saving and creating generational wealth that you can pass on to your family. And it's a great way to fight inflation because you own a home, that house in 10 years, no matter what, is going to be worth more. Just like the cost of groceries is always rising, rents are always rising. So it's a great time to always buy a house if you can afford it.
Yeah. So what you're saying, though, and my next question was, is it a buyer's or seller's market? You hear that a lot. You're saying it's kind of neither.
Yeah, it's really a strange situation. The housing market is doing all kinds of weird things because people who are looking to buy a new house today, they have to deal with these high interest rates unless they go to some of the great builders that are in our communities. For example, if you go to a new master plan community, the builders who have been so profitable, they have record profits in the last few years, they're able to buy down the interest rate. So you can buy a new home from 10, 15 different builders in a new master plan community, and they will typically offer you a lower interest rate because they can take a portion of their profits out of their home price and get you that lower interest rate. So that's a good place. So a lot of people are saying, oh, these high interest rates, that means the builders are not going to sell homes. Wrong. They are going to sell homes because they have record profits. And by the way, the cost of materials are going down. The cost of labor is now going down. So that means their profit margin may not necessarily shrink, and they're able to buy down interest rates for their consumers. All over the market, you go into a new community, you can see homes, get that 4.5% interest rate.
Uri, I just wanted to get your opinion because you follow this so closely. Are you getting, 2008 vibes a little bit? Are people in your, communities, are they talking about this, in business, kind of your compatriots there in Houston? Are they sensing similarities to what we saw back in 2008?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why. Because in 2008, we had people just buying homes who had no business buying homes. They had bad credit scores. And today, we have the highest FICO scores in the history of the country. People buying homes qualify. They also buy with more cash. There are a lot of cash buyers. People have a tremendous amount of equity in their house and their homes. They're not stressed to sell their housing. they basically, we have some of the lowest unemployment in the history of the country. So we don't have people that are desperate to sell their homes. Look, that could change a little bit if all of a sudden we hit this dramatic recession and people are out of jobs and they're forced to sell their homes. But it's not likely to happen anytime soon. And people are very comfortable making their payments because we've had the strictest lending standards in the last 5 years that we've ever had. And those lending standards, by the way, seem to be getting stricter and stricter. So we don't have unqualified people buying homes. And that's what we saw in 2008. It's completely different. It's really uncharted territory. It's very difficult to look at the housing market and decide what's really going to happen. But my prediction is prices will probably stay flat for the next 18 months. Maybe nationally we'll see a small correction of 3%. Housing markets like Boise, Idaho, and Las Vegas and Dallas might see some more significant drops in home prices. But places like Houston, where we have relatively affordable housing and we haven't raised prices as much as places like Austin and other markets, it's a great place to buy a home because there's still room for appreciation.
Uri, I just want to put this question out just lastly, because maybe kind of what you're saying is, and I want your opinion on this, is it within reach for, say, a newly wedded couple or a middle-class American family to still buy a home? That's the American dream. People want to be homeowners. Or is that not within reach at this current moment in the market?
It actually is in reach. In fact, there was recently a study that came out a month and a half ago, said that the United States is one of the most, if not the most affordable place to buy a single family home in the world. And that's because we have this 30-year fixed rate mortgage, which allows you to spread the payments over a long period of time. And it makes it more affordable than any other place. Most countries don't have a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. So people have to buy a home with a 10-year instrument or a floating rate mortgage where they're really susceptible to changes in mortgage payments. So in the United States, even with these interest rate rises that have happened in the last 9 months, we still have one of the most attainable markets for buying a new home. And certainly it should be in everyone's best interest to buy a home because you get the interest rate tax deduction. You'll see the appreciation over your lifetime. And right now, we're going to see a lot of people buying homes because Generation Z is aging into marital. You see everybody getting married now, tons and tons of weddings, and that's no coincidence. We have more people aging into marriage status than ever before in the United States, and those people want to have a house. They want to have the American dream. They want the white picket fence. That American dream is still alive, and it's a great time to buy a home as long as you can afford that mortgage payment. Eventually, that home will appreciate.
All right. Uri, man, we appreciate your insight into this. This is definitely an interesting topic. I hope some of our viewers found it informative if they are, on the precipice of buying a home. And we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Okay. Thanks for having me, Andrew.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen recently discussed the economic outlook during a news conference at the International Monetary Fund and World Bank annual meetings in Washington, D.C. Here's a look back.
About the diverse and difficult challenges that face the global economy today. Many of these challenges stem from Russia's terrible war in Ukraine and the continued recovery from the pandemic. Inflation is elevated in many countries. Growth is slowing globally. We're also seeing swings in capital flows and strong movements in financial markets. But we're taking strong action both in the United States and globally to contend with these headwinds. In the United States, our economy remains resilient, bolstered by President Biden's economic plan. But we're highly attuned to the risks of global headwinds. That includes those contributing to the high inflation we've seen in much of the world. Bringing down elevated inflation remains President Biden's top economic priority, even as we know the Federal Reserve plays the primary role in maintaining stable prices. Yesterday's CPI report shows that we have more work to do to get price increases under control. While some leading indicators show hopeful signs, working families are continuing to feel the pain of high inflation. our administration is continuing to take a broad range of actions to boost energy supply, address housing constraints, and provide cost relief in areas like healthcare. It can take time to see the impact of these actions, but we know that they have and will continue to make a meaningful difference. The global economy also came together this week to address the array of urgent challenges before us. I, along with my counterparts from the major economies, agreed that while each country faces unique challenges, we must take decisive action. That includes tackling inflation, securing our energy supplies, and addressing other economic pressures. We're also attentive to the spillovers of macroeconomic tightening from advanced economies to the rest of the world. I had the opportunity to speak with counterparts from a broad range of countries about the way global macroeconomic forces are affecting their countries. This week has left us better informed and better coordinated. We're determined about the jobs we have to do at home, and we're united around our collective effort to tackle our shared challenges. Second, the United States and our partners continue to mount an unprecedented and coordinated response to Russia's illegal and immoral war. Today at Treasury, we met with counterparts on efforts to degrade Russia's military-industrial complex. The world's swift and multilateral response against Russia's aggression has worked. Russia has been forced to turn to suppliers of last resort, like Iran and North Korea, for low-quality military equipment. We've also deeply weakened Russia's finances. Foreign investors have left in droves, and projections indicate contractions in their economy for at least this year and the next. I also had an opportunity to meet with Ukrainian Finance Minister Sergei Marchenko. I reiterated our admiration for the bravery and our support of the Ukrainian people as they defend their homeland. The United States is providing another $4.5 billion in grants for Ukraine, bringing our total direct economic assistance to $13 billion. This assistance will support critical government operations and bolster Ukraine's resistance to Putin's war of aggression. The United States is committed to working with Ukraine, our partners, and the international financial institutions as Ukraine defends itself and rebuilds in the coming months and years. Third, energy costs and supply have been key topics during my bilateral engagements, especially with leaders from Europe. Putin's decision to wage war in Ukraine has sharply elevated energy prices. That's hurt consumers around the globe. In response, the United States and its partners recently committed to finalize and implement a cap on the price of Russian oil. It's an innovative policy that aims to cut Putin's revenue while keeping Russian oil flowing onto global markets at low prices. This policy has particular benefits for developing countries. A price cap will help stabilize global energy prices. It will also provide developing countries with greater leverage to negotiate better prices for Russian oil. We have also made progress in our longer-term efforts to tackle the climate crisis. We've been reminded of the toll of extreme weather events by the recent devastation of Hurricanes Fiona and Ian here at home, along with the floods in Pakistan and other disasters abroad. We must accelerate our development of a clean energy economy. Here in the United States, our government has just enacted the Inflation Reduction Act. It's our nation's most aggressive domestic action on climate, and it puts us on a strong path to meet our emissions reductions goals. We're also helping accelerate the clean energy transition in developing countries. We're raising the climate ambitions of the multilateral development banks and boosting U.S. international public climate finance. Lastly, We must support vulnerable countries as they navigate the immediate economic challenges. It's crucial that we tackle the food security crisis. All major official bilateral creditors, including China, should also deliver on our G20 commitments to provide debt relief to low-income countries. We must advance our broader development agenda. I reinforced these priorities at my dinner with the African finance ministers, in G20 engagements, and my meetings with leaders from developing and emerging markets. We've also made significant progress this week to better position the multilateral development banks to tackle our growing global challenges while maintaining their existing development priorities, and we look forward to discussing more details on this project in the coming weeks. I won't cover all the topics discussed this week in the interest of time, so let me stop now and take your questions.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. There's been a lot of conversation here at these meetings about the focus and emphasis on the war in Ukraine. Some African countries have expressed frustration that this may be happening to the exclusion or to the diminished help for their own worries and sorrows. At the same time, you are fighting to bring on board more people in the coalition against Russia, and that's had limited success, we've seen with the OPEC production cut. So I guess I want to ask you how you assess that and what tools you have left now to put pressure on Russia, but also to sort of keep an eye on the global balance.
So let me start with the first part of your question. You mentioned the stresses that African countries and other low-income countries are feeling. And let me tell you that an important source of stress, although not the only source, is higher energy and food prices that directly reflect Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And at our discussions in the G20 on the global macroeconomy, there was wide agreement that when we think about what are the appropriate economic policy responses we should be undertaking, that it's obvious what the most important is, and everyone agreed Russia should stop its war on Ukraine, and that would address the most significant problems that Africa faces. But of course, in an environment with high inflation, tightening monetary policies, capital outflows from emerging markets, and pressures on currencies, debt problems are growing more and more acute for African countries. We discussed these problems in many sessions in my dinner. The G7 finance ministers had a meeting with the African finance ministers, and we recognize the importance of making progress on having a better and more effective framework for resolving excessive debt. And really, the barrier to making greater progress is one important creditor country, namely China. So there has been much discussion of what we can do to bring China to the table and to foster a more effective resolution of their problems. But the second part of your question concerned the price cap, and you mentioned an attempt to get countries into the coalition. So let me, I want to slightly correct, if you don't mind, the way you put that. The coalition is essentially the G7, the European Union, and Australia has signed up as a member of our coalition. All of these countries have agreed to ban the provision of services that are involved, that our countries, firms in our countries, supply for the transport of Russian oil. And the 8th EU sanctions package includes shipping. And Beyond that, we are not trying to sign up additional countries to a coalition. None of the coalition countries are buying Russian oil or will buy Russian oil. And none of the countries outside the coalition are really important suppliers of any of those financial services. So we, the members of the coalition, we will implement the price cap once it's adopted and make sure that the suppliers of insurance, trade finance, and other financial services that may be provided throughout the world can only be provided if the purchase of oil by whatever country occurs at a price below the price cap. And what we really need in the rest of the world is simply for potential purchasers, firms in those countries, in some cases governments, but usually it's firms in countries throughout the world, to simply understand how the price cap is going to work. That when they negotiate purchase contracts with Russia, that they're subject to the cap. They can have access to the premium services provided by Western insurance firms and banks, as long as they purchase at a price below the cap. We need them to understand that that's the condition they face for access to those services, and that we will be making sure that Western firms abide by that. But we honestly are not asking other governments to do anything. And of course, companies and governments can buy without being subject to the cap if they can find ships, insurance, trade finance, and so forth that's provided by non-coalition members. That's fine. But the very existence of this price cap really raises the leverage that countries, even that are not using Western services, have when they negotiate with Russia. For us, success is going to be not how many countries raise their hand to say, we endorse what you're doing, we're part of the coalition. We're not looking for that. What we want to see is that Russian oil continues to flow into the market and that countries are using the leverage provided by the existence of this cap to bargain lower prices. That's what's going to effectively reduce Russia's revenue. So we want to reduce Russia's revenue and keep that oil flowing. And we're not benefiting from the cheap Russian oil. It'll be, we hope, countries in Africa and Latin America and Asia that will buy oil. Remember that on December 5th, I think it is, the European Union is essentially going to cease their purchases, which will make a substantial amount of oil available at low prices for countries around the world.
Hi there. Thank you, Secretary Yellen. Could you tell us what your reaction is to the latest financial and economic turmoil in the UK, including the resignation of Chancellor Kwarteng, who was just here yesterday, and the new fiscal plans announced by Prime Minister Liz Truss today? Commissioner Gentiloni said this morning that there were lessons to be learned in terms of fiscal prudence in this environment. Do you share that belief?
Well, let me just say that I had the opportunity to meet with former Chancellor Kwarteng this week and appreciate his service to his country. I don't want to comment on British politics or economic policies. We have a deep and long-standing, important relationship with the UK. We cooperate across a range of issues, and including support for Ukraine and global challenges. I would say more generally a theme that many participants expressed in our discussions during these meetings is that fiscal policy generally in countries where there's high inflation many, especially advanced countries, are trying to tame high inflation, and that it's important for fiscal policy to play not the prime role, but a supportive role.
Thanks. Secretary Yellen, Neil Irwin from Axios. I wondered, you said a moment ago that this week has left you better informed and better coordinated on the global economic picture. Can you elaborate on the tone of the concerns you were hearing from your counterparts about dollar strengthening, and how great a risk do you see of a global recession or a U.S. recession?
Well, I certainly have looked at the most recent forecasts in the World Economic Outlook, the IMF report, and their prognosis for their forecast for the global economy has weakened. Europe faces particularly serious strains because of what's happening to energy prices there, particularly natural gas prices. And many emerging market countries, as I said, face a host of, have very little fiscal space and face a host of significant problems, including higher energy and food prices that are driving, another 75 million people this year into at risk of, starvation. So we certainly discussed those challenges, and I see the appreciation of the dollar relative to many other currencies as largely reflecting differences in shocks that we face and differences in our positions in terms of what we're doing, what our economic policies are, and what we're focused on. So, my position would be that market-determined exchange rates are the best regime for the dollar. That's what we're supportive of. And I think that exchange rate movements, by and large, have been a response to economic shocks and other fundamentals. Nevertheless, there are spillovers from tightening monetary policy in advanced countries dealing with inflation to developing economies. High interest rates and weaker currencies tend to exacerbate debt problems, and that's one of the reasons we're so focused on providing relief. We've discussed food insecurity and what we can do, and the United States has provided $10 billion to a set of agencies to try to address food insecurity in low-income countries. But there are spillovers, and as a global community, we want to provide the support that's necessary for countries to address it.
Hi, Secretary Yellen. I wanted to ask on oil and the price cap again. Sounds like discussions are now focused on the price, what the price of the cap will be. You said earlier this week that something in the 60s could be something that a level that would allow Russia to, maintain an incentive to produce. I'm curious, just is that the high 60s, low 60s, just where you are on the price?
So I want to be very clear about what I said and what's happening with this. The coalition of countries that are imposing these services bans will jointly decide on what the appropriate price is. It's also a price that can be adjusted over time once a decision is made about the level, and no decisions have been made. I did not say that under consideration is a price in the 60s. I simply said there are several what I meant to say is that there are several benchmarks that are relevant in deciding what a price should be. One question is, what is the marginal cost for Russia of producing oil? And so there will certainly, to charge a price less than that would certainly cause Russia to want to shut in oil. They don't want to sell oil at a loss. So that's one benchmark for discussion. Another benchmark is, let's look at history and see what prices has Russia earned in the past and found acceptable and profitable to produce and sell oil. One thing we want to be clear about is that Russia should not profit from having started this atrocious war in Ukraine and shouldn't be benefiting from profits that result from those atrocities. So we're looking historically at what have oil prices been that Russia has earned, and it was in that context that I mentioned a specific number, or range, but no decision has been made, and I did not say that that's what the price is that's under contemplation. No decision's been made.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen. You mentioned meeting with the African finance ministers. It's our understanding that a lot of them have been asking about an additional allocation of special drawing rights. Did they bring that up to you, and what's your response if they did? It's our understanding that Treasury is not really seriously entertaining that. You have addressed the fiscal space considerations here, and so sort of why not, if that's a potential means to address that? Thank you.
So, I mean, an SDR allocation is intended to address shortages of global liquidity. We had a substantial SDR allocation, and we do not see another SDR allocation as appropriate at this time. It was decided by the G20 that it would be appropriate for countries that received SDR allocations and didn't really need the liquidity to consider lending some of those SDRs or other resources back to the IMF for use in lending in structured ways to countries with need. One fund is the Poverty Reduction and Growth Fund that can provide assistance to low-income countries. And the IMF has also created a resilience and sustainability trust that can lend for things like investments in health to prepare for future pandemics or strengthen health systems, as well as energy security and to address climate change. And we think that's an appropriate way to address some of the issues that low-income countries face. We've asked Congress to allow us to lend $21 billion to the IMF for these two funds. We haven't yet received approval, but are hoping that that's something that will be allowed.
You're streaming live now from Fox. That was the latest from United States Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking on the global economy. At this time, let's go ahead and switch gears because we do want to bring you all to another major headline that we are closely following out of Waukesha, Wisconsin. Today marks the start of week 3 in the Darrell Brooks trial. The prosecution originally hoped to wrap up their case today, but because of interruptions from Brooks, there is more testimony expected. Joining us now from outside of the Waukesha County courtroom is Fox's Amelia Jones. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Rain. The state has presented to the jury the path that the red SUV took down Main Street last November. The jury has heard from witnesses at the parade. They've heard from witnesses connected to the 6 victims. And on Friday, they heard from witnesses whose testimony tied Brooks to the red SUV. Today, they will hear testimony from witnesses who were involved in Brooks's arrest. The first person to take the stand will be Daniel Ryder. Brooks showed up at Ryder's doorstep, and Ryder didn't know what happened, so he let him come inside. He made him a sandwich, and he helped him call an Uber. The jury will see a ring video from Ryder's house, that shows Brooks's arrest. Then the jury will hear testimony from 2 more officers, one of the officers who made the arrest, and another officer will testify on statements Brooks made while in custody. Prosecutors say Brooks was, quote, lucid, he was aware, he was intelligent, probing for information, and deceptive. A crime analyst will take the stand. They will testify that they found Brooks's DNA on the SUV steering wheel. And to wrap up testimony for the day, a Wisconsin State Patrol inspector will testify about a mechanical inspection of the red SUV. Prosecutors say there was nothing wrong with the car, meaning that Brooks could have stopped at any point. Now, because the state is running behind because of Brooks's continuous disruptions, the jury who was originally scheduled to see that red SUV in person today, that's now been rescheduled to Tuesday, and the prosecution hopes to wrap up their case Tuesday and then turn things over to Brooks to present his defense strategy. Brooks did defer his opening statements to when the case would go to the defense, so we'll see if he does make those opening statements, and then he'll start calling his witnesses. Rain.
Right, that was the latest from Fox's Amelia Jones joining us live from outside of the Waukesha County courtroom. We'll, of course, bring you inside of the courtroom as soon as we begin to get those live images. The time is now 8:20. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:23 Eastern. Cold winter temperatures will have us turning the dials up more and paying out billions more for heating. A new report from the Consumer Energy Alliance says that consumers will spend $14 billion on heating costs compared to a year ago. Homes will use $2,354 on heating oil. That's up 27%. Propane users will spend $1,668. That's up 5% from last year. And natural gas will cost $930, up 28%. Electricity will also be higher earlier next year, according to the report. Higher price factors include OPEC oil production cuts, the Russian-Ukraine war, and domestic policies on fossil fuels use. Here's more on the economy in general.
Pennsylvania is a state that could determine whether Republicans or Democrats have control of the Senate next year. And while we know voters are concerned about abortion rights and crime, it looks like this race could be decided by how people feel about their finances.
I'm worried about a recession and then a job
job loss.
It's a huge concern to me because me being 61 years old soon, I still work 2 jobs. It's not getting any easier.
It's a top issue for some voters. Which candidate will be better for my bank account?
We make a solid middle-class income, and it's like our money just does not go as far.
A recent poll from Monmouth University shows inflation is far surpassing other hot issues, with 82% of Americans saying it's extremely important. Meanwhile, September's inflation rate remains high at 8.2%.
It doesn't matter the race, up and down the ballot, people are going to talk about the economy.
Pollster Burwood Yost with Franklin and Marshall College is closely following the Pennsylvania Senate race between Dr. Oz and John Fetterman. In that race, crime and abortion have dominated the conversation, but he thinks the economy will be the deciding factor.
We know voters who are concerned about abortion rights, they're sort of set in their decision making at this point. And people who are concerned about crime, they're kind of set in their decision making at this point. I think the candidate that wins this is the candidate that ends up having the stronger message about economics.
A Franklin and Marshall College poll finds that 70% of Pennsylvania voters are not satisfied with their current finances, and 40% expect to be worse off a year from now. So grim statistics there, and voters want to hear more solutions from the candidates. In Philadelphia, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Retail sales were again disappointing in September as inflation sends prices soaring, limiting what consumers can spend on non-necessities. Fox 13's Surbani Banerjee brings us more.
Hi, everyone. Let's start with housing. Housing costs remained elevated last month, but they at least didn't increase, staying the same as August. But keep in mind, it's still up 6.6% over the last 12 months. Other things to keep an eye on: the cost of medical care services, things like doctor's office visits, slowed considerably last month. Used car prices coming back down to earth a little bit, while new car prices, they continue to rise. The price of used cars and trucks still falling. For the year, however, keep in mind used vehicle prices are still up. Consumers also paid less for gasoline last month, but it's still higher than a year ago. And dining out got more expensive, and it's costing more and more to fill up the grocery cart. Prices for food at home rose 13.5% in the year ending in August, and that's the largest jump that we've seen since 1979. Fruits and veggies, they rose 9.4% compared to last year. Baked products and cereal, they rose 16.4%. And here's something interesting. More consumers are ordering delivery and takeout, even as we experience all these higher prices with inflation. A new survey shows more people are ordering takeout even as food prices increase. Almost half of U.S. consumers ordering food out up to 3 times a week. The survey comes from Deliverect. They're a company that deals with digital orders, and this is up from 49% before the spike in inflation. So something to make note of here: people are making changes to their budget. They are cutting spending, just not on this food. They're more likely to cut back on other things like clothing, going out for drinks and dinner, and traveling. When it comes to choosing where they buy their takeout, since every dollar is being stretched thinner, the survey also found that people care more about the ease of delivery, the quality of the ingredients, and having multiple options. I'm Surbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Walmart-owned Sam's Club is raising its membership fees for the first time in almost a decade. The membership-based chain of club stores says that its annual regular fees will go up from $45 to $50, and its plus level fees will go up $10 to $110. The fee hikes are its first increases in 9 years. Sam Club says that it will give back the price increases in memberships by way of Sam's Cash that can be used in its stores. Now, the coronavirus pandemic, inflation, and fuel discounts, as well as its club stores, have all helped to drive up its membership fees. The time is now 8:28. We'll be right back with more top stories. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 8:30. Beginning to share the most recent health news. A key medicine used to help attention disorders is in short supply, according to the federal agency. The Food and Drug Administration says that Adderall, a prescription medicine used to help attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is in low supply across the country, and pharmacies are having trouble keeping up with demand. Some manufacturers make higher dosages that won't replenish until next January, while others are missing ingredients for making it. Diagnoses for ADHD have increased, also leaving supplies low. The FDA says that it will continue to monitor and give supply updates. In other health news, there's a global response to the coronavirus pandemic, polio, mental health, and more in recent years. But it's all coming under fire at the World Health Summit, with United Nations officials warning of dire consequences if countries don't increase cooperations to combat these health crises. Fox News' Richard Jordan reports.
Countries are failing to cooperate and tackle global health issues. That's according to the United Nations and World Health Organization officials, kicking off this year's World Health Summit Sunday in Germany.
At exactly the moment when the world needed to come together to face this common threat as one, the COVID-19 pandemic has been characterized by a lack of cooperation and coordination.
Besides COVID-19, officials also citing how a lack of international teamwork is causing more lives to be lost from preventable diseases like polio, especially in developing nations like Afghanistan and Pakistan, where polio is endemic. Billionaire philanthropist Bill Gates highlighting the severity of the issue Sunday while announcing the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation will donate $1.2 billion to help end polio worldwide.
It's horrifying to see children paralyzed by a disease that's totally preventable. Polio is a stark illustration of health inequity.
Meanwhile, summit officials also declaring the importance of not sweeping mental health disorders under the rug. And back here in the States, health professionals are echoing those calls, citing how untreated mental illnesses like bipolar disorder, depression, and schizophrenia have negative economic effects, costing the country billions.
These costs come primarily from premature losses of life and losses of productivity, as well as the increased medical costs for things like chronic conditions and emergency department visits.
Time now 8:33 a.m. Eastern as we take this Live Now look from the United States Capitol building, with the House January 6th committee wrapping up its public hearings with a vote to subpoena former President Trump. What happens next? We're still waiting to see whether Mr. Trump will comply, refuse, or invoke the Fifth Amendment. Fox 13 Tampa has more details.
Big news coming today from D.C. Another bombshell in the congressional investigation of the Capitol riots. Craig Patrick is in now because the January 6th committee held another hearing this afternoon, and Craig made the move of deciding to subpoena the former president.
Yeah, and there were several revelations, but that was in fact the biggest bombshell, and that was a unanimous vote just a short time ago to subpoena in an effort to try to compel former President Trump to testify. And they want to compel him to take the stand based on what other witnesses and evidence has come to light and what witnesses have told the committee.
The evidence that has emerged did not come from Democrats or opponents of Donald Trump.
The committee said nearly all of it came from former President Trump's own team, including evidence that Trump wanted to turn his supporters away from voting by mail so that their votes would be counted first on election night. Here's Trump's former strategist Steve Bannon on the significance of that.
The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner.
And the committee revealed this testimony from the Trump campaign.
We also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager. He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost.
And that's what Trump did on election night before many of the ballots that skewed heavily toward Democratic voters had been counted by election staff.
Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. We want all voting to stop.
Then, as the final results confirmed Trump's loss, he promoted false claims of fraud that his own team of experts, including his Attorney General William Barr, told him were false.
I'm talking about some of them like, more absentee votes were cast in Pennsylvania than there were absentee ballots requests, stuff like that. It was just easy to blow up. There was never an indication of interest in what the actual facts were.
There were more votes than there were voters. Think of that.
And by repeating those false claims, the committee claims Trump intentionally spoke to what happened on January 6th as an attempt to stop the certification of President Biden and stay in office. And at this point, the question of whether or not there's any criminal referral relating to former President Trump himself or any criminal recourse in this matter may come down to what his frame of mind is or appears to be based on the evidence, which brings us back to the relevance and the intentions the committee has in that subpoena to try to compel the testimony of Trump himself. With that could establish to some degree at least what his frame of mind may have been and whether or not it was premeditated, as the committee contends based on the evidence produced today. By the way, one other separate development, separate from the January 6th committee, of course, the former president is under investigation with respect to the documents dispute found at Mar-a-Lago. He asked the Supreme Court to intervene in that dispute. Just a short time ago, the Supreme Court declined to intervene in that case.
Okay. All right, well, back to what we saw today from the committee, the subpoena of former President Trump. What are the chances he'll actually testify before this committee?
Remains to be seen, but the chances would seem to be slim to none, because what we've seen and what we expect from the president to challenge that subpoena, at the very least, that would likely buy time, and the committee likely doesn't have that much time left in which to operate. It is scheduled to complete all of its work by the end of this calendar year.
Yeah, okay. Craig Patrick live for us. Thank you, Craig.
Break down a little bit more about what did happen. First off, we appreciate you being here with us.
Thank you so much, Josh. I appreciate you having me.
And I'd love to talk about the January 6th committee hearing in general, but first I want to talk a little bit about that subpoena for President Trump. Why do you think they did it during this meeting there, and is it likely that we will actually see him testify?
Josh, the whole point of having the committee ostensibly is to ensure that they're seeking justice in this matter and that they're affording due process to former President Trump. And so in terms of subpoenaing him now, they've had all of this evidence that they presented. Yesterday, they presented compelling evidence revealing new video of congressional leaders desperately seeking help from the Trump administration and the local National Guard as people stormed the Capitol building. And so most of the evidence is in now. So this affords the opportunity for former President Trump to give his side of the story. And it's important for two reasons, right? So it's important for the American people to have the opportunity to hear from President Trump directly, to hear about his actions before, during, and after January 6th. And it's important for them to understand what his motivations and actions truly meant. Now, in terms of him actually testifying, there are a number of presidents who have actually voluntarily testified before Congress. Hoover, Truman, and Ford are a few of them, but there's no Supreme Court precedent that says whether a former president should actually be compelled to testify before Congress.
And the other big thing that we did see come out of the hearing last night is that video that a lot of people hadn't seen involving Nancy Pelosi. What were your thoughts on that?
I thought it was extremely compelling to see Nancy Pelosi sitting with Senator Schumer, huddled and talking to the then Governor Northam of the state of Virginia and asking them for help, compelling them to send help, send the National Guard over to help them at the Capitol. In fact, you had the DC Metropolitan Police Department there, you had the Capitol Police Department there, you had the U.S. Secret Service there. And those were three law enforcement entities who were already in DC, and they could not contain this crowd. what was extremely compelling also, I think, was that the U.S. Secret Service handed over 1.5 million pages and documents of communications. And even though President Trump wanted to go over to the Capitol, he was told by his own Secret Service detail that it was not safe for him to go over there and that they did not have the resources to keep him protected. And that just shows you the gravity of the situation that was unfolding at the Capitol.
Anything during that hearing that actually surprised you? Anything you didn't expect?
I thought that what was very compelling was the amount of emotion and the dangerousness that came across through the video that was captured, unbeknownst to those who were being videotaped. And I think it's imperative for all the American people to see and watch these videos that were taken of what was actually going on, as opposed to just sort of a piece of what happened that day by any media or any news station. There are a number of videos out there that show what was happening to law enforcement officers, Capitol police officers who were actually attacked by these folks who were coming over to the Capitol. And that was extremely compelling to me, was to see this video that was not staged. This was actually raw footage of the violence that was taking place that day.
All right, so this has obviously been an ongoing situation. There have been several of these panel hearings that have been held. What do you think the future does hold for this committee?
I think that the committee is under the gun in terms of timing. You know, what's very compelling to note is that the midterm elections are right around the corner, and obviously the Democratic-controlled Congress, as well as the Senate, is in question and up for grabs. And so it's very imperative that this committee, comprised of 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans, come to a conclusion and issue their findings in a timely manner. And I hope that they'll be able to do that, because they must finish this investigation and issue comprehensive written findings.
And that's another big question is, do you believe that this whole committee, all the hearings, are going to have any kind of impact on the midterm elections themselves?
They could possibly have an impact, Josh. Certainly, they could possibly have an impact. Yesterday's hearing actually was a compilation of the strongest testimony and the strongest evidence right now that this committee has heard. In fact, if it is the last public hearing that this committee is going to hold, it was a closing argument of sorts. It was a summation of all of the evidence that was viewed and given against President Trump in a compelling number of hours yesterday, so that the American people can see whether the question that Liz Cheney asked should be answered in the affirmative or the negative. And that is whether a president who is willing to make the choices that he made during the January 6th events ever be trusted again by having authority over the American people and being a sitting president of the United States of America.
Do you think this is going to go on and there are going to be several more of these hearings? I know we kind of talked about what the future holds, but do you think this is going to be a longer process?
It could be a longer process. It will be interesting to see whether the president complies, the former president complies with the subpoena. And there are a number of avenues that he could take. He could choose to come in and testify. He could choose to ignore the subpoena. He could choose to appear before the committee and assert his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. Knowing President Trump, he does like an audience, and he clearly has intentions to run in 2024. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not he chooses to testify in front of the committee. I imagine he might not, but if he does, he will probably be invoking his Fifth Amendment right.
He did release a statement not too long ago this morning where he called it a witch hunt. Are you surprised to hear him say that?
I'm not surprised to hear former President Trump say that. I think that he's made very clear by his condemnation of this committee and the names that he's actually called this committee, despite 2 Republicans sitting on the committee, that he thinks that it is a joke and it's a fraud being perpetrated on the American people. So not at all surprised that he's saying that it's a witch hunt. But at the end of the day, Josh, he has the opportunity to testify. He has the opportunity to speak directly to the American people and explain his state of mind and his actions on January 6th and before then and after then. And so if he is willing to do so, he should take that opportunity to speak directly to the American people.
All right, Mina Malik, thank you so much for joining us. Anything else that you want to add about the January 6th hearings?
It'll be interesting to see what their findings are. I know that they've been working very, very hard, and they've had a number of hearings to date. And I know that there was some suggestion that they would recommend criminal charges to the Justice Department. Again, that's only a recommendation. The Justice Department does not have to do that, but it'll be interesting to see if they actually take that step to make a recommendation of criminal charges and whether President Trump will be prosecuted by the Justice Department.
All right, thank you so much for that great insight. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again in the coming weeks or so as we get closer and closer to the midterm elections there. Thank you again for being here.
The time is now 8:45 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll have more news and top stories when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. All eyes were on a stage in Georgia on Friday night as two candidates faced off in a crucial debate which could determine who controls the United States Senate. With less than a month to go to the midterm elections, both parties are fighting for every single vote. Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft brings us a recap and analysis of this crucial debate.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft. Thank you for watching. We have an exciting conversation coming up for you. One of the most highly watched elections is in Georgia, and a crucial Senate seat is up for grabs. Reverend Raphael Warnock, the Democratic incumbent, faced off against Republican Herschel Walker tonight. And so that was in Savannah, Georgia. This was their first and only debate. One of the moderators in that debate was Fox 5 Atlanta's Buck Lanford. We're also going to be joined by Fox 11 Los Angeles anchor and reporter and host of the issue is Alex Michelson as well for so much of this commentary and analysis. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being with us. First, we want to go out to Buck. We know you are just coming off what was a pretty raucous, pretty exciting debate there. How important is this race not only to the state of Georgia, but for the makeup of the Senate in general?
Well, I think it's hugely important because of that very point. Of course, it's huge in the state of Georgia, but experts, most people agree that this could very well be the seat that tips the balance in the Senate. So that made this debate even more important. And what made it maybe put a spotlight on it more than even that was this is the one and only debate that these two gentlemen are going to face off against each other before the election. And it's a lot of people, there was a lot of speculation this may or may not even happen. This is the debate that Herschel Walker agreed to do here in Savannah, Georgia. Reverend Warnock invited him, Senator Warnock invited him to do some other debates in Atlanta and surrounding areas. But this is the one he agreed to. This is the one and only. And what you see is what you get tonight.
Yeah, Buck, we want to go out now to Fox 11's Alex Michelson, who I believe was watching the debate as well. Alex, so many of these issues were front and center. What stuck out to you?
Well, first and foremost, of course, was the great job that Buck did as a moderator. I think that was issue number one. But I think that, one of the things that I think is going to be making news going out of this is their stances on abortion, which, of course, is an issue that Democrats are putting front and center in this race. All the controversy coming into this about whether or not Herschel Walker paid for an abortion himself. He once again denied that, actually tried to spin the issue and attack Raphael Warnock for not baptizing more black babies and tried to spin it in a very sort of Trumpy way of using his own weakness as a strength and an attack line. And I'm curious, Buck, what it was like for you, what stood out to you, and what it felt like in the room between two guys that have been going at each other so hard to finally be on the same stage.
Yeah, there's a lot of build-up to get to this point, and it was interesting because the room was pretty evenly divided between supporters of Senator Warnock and supporters of Herschel Walker, and there were just fewer than 200 people inside the room, viewers tonight for the debate that were in there live. But you think about Reverend Warnock is a pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church, the pulpit where Dr. Martin Luther King preached. Herschel Walker's a football hero in this state, so both gentlemen had a lot of supporters, and they had a lot of supporters in the room tonight. And at times, I say it did feel a little bit like a sporting event because there were a lot of cheers. And I think both men delivered some cheering lines, or lines that really got their base excited. One of the things that stuck out to me going into this was we just didn't know what to expect. We kind of knew what to expect from Senator Warnock. We've seen him debate before. We know he's a gifted public speaker, as a pastor. He's very comfortable in front of an audience. We weren't sure what to expect from Herschel Walker. We weren't sure that he was going to take his full 60 seconds or 30 seconds for rebuttals or follow-up questions. I was struck by how well prepared he was tonight. He seemed to have an answer for most everything, and he went on the attack a couple of times. You mentioned the abortion. That was certainly one of the big issues going into this. He has continued to deny the allegations when it comes to paying for an abortion for an ex-girlfriend. He absolutely has denied it, and he stood by that again tonight.
Yeah, Buck and Alex, in an interview with Fox News Digital with Herschel Walker in the run-up to this debate, he was offering what he thought and how it was going to go. He said, everyone has been telling me Warnock, is such a smooth talker. He's such an incredible speaker. So I reckon I'm not as smart as Warnock, but I'm looking forward to the debate because this country boy has got to show up and be prepared to go. I thought that was a pretty illuminating quote there. But Buck, to you, and Alex can chime in here as well, did you feel the sense that the abortion issue, the Daily Beast report, was kind of hanging over the entire debate hall, that everyone wanted a clearer answer on it?
I think so, but I think Mr. Walker was very clear in his answer. He absolutely denied, as he has all along. But you're absolutely right. That is certainly one of the issues that people wanted to hear about in this debate. And we didn't start the debate with that. We started the debate based on a poll on the issues that were most important to Georgians. And that was 3 or 4 on that list. So we didn't get to that. We kind of got warmed up with some other questions about the economy and some other things before we got to that abortion issue. But it was certainly the elephant in the room that people wanted to hear Walker once again, if he was going to, double down in his denial, which he did. And of course, it was an opportunity for Senator Warnock and we've seen in Georgia, we've seen a lot of, and really I think around the country, a lot of these ads they've been going after each other on the ads, and certainly the Warnock party's gone after the Walker party on this abortion issue. But once again, Herschel's denied it, and that's the bottom line for really, I think, was probably the hot button issue, at least going into this debate.
Yeah, and Alex, I guess the question is, will voters believe that?
Yeah, that is the question, or is that the issue that they are focused on? Of course, we have heard Republican commenters saying quite bluntly that they don't really care whether Herschel Walker paid for an abortion or not, that the seat itself is more important, that the abortion issue, they will get more progress with Herschel Walker voting for a Republican appointee to the Supreme Court potentially than they would with Raphael Warnock voting against that sort of person. So maybe that isn't issue number one. But I do think Buck makes an important point, though, about the expectation game, which is so important when it comes to debates, that Herschel Walker's expectations were like way, way, way down. Even himself adding to making those expectations down by saying, he's smarter than me, I'm just a country boy. That is a way that if Herschel Walker essentially puts a sentence together as a period, he comes off as, oh, okay, he's not that bad. And in some ways, that's a win for him. Remember, the fundamentals of this race in Georgia, which is a state which traditionally votes for Republicans, which probably is going to reelect Brian Kemp. The fundamentals of a state that is largely against Joe Biden is that Herschel Walker should win this race. He's been an especially weak candidate. Because of that, Raphael Warnock is in a position to potentially win this race. But if Herschel Walker can sort of even this thing up and it becomes okay, he's not that bad, he's got a chance to win the seat. And in reality, because of that, Republicans have a chance to win control of the Senate.
Yeah, and Alex, to your point, according to a source close to the Walker campaign who told Fox News, he said that the GOP nominee's mission in the debate is just to show he's a senator. That's all he's got to do. The source argued that, like you were saying, Alex, the expectations, quote, are real high for Senator Warnock. Okay, we've been talking about the abortion exchange on that issue. Let's just watch that from the debate just moments ago.
We are witnessing right now what happens when politicians, most of them men, pile into patients' rooms. You get what you're seeing right now. And the women of Georgia deserves a senator who will stand with them. I trust women more than I trust politicians.
May I respond?
Very quickly, Mr. Walker.
It is, and I heard about him there. I heard he's a neat talker. But did he not mention that there was a baby in that room as well? And also, did he not mention that he asking the taxpayer to pay for it? So he's bringing the government back into the room. So he's not talking about that. So when he mentioned that, it's like I've not seen too many pastors that would say that statement.
Okay, so a pretty illuminating kind of exchange there. And I'm just struck by the fact that, back in 2020, Buck and Alex, this was the state which guaranteed, and it was not guaranteed going into those January runoff elections in early 2020, that Democrats would control the Senate. And they're in the same position now. It's all hinging, really, you could say, on Georgia, yes, Pennsylvania, Nevada, yes, but Georgia is this sweet spot.
Yeah, I think you could certainly make that case, and I think most people around the country do, and I think that's why so many eyes were on this debate tonight, and I think that's why Savannah is kind of the center, a small coastal Georgia town in southeast Georgia is the center of the political universe tonight. It was a great venue and a great night, and it'll be interesting to see the feedback over the next few days of how this thing, the post game, as it were. We talked about the bar and where it was for Herschel Walker. I think a lot of people thought if he just came in, as you guys kind of mentioned, and just kind of held his own to an extent, that it would be a win for him. I think he did more than that tonight, and I think that may or may not have surprised the Warnock campaign a little bit. But I think Georgia voters are very well aware, and there's been a lot of money spent in this state by both campaigns, but certainly by the Warnock campaign, because I think he realizes that going up against a local legend or Heisman Trophy winner, a football star at the flagship university in this state, was an uphill battle because of just the sheer popularity of Herschel Walker, the human being.
Yeah.
Well, and it's interesting also that Herschel Walker, or I should say Raphael Warnock, made a strategic decision not to prosecute the case against Herschel Walker when it comes to a lot of his personal drama. a lot of the allegations that have been made against him by his son, for example, or his ex-wife, or the mother of his child who is claiming that she had an abortion that he paid for. He didn't get into the weeds of all of that stuff. Clearly that was a strategic decision, and I wonder going forward if they will think that that was a good decision or a bad decision. And also it was a struggle for Warnock a little bit to separate himself from Joe Biden. Clearly, Herschel Walker's #1 line was he votes with Joe Biden 96% of the time. And if that's something that Georgia voters are thinking about in a state where President Biden is largely unpopular, that's a pretty devastating thing to deal with. And there wasn't a great reality to that. That being said, Warnock had a lot of moments when he put Herschel Walker on the defensive when it came to actual specific policy issues like what are you going to do about inflation, or what are you going to do to help people when it comes to insulin, or a lot of the actual job of being a senator. And Walker didn't have a lot of specifics there. He did sort of rely on a lot of the right-wing talking points that you often hear on cable news.
Okay, Buck and Alex, there was also this moment in the debate where Herschel Walker held up to what, Buck and the other moderator were saying is a prop. Apparently that was not really allowed by the rules of the debate that were agreed upon. Let's just watch that exchange as well.
To hear Senator Warnock talks about supporting law enforcement is sad because he's called them names. And because of the name calling he's done, the morale is down, recruitment is down, only because of what he's done. He's empowered criminals to think they're better than the police.
We will see time and time again tonight, as we've already seen, that my opponent has a problem with the truth. And just because he said something doesn't mean it's true. One thing I have not done, I've never pretended to be a police officer, and I've never threatened a shootout with the police.
Well, and now I have to respond to that.
We are moving on,
I
gentlemen.
have to respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am with many police officers, and at the same time,
Mr. Walker, excuse me, Mr. Walker, please, out of respect, I need to let you know, Mr. Walker, you are very well aware of the rules tonight.
Yes.
And you have a prop.
Yes.
That is not allowed, sir.
Okay, Buck, Alex, throughout the duration of this campaign, Herschel Walker has come under fire for, points in his resume and in his background that may not pass the smell test there. And there they were going after his bona fides. So is he or is he not? Was he ever a police officer, Buck?
Because, and the word prop is an unfortunate usage there, because part of the rules of the debate were you are not allowed to have any props other than the pen, the notepad, and the water that you had. So we considered going into this debate anything you pulled out of your pocket a quote-unquote prop. I think when Tina delivered that line to him about a prop, I think he thought she meant that it's a fake badge, a prop badge. So I think there was a little confusion on that. But because he did violate the rules of the debate, I think it got his point across. But I'm not sure what his point was because we couldn't elaborate on that because he did violate the rules. So what I could see from my vantage point was what you might see, a badge. I don't know the significance of it. I don't know how he received it. I don't know if it's a ceremonial thing. We didn't get any farther with that because of the violation of the rules. But it does show that Senator Warnock was ready to pounce on that point, but Mr. Walker was ready to respond.
And it also was amazing the strength of Tina, your co-moderator, and I would never want to cross her. That was my big takeaway from this debate. I don't know if you ever did, Buck, in the process of preparing where you got on her bad side, but clearly that is not a place you want to be.
Now, me and Tina, we are buddies, and we're going to keep it that way. But no, we rehearsed so much, we practiced so much, we prepared so much for this. We had, stand-ins leading up to the debate. We basically faced every type of situation that could have possibly arisen tonight during the debate, or certainly anything that, within reason that you could anticipate. And we had situations like that in rehearsals where something like that might happen. So she was prepared for it, and she did a good job. It's like, she's shutting it down. We're not going to deal with that tonight, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, you know, Buck, some of the other questions centered around as well some of the criticism that Reverend Raphael Warnock has engendered when it comes to his work as pastor there at Ebenezer Baptist Church, his relationship with his ex-wife. He was very candid about, you know, his divorce and some of the allegations stemming from that. Do you think he answered those questions clearly enough, kind of clearing the record there?
I think he handled the situation, the personal situation with his child support about as well. You know, that's a sensitive topic. You're certainly talking about someone's marriage and their children, and I think whenever you deal with that, that's just a tough topic to deal with. So I thought he did a decent job answering that question. The question in regards to the lawsuits against his church for the property that they own in Atlanta, a property that's mostly houses, you know, underprivileged people. I don't feel like he really answered that question. I feel like he knew it was probably going to be asked because this is something that kind of broke in the news this week. But I don't feel like he really answered the question at all. I felt like he just tried to talk his way through it and move on to the next topic. In fact, when Mr. Walker offered to, I fully anticipated, because of how the things have gone leading up to this, for Mr. Walker to offer and perhaps pull out his checkbook and try to write a check for the $4,000 that's owed for back rent for some of these people that are being evicted, at least according to those lawsuits. And Mr. Walker did mention that, but Senator Warnock was ready for that as well. But as far as did he answer the question, no, I don't think so. But these are also lawsuits, and sometimes that's a touchy subject to be able to talk about. So I guess I'll have to cut him a little bit of slack when it comes to that.
Yeah, Alex, he didn't really answer the question. You had posed a yes or no question, and he was kind of artful about it, and maybe that's to what Buck was saying, that, you know, there might be some legal implications in the future, and he didn't want to answer that yes or no question. Buck, if you could provide maybe in the course of this campaign season, how often have they put themselves in front of the voters, both Warnock and Walker? Because today we did get some voter questions, including about crime, including about student debt. Do you think they were, you know, well prepared for some of those voter questions? They're going to be having to talk to a lot of voters if they win.
I think they were prepared. You know, it's hard to say. What I've mainly seen from these two guys, at least I live in Atlanta, so I live in the capital city of Georgia. I think they've traveled more around the state outside of Atlanta and done more of the grassroots things than they have in the city of Atlanta proper. So I haven't come across many of their things, many of their, you know, out and about speaking with people in the public in the city of Atlanta as much as they have maybe in different parts of the state.
Alex,
Certainly their ads, though, have been running nonstop all over the state.
Alex, you are all over, really, Southern California on a lot of those campaign events. But how important is that, especially for candidates, to get that face time with the voters, like what we saw in the debate today?
I mean, it's hugely important because you get a sense of where people are, not only getting a chance to mix it up with voters, but getting a chance to mix it up with reporters, too. Sort of a general rule for politicians is the more, just like anything else, the more practice you get, the better at something you get. And sometimes I think a lot of politicians, including perhaps our president and vice president, are not well served by a strategy of not doing a lot of interviews or not answering a lot of questions. Because when that is your strategy and you screw up, when you do answer something because you're rusty, it lingers for a while. But if you are somebody who answers a lot of questions all the time, it's like on to the next one. You kind of forget about what went wrong and you kind of keep moving. And in that case, if you're doing town halls all the time and you're used to getting your questions down and getting your answers down, when you have an event like a debate, you're kind of automatic because you've already been there and done that and you're used to it. Yeah. So there is a lot of advantage, I think, for mixing it up. Herschel Walker, and Buck would obviously know this better than I would, but has not seemed to have mixed it up as much, certainly with reporters, especially recently, which is why there were so many questions about what he would be like during tonight's debate. Probably getting a lot of positive reviews, but still there is something to be said for that. And maybe on some of those questions, especially some of the policy questions, he may have been even sharper if he would have had a little more of that experience of going through that more day to day.
Yeah. Just lastly, we have one more part in the debate we want to show the viewers, because this has been a question that has really been front and center and predominated both on the Republican and Democratic side. Democratically, specifically, you know, and this is from candidates themselves, they're getting asked this question, whether or not Joe Biden should run again in 2024. Republicans are getting the question whether or not Donald Trump should run again in 2024. Do they need new blood? Are they too old to be in this elected office? Let's watch this exchange.
Yes or no here. You will have a chance to explain, but I'd like a simple yes or no. Would you support President Biden running for a second term in 2024?
I've not spent a minute thinking about what politicians should run for what in 2024.
Mr. Walker, former President Trump is also considering a run for the White House in 2024. If you can give me a simple yes or no answer, and we'll give you time to explain as well. Would you support a Trump 2024 run?
Yes, I would. And let me tell you, President Trump is my friend.
Okay, so Alex and Buck, I was struck by the fact because there are some prominent Democrats who are running, like Tim Ryan just this week in a debate, who said, and he's been outspoken, that, you know, President Biden should not run. Warnock not really taking the bait there. Buck.
Yeah, and we tried to hold him down to a yes-no answer. He obviously didn't do that. He said he hasn't spent a minute thinking about that. So I followed up with a question. We'd like for you to spend a minute thinking about it right now. And can you tell, you know, because Joe Biden's going to be 82 years old in 2024. Are you concerned about his mental and his physical health? And once again, he would not say that he is going endorses a presidential run by Joe Biden in 2024. So I think he leaves people, viewers, Georgia voters, to read between the lines on that. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
Mr. Walker 100% backs a Trump run.
Right.
I was out with President Biden yesterday, who's been in Southern California the last couple days, and in person, he does look older. And not only 82 years old in 2024, but if he were to serve out the next term, he would be 86 years old at the end of his term. As David Axelrod said recently, that's closer to 90 than it is to 80. And if you look at the polling of the Democratic Party, most Democrats like Joe Biden, but don't want him to run. Meanwhile, if you look at polling of Republicans, they're much more favorable of Donald Trump. So both of them sort of articulated probably the smart political answers based off of where their parties are right now, that Republicans are more excited about the idea of Trump running, Democrats less excited about Biden running. Ultimately, though, this election is not about Joe Biden or about Donald Trump. It's about Raphael Warnock and about Herschel Walker. And that election itself is so important. That is the interesting part of these Senate races, not only in Georgia, but in Ohio, like you mentioned, in Nevada and Arizona and Pennsylvania. It's a lot harder in a statewide election to have it all just be about the party. The candidates really matter. Obviously, you can't gerrymander a state, so the whole state is voting, and in these states that are more purple, who the candidate is and what they articulate is so important, which is why an event like tonight and the great job that Buck did in making this happen is so important to hear directly from the candidates, and it's why these debates, you know, can sway those few undecided voters in these final days.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Alex and Buck, the undecided.
You kind of say that.
Go ahead, Buck.
I was just going to follow up with his point. So when the abortion allegations in the Daily Beast broke, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, the numbers in the polling going into this had been very close, within the margin of error, flip-flopping back and forth, but Walker had a slight lead before that report came out. That changed when that report came out. Senator Warnock took a lead, still within the margin of error, but a clear lead in this race. What will be interesting to me now will be to see what happens with that polling after tonight's debate.
Yes, that'll be so interesting. Also, some of the undecideds, the independents, how will they go? Will there be, you know, split tickets when voters go to the ballot box as well? Alex Michelson, Buck Lamford, we appreciate your time and your insight into all of this. And the road to the election is just, 3 weeks away. It's going to be exciting. We'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Just 2 weeks away. The time is now 9:14 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll have more news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:17. Let's go ahead and take a look back as Vice President Kamala Harris delivers a few remarks from Michigan. This took place on Saturday.
Usually some of the most generous people you've ever met. The most generous people you've ever met. Empathetic. And believe and know that the measure of their strength is based on who they lift up. And that is true of you, the young leaders who are here. I know about what you've been doing. During the pandemic, you sewed masks and delivered groceries to your neighbors. You took to the streets to march and to rally and to bring attention to the issues of our time. You are leaders in the classroom, on athletic fields, in places of worship, and in so many other places in the community. And now, for the first time, many of you can access the single most powerful tool you can have to lead and care for your community, and that is you can register to vote. So I just met a young leader here today, Dayton Page. Dayton, where are you? There you are. And Dayton is a senior at University High School Academy. And he is the captain of the tennis team. And he is a volunteer nursing aide at Beaumont Hospital. And now, a registered voter. Because as he put it, in his words, he said, basically in this moment, quote, people need to listen to our voice and our opinions. And you are right. He is right. And you know, that is what happened in 2020, when young voters registered in record numbers. Here in Michigan, we saw a double-digit increase in youth turnout. Young voters made their voices heard, and it made a difference. And so I'm here to thank you and to recognize that and to share with you that we need you to do the same thing again. I'll tell you why. As your vice president, I have met with so many young leaders around our nation. So many of you faced challenges during the pandemic, and in particular, one of the issues you are rightly demanding we address are the challenges related to mental health. Because what you are telling us is, look, this is something we need to address, understanding that one of the failures of our healthcare system that we need to fix is in the healthcare system we seem to have decided that the body just starts from the neck down, but what about healthcare from the neck up? You have said to us, there should not be disparities based on the wealth or the tax base of a community that determines which schools have a counselor and which students have access to mental health care. You have said that to us. And that every school and every student should have access to the care they need, which is why we heard you and we invested $300 million to help schools hire more psychologists and counselors and other mental health professionals to ensure that you get the support that you deserve and need. After you graduate, you and your peers should be able to go to college without going broke. So, our administration has increased Pell Grants by $400 per student per year, which is the largest increase in more than a decade. And we are still on the path to do better. It is our full intention to double Pell Grants by the end of this decade. We also need to support the institutions and the educational institutions that train you to lead by investing in you and those schools. I know that some of you will attend an HBCU next fall. As a proud graduate of Howard University, I am proud to tell you we have invested an historic $5.8 billion, that's with a B, in our HBCUs. To ensure they will remain centers of academic excellence. You, the young leaders of America, are also counting on us, and not only counting on us, demanding of us rightly that our country treat the climate crisis as the crisis it is. So we made the largest investment in protecting our planet in history, and because we know that for generations, low-income communities, communities of color, have borne the brunt of toxic air and water pollution, our approach is grounded in environmental justice and equity in places like Flint, Michigan. As we intend to remove every lead pipe in our nation. Because your leadership on this issue is what is going to accelerate us to meet the moment. It is your voices as young leaders that have been part of the conscience for this planet on what we need to do with a sense of urgency. It is you who are reminding the folks who can vote, the folks who are in charge, that it is you who will pay the consequence if we don't act. And I encourage you to keep it up and make those demands, and don't hear no, it can't be done, because we can address this issue and be smart, but we must be swift. And we are also dealing with the fact that when we deal with extreme crises in terms of the climate crisis, when we are dealing with this issue, it should not just be the government coming in and telling communities what they need. We must lead with an understanding that the communities must be the ones telling us what they need. And I will tell you, for the young leaders who are here, I'm counting on you to be part of that leadership around what your specific community will require in terms of mitigation, adaptation, what we need to do to invest in clean economies, what we need to do to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Because it has to be the community that leads it, not government leaders. So we have made real progress. We have made real progress as a nation, but there is so much more work to be done. And I have seen that as I have traveled across our nation and across the world as your vice president. Basic rights and freedoms hang in the balance right now. And one of those is the right of every student and every citizen in our country to live free from the fear and terror of gun violence. And while this violence touches all communities, it does not do so equally. We have to speak truth about that. Black Americans are 13% of our nation's population and 62% of homicide victims of gun violence. On average, 11 Latino people in our nation die from gun violence every day. You and students across our nation know the trauma and the toll that gun violence takes. For you all to have to worry about any of that while you're sitting in a classroom or just walking home from school. But here's the thing. You again, as young leaders, have been leading this issue, demanding that we act, and I have met young leaders across our country who on this topic are organizing and activating, who have demanded bold action to save lives. And that is why we've done the work of expanding background checks for gun purchases for people under 21 years old. But we need to do more. We need to do more, including renewing the assault weapons ban. They are weapons of war and have no place on the streets of a civilized society. And there is more urgent work we must do. So, you all, as young leaders, have just witnessed the first time the highest court in our land just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. But you all are clear. Women should be able to make decisions about their own bodies and not have their government tell them what they're supposed to do. You all are reminding us of the principles upon which our country was founded, including the importance of freedom and liberty. Because here's the thing on that issue. One does not have to abandon their faith or their deeply held beliefs to agree that the government should not be telling her what to do with her body.
The time is now 9:30 a.m. We are taking a look back as Vice President Kamala Harris speaks on voter education from Michigan. This announcement took place on Saturday. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more live events when we return.
is the map of the downtown area. Exhibit 15 is the what we have termed the victim map, or the parade victim map. That's a hard copy of that as well, and then I have a third one that I'll be introducing later today or tomorrow. But we just wanted to clear up on 15 that all of the information on that map has now been testified to, Your Honor.
I did admit it subject to the full foundation. Any position on that, sir?
To it being admitted?
Yes, fully received. I had received it subject to foundation, and the state's set forth its position. Do you have any position on that?
Yeah, I object to it. I don't see the relevancy.
All right, your objection is noted, and Exhibit 15 is received. I believe I told the jury it was received subject to that foundation, but I will advise them that it's been received by the court when they come out today.
All right, and then one other housekeeping matter. Last week, I believe it may have even been on Thursday, we had a discussion with Mr. Brooks outside the presence of the jury in which several broad topics were discussed. One of them was Mr. Brooks had indicated he did not have a pretrial offer from the state. We would ask the record to reflect that afternoon we did provide him again with a written copy of our pretrial offer, and that was placed with his materials on the table. I just wanted that in the record, please.
I object to that. I don't. If it was with my paperwork, I haven't seen it.
It was specifically one of the papers, sir, that you left in the bullpen area that on the next morning, on Friday morning, I made a record of providing back to you. So it was provided to you twice.
Well, I haven't seen it.
You want to put the offer on the record, Attorney Opera?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
So what's the significance of it being on the record? If
So that you are fully aware of it, sir. It was provided to you, but you're indicating you haven't read it, so I want them to make a record of it. The significance would be, I suppose, if at any point you wanted to change your plea, you could do that based upon the pretrial offer.
Well, in any event, I accept for value and return for value that document whenever I see it.
Attorney Opera, go ahead.
Sorry, it's just taking me a second to retrieve it here, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this would be a perfect time to address the subject matter jurisdiction that has yet to be proven on the record and must be proven
Brooks,
by the prosecution.
we are not going to address that. I issued a written decision last week. If you disagree with that, then you can take that up to a higher court. But I issued a written decision. I'm not addressing that any further.
It has yet to be proven on record.
Mr. Brooks, my written decision is the decision of this court.
Has it been proven?
Go ahead.
Has it been proven on record that you have subject matter jurisdiction? Because it has yet to be proven.
Mr. Brooks, your position is simply not correct as a matter of law. I explained that.
Then prove it
and
lawfully
I issued
by
the
law.
decision. You might be confusing subject matter jurisdiction with venue, which is why I commented on that last week.
Absolutely
and
not.
There has been evidence received regarding venue. So I'm going to turn back to Attorney Opper. She's going to make a record of the pretrial offer. I'd ask that you not interrupt. Thank you.
Your Honor, the offer that was dated July 5 of 2022 reads as follows. Plead to counts 1 through 67 in the information. The penalty enhancers on all counts will be struck. Counts 68 to 83 will be dismissed and read in. The state will recommend 6 consecutive life sentences on counts 1 through 6. The state will recommend unspecified prison on all other counts. The defense is free to argue. This pretrial offer was conveyed to his prior counsel on or about the July 5th date, and there in fact had been a earlier offer as well that had been relayed prior to the preliminary hearing or the filing of the information back in January of 2022 that had also been conveyed to his defense counsel at the time.
All right, thank you.
So why haven't I been informed of that?
All right, Mr. Brooks, that is not a topic we are going to take up any further. I just wanted the record to reflect that that offer was conveyed to you.
It wasn't conveyed to me, Your Honor. This is the first time I'm hearing of it. So if it was conveyed to my former
It's
counsel,
not something I'm going to. It's not something I'm going to further address, sir, unless you indicate to me that you would like to take advantage of the pretrial offer by changing your pleas to either guilty or no contest to counts 1 through 67 and submit the appropriate paperwork. I'm guessing that's not what you want to do. So unless that paperwork were to be filed, then I'm going to continue with this trial as if you are exercising your right to a trial in this matter.
and in all respect, Your Honor, I don't think it's fair that you should assume what I want to do or not, or what I don't want to do.
I just need to make a record that that paperwork was provided, sir. We'll continue with the testimony today. I'm not going to take up subject matter jurisdiction. I've issued a written decision. Is there any other preliminary topic from either party?
Is that decision verified proof that subject matter jurisdiction exists? Because it has yet to be proven on the record.
All right, your objection is noted. Please bring the jury out.
Your Honor, is that the answer?
Mr. Brooks, I issued a written decision. That's your answer.
And what's that? And what does the written decision entail?
So that was provided to you last week. I'm not going to
I accept for value in return for value the document that I have not seen. What does it entail, Your Honor?
Sir, you were provided with a written copy. I'm not going to read it into the record at this point. It is part of the record. It's a final order.
If it's part of the record, why can't it be read into the record right now?
It doesn't need to be read into the record, sir.
Is it verified proof of? Is it verified proof of subject matter?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not answering that because it's not something that needs to be verified.
It has to be verified by the prosecution. Or is that a tacit agreement that you don't have to answer that question or verify proof of subject matter jurisdiction?
Sir, I have no such agreement with you, tacit or otherwise. So that's not how this operates. Again, just
so
because
would
you
it be
believe
proven?
the law requires, that doesn't make it true. All right, the jury's
Show me
coming out.
lawfully
All
law.
rise for the jury, please.
Show me by lawfully law that you have subject matter jurisdiction, because it hasn't been proven on the record. It has yet to be proven for the record. Let the record reflect that.
The record will not reflect that, and the jury will disregard the comments currently being made.
The record
just
should
made by
reflect that.
Mr. Brooks.
You have to put it on the record. Otherwise, that'd be tampering with the record. So at 8:40.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Please be seated.
Tacit agreement at 8:40.
All right. Please disregard the most recent comment by
Tacit
Mr.
agreement
Brooks.
at
It's not
8:40.
evidence in this proceeding. All right. The statement call its next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Sean Backler.
No subject matter jurisdiction.
Jury will disregard that last statement by Mr. Brooks.
Has to be on the record.
Good morning, sir. Please make your way to the witness stand, which is all the way up by me, to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in. There is one riser, so just be mindful of that.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Sean Backler, S-E-A-N, last name B-A-C-K-L-E-R.
All right, go ahead. Your witness. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Backler.
Hi.
Sir, on November 21 of 2021, where did you live?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
409 Central Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Okay, if you could just keep your voice up a little bit, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's maybe better if you scoot a little closer to the microphone. Okay, 409 Central Avenue, and that's in the city of Waukesha?
Correct.
Okay. Around the time of 4:49 p.m. on that afternoon of November 21, where were you?
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
I was outside working around the yard, had my garage open.
Okay. Were you aware that the annual Christmas parade was going on that afternoon?
I was aware of it, yes.
Did you attend the parade, sir?
No, I did not.
Relevancy.
Okay.
Overruled.
Around 4:49 p.m., what happened, sir?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
I heard some noise around on the east side of my garage, and I went to see what was going on, and I found the defendant on the side of my garage. I asked him, what in the effing hell is he doing?
Okay, so let's slow down a little bit. You heard a noise and you went to explore it, correct?
Correct.
And you saw a person there,
Yes, I did.
and you questioned that person for being there. Is that right?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Foundational, Your Honor.
This is overruled. You can answer. I'm not sure if you did or not.
I asked him what he was doing there.
Okay. And maybe you were cursing at him? Is that what you're suggesting?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled.
I think I dropped an F-bomb on him.
Why?
He's trespassing.
Okay. The person that you...
There was an objection, but it's overruled.
The person that you saw, can you give us a description of that person, please?
When I called it in on the non-emergency line at the Waukesha Police Department, I described him at about 5'8", probably weighed about 150 pounds. He was either black, mixed, or Latino male, wearing a red shirt, jeans, long hair, beard, and I think he was missing his shoes.
Okay. You said red top?
Red shirt.
Objection. Leading the witness.
Red shirt. What kind of shirt?
Overruled, and his answer may stand.
He was wearing a red tee.
If there is an objection, please just wait until I rule on it first by saying either overruled or sustained, and I'll let you know if you can answer the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I believe it was a red T-shirt.
Okay. To your way of thinking, was he dressed appropriately for the weather?
Objection. Leading the witness.
Overruled. You may answer.
Relevancy. Objection.
Overruled.
Immediately, it just seemed off because he was wearing a T-shirt. If I remember correctly, he was not wearing shoes. It was very cold out. He was sweating. His eyes were huge, and he was just acting. When he came out from the garage, he was asking if I could call him an Uber.
Okay. So you spoke with him a little bit?
Objection. Leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Very shortly.
I have to ask him
She
a
needs to
question.
rephrase her question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Did you speak with him?
A little bit.
Okay. What do you remember him saying?
He kept asking if I could call him an Uber, and then he said I need to get home.
Did you agree to call an Uber for him?
No, I said he needed to leave my yard.
Okay. And did he comply with that?
Yeah, he did. He just kept asking if I could call him an Uber, if he could use my phone, and I said, you just need to leave. And
The person that you're describing for us, sir, do you see him present in the courtroom here?
he's sitting over there with the mask on and in the suit.
Okay, I'm going to ask the defendant be instructed to remove the mask.
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask.
And if he would look at the witness, please, Your Honor, with his head down, it's not to assist.
Right, Mr. Brooks, please look up and look at the witness. Look at the witness, please. Thank you.
Is that the man that you're describing that was in your backyard that you spoke to?
Objection.
Yes.
Leading.
Overruled.
I want to show you a photograph. It's going to come up on that screen there next to you, okay? Just let me know when it's up. The system takes a minute to warm up, especially first thing in the morning. Is it up?
Yep, it is.
Okay. Do you see this photograph, sir?
Objection.
And
Overruled.
Yes.
I'd like you, is there a person shown in the photograph?
It's the
Objection.
defendant.
Leading.
Overruled, it's not leading, you may answer.
It's the defendant.
Is this consistent with his appearance when he presented himself to you on your driveway that evening, or backyard garage area?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
It is consistent.
Okay. Move to admit and permission to publish 171, Your Honor.
Objection. Relevancy.
Your objection is overruled. Exhibit 171 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The jurors will also let us know when the image is projected in the jury box.
And sir, it's a little hard to tell in the photograph, but was the t-shirt he was wearing a short sleeve or long sleeve, if you remember?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
It was a short sleeve shirt.
Okay. Ultimately, did he leave your property?
Objection. Accident. Answer.
Overruled, you may answer.
When he was leaving, he was kind of taking his time, and then I told him he needs to leave again, and started walking towards him as he was leaving, and he lifted his shirt up and said he was unarmed.
Okay. Had you asked him about any weapons?
I had
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
I had not asked.
When he left your property, did you see which direction he headed?
He was going northwest.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right, sir. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do, and I object to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to Officer Probst?
I don't know his name, but I've talked to an officer.
And you did talk to an officer that night?
I talked to an officer on the phone. I did not talk to an officer that night. I mean, on the phone I did, but not in person.
So it was a conversation on the non-emergency line. Would that be fair to say?
It was on the non-emergency line. I actually confirmed it after I called to make sure I was on the non-emergency line.
Do you recall the description that you gave at that time?
I do. Well, my best of my knowledge was that you were either black, Latino,
Who's you?
Or mixed.
Who's you?
Hold on, you have to let him answer the question first before you interrupt him with another one. Go ahead with the description you provided that night.
I said that the individual was either black, mixed, or Latino.
So it would be fair to say you didn't know at the time?
I was giving a general description.
So it would be fair to say that you weren't sure?
I was positive that... I was positive it was you.
Who is you?
You. I'm looking at you.
And how did you come to that conclusion, the you conclusion?
I'm looking at you.
How did you come to that conclusion? Did you?
What conclusion? Can you restate the question?
You're saying that you gave a description on the non-emergency phone line, correct?
It was on a non-emergency line.
So it would be fair to say at that time you had no name or knowledge of who the person was in your backyard. Would that be fair to say?
I had no idea who you were.
And so how can you say how can you say you then if you had no idea?
I'm looking at you. You were the guy.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
You and I were standing in the same yard looking at each other.
So is it possible you saw something on the news?
No, I had no idea who you were.
Interesting. Do you recall giving a description of approximately 5'9" and 160 pounds?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, or would that be accurate?
I didn't have a tape measure out. It was just a guesstimate.
Would it be fair to say that since you keep identifying me as you, would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9" nor 160 pounds?
You have your shoes on or off right now?
Would it be fair to say that I'm not 5'9", 160 pounds?
If you take your shoes off and step out of them, they could have a better.
I'm not going to have them do that, but if you're able to answer the question, do you agree?
I'd have to be standing next to him. That's what I made my judgment from. We were about 2 feet from each other.
Does it look like I'm 5'9"?
I don't know. We were a lot closer.
Does it look like I'm 160 pounds?
Objection.
Grounds.
It's irrelevant as to his appearance today, just like his hair isn't in dreadlocks today.
Sustained.
Objection.
Next question.
Grounds for the sustain.
Next question, please.
You also said that, well, the narrative in the report said that the individual was later identified. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that'd be fair to say.
And so would it also be fair to say that because the individual was identified later, that's how you came to the conclusion of who it may have been in your yard?
Objection, I think that's
Grounds.
a statement, Your Honor. He's, again, reading a police report.
That's a question.
Not authored by this witness. It's beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge.
It's actually the report that he
Mr.
gave.
Brooks, I've heard enough. If the objection is sustained, you may rephrase your question.
Did you follow the investigation after you had given the report on the non-emergency line?
It's kind of hard not to see it on TV. Can I clarify something? Or?
There's not a question just
Oh,
yet,
okay.
so
All right.
the state will have an opportunity to redirect if they deem it appropriate.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you made reference to it was kind of hard not to see it on the news. Would that be fair to say?
It was all over the news.
And would it be fair to say that from those news reports you gained additional information that you didn't have that night?
Actually, what I did is went into work the next morning and pulled up the police report on the internet, and there you were in a mugshot. And I'm like, that's the guy.
So you got a further description from a mugshot?
No, I didn't get a further description. At the time, I didn't care who you were when you were in my yard. I didn't know who you were, what you had done, where you had been, any of that stuff.
So
all I'm saying is you were trespassing in my yard at that time. And that's all I can say. Other than that, that's all I can confirm. I don't know what you did. I don't know where you were. I don't know any of the other stuff. All I know is you were the guy in my yard.
The guy that you said was 5'9", 160 pounds.
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, you don't have to answer that.
And what prompted you to read or pull up the police report?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds. He said it. He brought it out there.
Overruled, he may answer.
I was curious of actually who you were. And if you were the person that actually had done the atrocities that were on television.
And what prompted the curiosity?
A stranger was in my yard, unannounced, trespassing, asked him to leave. And they ended up catching somebody for doing something very bad, and I was wondering if that was the individual that had cut through my yard.
So it'd be fair to say at the time you wasn't privy to that knowledge yet. Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
At the time you pulled up the police report, as you say, you had no knowledge of the identity of the individual.
I didn't know that you were going to be the person that had done that.
You keep referring to the you.
You. I'm looking into your eyes right now. You're the guy I'm talking about when I refer to you.
And the record should reflect that the witness used his right hand and index finger to point directly at the defendant. Next question, please.
So you just made reference to looking the you in the eyes, but you would need...
What would you prefer I call you?
You would need...
Because you're not going by Darrell Brooks.
You would need me to step out of my shoes to tell my height and weight, right?
Well, I'd have to also stand 2 feet from you.
Hold on, please. Mr. Brooks, you're directed under 90611 to ask a question and not argue with the witness.
That
Thank
was
you.
a question.
It was argumentative. Please rephrase your question, and then the witness is instructed to wait until a question is asked. And if there's any objection, then I rule on it first. Go ahead, next question.
It sounds like he didn't want to argue.
Jury will disregard that last comment. Mr. Brooks, you're not testifying right now. You'll have an opportunity if you choose to do that later. Please ask a question.
Yeah, I'm going to get to it. Any reason why you didn't give a written statement to law enforcement?
Objection, argumentative, irrelevant.
How's it argumentative?
Sustained. As to the form of the question. Next question, please.
Did you at any time give a written statement to law enforcement?
I don't believe so.
Any reason why not?
Objection.
Grounds?
Argumentative and irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain?
Mr. Brooks, please ask your next question.
Grounds for the sustain? You said you pulled up the police report at work the next day, right?
No, I pulled up your mugshot.
Well, you did say police report. Would that be fair to say?
You can answer that.
I just pulled up a mugshot.
You don't recall saying that you pulled up the police report specifically?
I specifically wanted to pull up the picture of the person that had committed those atrocities to see if that was the person that had cut through my yard, which confirmed it was.
And did you pull up the complaint?
No.
Have you ever seen the complaint?
I don't believe I have.
Have you yourself filed a complaint?
Nope.
Any reason why not?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant.
Sustained.
Argumentative.
As to the form of the question and on relevance. Next question.
Do you recall who subpoenaed you to testify here today?
It's on the subpoena.
You don't recall?
I'd have to have the subpoena with me to read the name.
Do you recall if it was the district attorney's office?
It was.
Do you recall about how long ago you received the subpoena?
You can answer that.
A month or two ago, a couple months ago. I got a subpoena, so that's all I know, and I had to show up at a certain time.
So you knew it was a possibility that you would be called to testify?
I had no expectation of the subpoena until I went to the DA's office.
So you went to the DA's office?
They want to know. They ask. They want to see if you're worth having as a witness, or if you actually had any information that was pertinent to the case.
And so would it be fair to say that you felt that you did?
I didn't know.
Grounds?
I'll sustain as to the form of the question that strike the last response. Please rephrase.
Did you feel that you had information that would be relevant to the matter?
That's an irrelevant question,
Grounds.
Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
Ask your next question, please.
When you went to the district attorney's office, do you recall whom you spoke with?
There was 3 or 4 people there. I don't recall their names. I recall their faces.
You said you do recall the names, not the faces?
No, I recall their faces, not their names.
Do you see any of those district attorneys in court here today?
I see one district attorney and one officer was in the room.
And for the record and for the jury, can you identify whom you're referring to?
I'd have to point.
I'll
Her,
stipulate,
yep.
Your Honor, I met with
And
Mr. Backler.
this officer here, sitting behind them.
All right, so the
Yes,
witness has
Detective.
pointed to District Attorney Sue Opper and Detective Casey.
And that was around the time you first received the subpoena?
It was the time that the subpoena told me to show up.
Do you recall ever you recall ever being told about the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
vague.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague, beyond the
Grounds.
scope of the witness's knowledge, legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did Attorney Opper ever tell you who the plaintiff was in this matter?
The subpoena told me who the plaintiff was.
And do you recall who the plaintiff is?
Daryl Brooks.
That's the plaintiff?
Or not the plaintiff, the plaintiff is, I think, City of Waukesha or State of Wisconsin, I'm not sure.
And it'd be fair to say that that's not a living, breathing human being.
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
Sustained, not relevant. Next question.
Are you aware that only a living, breathing human being can make a claim?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons, and it's also not an accurate statement.
It's
of the law.
definitely not argumentative.
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to move on from this topic and ask a different line of questions, please.
Move on from what topic, Your Honor?
Next question, sir.
Can I know what topic you're referring to, Your Honor?
Next question, please.
If I don't know the topic, how would I know to go in a different direction?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611, I need you to ask a question.
Do you know if there's even a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained. Under 90611, sir, please move on from this topic or I will declare your cross-examination closed.
Under what law and fact, Your Honor?
Under 90611, please ask a question.
And where can I find 90611?
This is your last opportunity to ask a question, sir.
Your Honor, the jury deserves to know this information.
All right, then the state, any redirect?
No redirect, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. State may call its next witness. You may call.
The state calls Dominic Caprone.
All right, sir, if you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Dominic Caprone, Domanic Caproon.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Caprone, are you a resident of the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
Where were you living on November 21st of 2021?
417 Central Avenue.
The objection is overruled. His answer may stand. When there's an objection, if you would just wait until I rule on it before you answer. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
417 Central Avenue, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Okay. Were you home on the afternoon of November 21st, that Sunday afternoon?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
What was the answer?
Yes. I believe is what he said.
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened shortly before 5 o'clock p.m. that day? Well, we were at home, and my youngest son just got home from a friend's house, and we were ready to get water from Woodman's, and we
Were you outside or inside?
we were inside the house, sorry.
Okay. Did you at some point make your way outside?
Yeah, we eventually decided to go, and we were bringing the jugs out to the truck, and sorry.
It's okay. Tell us about the setup. Where was your truck parked?
My truck was parked by the back door, and the tailgate was facing the entry of the driveway.
So the truck was in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened is you were also standing in the driveway?
When I was putting the jugs in the back of the truck, my son, my oldest son, looked up, and he kind of pointed behind me, and I went to turn, and Mr. Brooks was coming up the driveway, and when I turned, he kind of stopped, and I noticed that he wasn't wearing a jacket or shoes. Just
Could you tell us what he was wearing?
he was wearing.
Overruled. You may answer.
Okay. He was wearing just blue jeans and like a red T-shirt, and he had lifted his shirt and did a 360 and told me that he didn't have any weapons, and that he needed a phone to call an Uber. And so I said, yeah, sure, no problem. So, I handed him my phone, and I had suggested to him that my neighbor was a Lyft driver, and so we continued to, with the containers, and so I put the last one in, and he handed me my phone, and he turned the corner and just wanted to see if he, got a hold of my neighbor, looked around the corner, and then he was gone.
Okay.
So
When Mr. Brooks lifted his shirt and did a 360 and said he was unarmed, were those the first words he said to you while you were in your driveway?
Objection, leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Overruled.
I'm not exactly sure. I think it was more or less all together.
Okay. And how many of your sons were present and in the driveway with you?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
2.
How old were they at the time?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
One was 21 and the other one was 14.
Do you recall providing a physical description of Mr. Brooks, the person you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today, back on November 21st when you met with the police?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
Mr. Brooks, that's not a valid objection at this time. Go ahead, you may answer.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Back on November 21st, when you met with the police, did you provide a physical description of the man who came up your driveway?
Yes.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
What was the physical description you provided?
It was a black male, mid-30s at the time, dreadlocks, tied up in a van. He had tattoos. One I noticed above his right eye, and some he had on his arms, but it was kind of dark yet, so didn't.
So the darkness prevented you from being able to see any detail of the arm tattoos?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Your Honor, could you please instruct Mr. Brooks to remove his mask momentarily?
Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask and look at the witness.
Mr. Caproon, the person you've described today as walking up your driveway, the person who you've referred to as Mr. Brooks today, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
To being called that name either.
Yes.
Could you please point to him and then tell us what he's wearing?
He's wearing a suit and tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect, please, that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And that he pointed with his right hand towards Mr. Brooks.
Thank you for that.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name. For the record.
Whose phone, you described handing a phone to Mr. Brooks, whose phone was it?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Your objection is noted, although it's not legally relevant at this time, and I'd ask that you not interrupt with an objection for that reason under 906.11. Go ahead, Attorney Witchell, your question again.
Called that name.
Whose phone was it that you handed to the man in your driveway?
That was my phone.
And did you see what that man did with the phone?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
He called a number on the phone, or called somebody, which I at the time thought was Uber.
Did that man then hand the phone back to you at some point?
Yes.
When you met with the police, did they ask to see your phone?
Yes.
And the purpose of that was to try and see the number that
Yes.
Mr. Brooks had called?
Objection.
Overruled.
No consent to being called that name.
Yes.
Will you please show for the witness only exhibit number 74, a photograph?
Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
Grounds.
It's relevant.
Mr. Caproon, do you see a photograph on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is the number that Mr. Brooks had called.
Can you read that number out loud for us?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
414-610-2153.
And this is a call history screenshot, is that right? Where we can see all the recent calls to and from that number?
Yes.
Is this an accurate depiction of how your phone screen looked that afternoon as you showed it to the police?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Yes.
I move exhibit 74 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection, relevancy.
Exhibit 74 is received. Permission to publish is granted. The objection's overruled.
Can you zoom in on the bottom half of this photograph? Okay, Mr. Caproon, did you call this number at any point?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
So all three of these calls, outgoing, incoming, and canceled, would have been made by someone other than you?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
And the only person who had your phone during that time frame was who?
Objection,
Me.
leading.
Overruled.
Or Derek, no, Mr. Brooks. No.
After Mr. Brooks handed you your phone back, what happened next?
A lady had called me, and I answered the phone, and I asked her if she was Uber, and she told me she wasn't an Uber.
Did she say anything else?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
No.
Is the call that you're talking about, the lady who called you, was that incoming call from that 414 number we just looked at?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Did you recognize the number that called you?
I didn't recognize it. I didn't look at the number. I just answered the phone.
And it was recorded in your phone's call history?
Yes.
And it was the same number that Mr. Brooks had used your phone to dial?
Objection, leading, and I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. I'm sorry, I took the exhibit down. Did you need it back up?
No, I think we're done.
All right, thank you.
And that was a yes, just to be clear?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Brooks leave at some point?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Yes.
Did you see what direction he went when he left?
I guess it would be like the southwest part of my property, heading more westerly towards my neighbors.
Okay. Do you know what street he was headed, or he appeared to be headed toward?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Well, Central Avenue is an L Street, and he was heading towards Central.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all.
All right, very well. Any questions, Mr. Brooks, for this witness?
I don't consent to being called that name for the record. Do you recall giving a statement to a Detective Schwartz?
I'm not sure what his name was.
I'm referring to a Detective Mandy L. Schwartz, so that would be a woman.
There was a female, yes.
And do you recall giving a statement to the woman law enforcement officer?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was the same night or days immediately after? Or?
It was the same night.
And do you recall in that statement if you were asked about a description of the person in your driveway?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said?
Yes.
I mean, you stated for the record and for the jury?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Black male, 30s, dreadlocks, red shirt, jeans, no shoes, no jacket.
If it pleases the court, I have the statement here, and I would like to show the witness.
Is it his written statement?
It's I'm guessing, whatever statement he gave to Detective Schwartz.
Is it a written statement?
I don't know if it's a written statement.
Would this be the police report?
Yeah.
If it's not his written statement, then I'm gonna deny that request to show it to the witness. You may ask a question.
Do you recall in your report with Detective Schwartz that you described the male as approximately 5'5" to 5'6", weighing approximately 120 to 125 pounds, and the male appeared to be in his 20s?
Yeah, I don't recall.
Any reason why this report would say that, and then you would, when you were asked the description, you gave a different description? Any reason why the two would conflict?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative.
Grounds.
And misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Reason for the sustain? Grounds for the sustain?
Sustained as to the form of the question. And it misstates the testimony in part.
Well, I'm reading from the report that was given to the detective.
And you can't testify as to what that report says. You can only question the witness on it, sir.
That was a question. Do you recall?
He said he did not recall. Next question.
Any reason why your description would change from that night till now?
I'm not sure.
You made reference to when the male that was in your driveway left your driveway, they went towards Central, I think is what you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Do you recall stating in your report that they went in the direction of West Avenue?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that that's two different directions?
Yes.
Any reason why that would change from then till now?
Not sure.
And you made reference to it being kind of dark, so it was a little hard to tell about certain aspects of that interaction. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would you say it was dark or dusk?
Dusk.
So it'd be fair to say that you were unable to identify tattoos?
I would be able to, yes.
You would be able to identify tattoos, or you wouldn't?
Not. I saw tattoos.
But you couldn't make out because of the lighting, you couldn't make them out. Would that be fair to say?
I could make out tattoos.
Do you recall stating that you were not able to identify the tattoos?
In, I guess, in description, I guess, or in detail, sorry.
And not being able to make out in detail would be referring to the tattoos on the arms?
Yes.
And during that interaction in the lighting, you could tell that there was some type of rubber band or tie in the hair?
Yes.
Do you recall what color that might have been?
No, I don't.
You made reference to a number calling you back and you not looking at the number but just answering. Do you recall stating that?
Yes.
Did you ever at any time ask who that was that called?
I just asked if it was the Uber driver.
You stated that your sons were with you in the driveway?
Yes.
Was there any interaction with your sons at that time?
Don't recall.
Do you recall stating that the male did not have any interactions with either of your sons?
No.
Do you recall stating that the male you had the interaction with, do you recall stating that you did not really think he was understanding what you were telling him?
I don't understand the question.
That would be in reference to you stating that your neighbor was an Uber driver, did you? Or a Lyft driver was, I think, the word you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated that you don't recall if the individual went to your neighbor's house at that time. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time of the evening that was when you had the interaction?
I'm not quite sure what time it was at that time.
Do you recall around what time you were subpoenaed to testify here today?
No, I think a letter came in the mail in July.
And did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
Yes.
Do you recall whom you spoke with?
Not quite sure the names, but
You made let the record reflect, you made a hand gesture with your left hand. Would that be referring to the table?
yes,
The prosecution table?
yes,
So you recall speaking to one of those attorneys?
yes.
Do you recall whom?
The gentleman here.
I'll stipulate that Mr. Caproon's pointing at me.
Yeah.
All right, the record will still reflect.
And at any time, did you ever see a police report or a complaint in this matter?
No.
Did you ever yourself make a claim in this matter?
Don't understand the question.
Did you file a claim?
I don't understand the question.
Did you yourself file a complaint with law enforcement?
No.
Ever spoke with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds?
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
90611.
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Relevance 90611 as well.
You ever seen a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Had any conversations or any interactions with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Ever had a phone conversation with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Ever been contacted by the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever contacted the plaintiff in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
as to the form of the question.
Have you followed this matter in any way?
No.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't seek to testify in this matter. That'd be fair to say?
Yes.
Were you persuaded in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
Did you prepare in any way to testify in this matter?
No.
And before you were shown Exhibit 74, and that was the call log of your phone, correct? Before, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Before today, had you seen that, those photos in reference to your call log?
Yes.
You seen them before today?
Yes.
Did you anticipate seeing them today?
Yes.
How so?
Through sorry.
That's okay.
Through the district attorney.
So you were informed that you would see those same photos by the district attorney?
Yes.
Were you at any time told what to say by the district attorneys?
No.
And are you even aware of a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
I previously sustained it. Next question.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question. Under 90611, please continue. Otherwise, I'll declare the cross-examination ended.
You can declare whatever you want to. No further questions.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Very briefly, thank you, Judge. Mr. Caprone, I just want to clarify the geography of your neighborhood, okay? So back where you were living on November 21st of last year on Central Avenue, does Central run east to west, north to south, or something else?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Central runs east and west and north and south.
What direction does it run where you were living at the time?
Objection, leading.
East and
Hold
west.
on. Overruled.
Oh,
It's not leading. You may answer.
Objection, relevancy.
It's relevant. You may answer, sir.
East and west.
And then where does it change and run north and south?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
It changes my neighbor's house, and then it turns north and south.
That happens to the west of where your house was?
Objection, leading.
Yeah.
Overruled. His answer may stand. Chelsea, yes.
Yes.
Where is West Avenue in relation to where your house was?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
West.
So is it fair to say that if you're standing in your driveway at the time and head west, you would hit where Central Avenue turns, and then if you kept going, you'd hit West Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
So is it also fair to say that if you're heading towards Central Avenue, you're also heading toward West Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
You recall meeting with myself and my colleagues here a few weeks ago?
Objection,
Yes.
relevancy.
Overruled.
Do you remember where that meeting took place?
Here.
In the courthouse?
Yeah.
During business hours?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You questioned him about meeting with the prosecution. These are proper.
I didn't question him about the time.
It's proper redirect. Go ahead, sir. You may answer.
Yes.
We discussed your potential testimony, is that right?
Yes.
Were we asking you questions about November 21st?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
We showed you that the photograph of the call log, right?
Yes.
And you had an independent recollection. You had seen that call log before because it's from your own phone.
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Had you ever seen that photograph before?
Yes.
And had you ever looked at your phone screen before?
Objection for leading.
Not leading. It's relevant, and he may answer.
Yes.
Did we at any time give you a script for your testimony today?
Objection, asked during cross.
It's redirect. It's proper. You may answer. It's overruled.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all we have.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Statement called to next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Aaron Cordes.
Good morning. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is on my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Thank you. Please be seated. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Aaron Cordes, first name E-R-I-N, last name Cordes, C-O-R-D-E-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Cordes.
Good morning.
Ma'am, I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 21, 2021. Did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade that afternoon?
Yes, I did.
And who did you attend the parade with?
My husband and my 2 children.
Do you recall from what location you watched the parade?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer.
We watched it from the corner of West and Wisconsin.
Okay. And do you understand that to be near the end of the parade route?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
I believe it was close to the end. The parade rounded the corner and continued on, and I don't know exactly where it ended.
Okay. And as you were at that location watching the parade, did something unusual happen?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
Yes, we saw a car going pretty fast around the corner, and I remember my husband said that's not part of the parade. Grab the kids, because our kids were in the middle of the road picking up candy at the time.
Okay.
So, and the car just did not stop and kept going.
Was there a police officer present at that corner?
Yes, there was.
What did you see the police officer do?
Well, the car, I thought it was coming at us for a minute, but it ended up swerving and going through the barricades, and the police officer fired 3 shots at the vehicle.
You were standing right there at that intersection.
Yes, I was.
Objections noted. It's overruled. Her answer may stand. Next question. Go ahead.
What did you do after that, ma'am?
Well, we ran up to the house behind us as the car was coming at us. And I was just kind of keeping an eye out for the car at the time because it looked like it was out of control and I didn't know if it was going to go up to the house we were at or what direction it was going. So we just stayed by the house for a little bit, just kind of in shock after that happened.
Okay. And at some point, did you decide to leave the area?
Yes, we did.
Where did you go?
We were parked a little bit further away because we had gotten to the parade late. So we were parked a few blocks out of the way on Elizabeth Street at Aries Industries.
Do you have some familiarity with Aries Industries?
Yes, I do.
Relevancy.
Overruled. She may answer. Do me a favor, if there is an objection, wait until I rule on it before you answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And what's your familiarity with Aries Industries?
Objection.
Overruled.
My husband is employed at Aries Industries.
Do you happen to know the address of that location?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't offhand, no.
Okay. Do you know what street it's on?
Objection. Relevancy.
Overruled.
Leading.
It's not leading. Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, Elizabeth Street.
Okay. And how were you able to, strike that. You were walking back to Aries Industries, that's where you had parked, right?
Correct.
What was your route or your path that you took?
We continued straight on West Avenue until we got to Elizabeth Street and then took a right on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. Pretty much a straight shot?
Yes.
Just a couple blocks?
Yes.
Down West Avenue and then you hang a right on Elizabeth?
Correct.
Okay. As you were doing that, making your way back to your car, did you encounter somebody out on foot?
Yes, we did.
Tell us about that, please.
Objection. Leading.
Overruled. She may answer.
We had just rounded the corner onto Elizabeth Street, and Daryl Brooks. We encountered Daryl Brooks. He came out of the shadows between a couple houses and approached us.
Okay. Now you refer to this person by name. Did you know Mr. Brooks prior to this encounter?
No.
Okay. Never met him before.
Correct.
Objection.
And you said he.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
The objection came after her answer. Her answer will stand. Next question.
You said he kind of came out of, did you say the bushes?
Objection.
What did you say?
Objection.
Oh, overruled. She rephrased. He may answer. She may answer. I'm sorry.
It appeared he came from between two houses, so I don't know exactly where he was.
Okay. And did you notice his appearance when he approached you?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What did you notice?
I just remember it was a very windy, cold night, and he was dressed pretty inappropriately for the night. I noticed he was visibly shivering. He had a red short sleeve t-shirt on and was not wearing shoes.
Do you see the same person present in this courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that Mr. Brooks be instructed to remove his mask and look at the witness so she can properly identify him, please.
Mr. Brooks, please unmask and look at the witness. Sir, would you please unmask and look at the witness? Thank you.
I was writing something down.
All right, thank you. Just want to make sure you heard me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that the gentleman you encountered on the street that you're describing for us, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Did Mr. Brooks speak to you in any way?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name.
You may answer.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled.
He asked if either of us had a phone that he could use, and we said we hesitated because it was strange. It was a strange encounter, and after what we had just witnessed at the parade, I think we were both pretty much on edge at that point. So
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When you're referring to we, who are you referring to?
Sorry, my husband and I.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. So he asked for the phone.
Correct.
You kind of pause.
Yep.
And then what'd you do?
And then
overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
His next words were, "I'm not going to hurt you. I just need to use your phone." And that's when I gave him my phone.
Okay. We're listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to witness testimony in the Darrell Brooks trial, the man who is accused in the November 2021 Waukesha Christmas parade attack. Now, the state hoped to wrap up the case by Monday. However, due to many interruptions from Brooks, we do expect the testimony to continue throughout the week. The time is now 10:58. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll bring you all back inside of this courtroom on the other side.
Place that he could go warm up. So my husband directed him towards the lobby of Aries.
Okay. Did he return your phone? Did he return your phone to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And did you see if he left your presence? Where did he go?
Objection, lead.
Overruled.
He went up to the lobby.
You saw that?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go?
We were pretty on edge at that point, so we put our kids in the car as quickly as possible and drove down the road.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits on the screen in front of you, okay? First is 171, I'm sorry. Do you see a photograph on the screen in front of you, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recognize anybody or any place in that photograph?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I recognize the Aries building in the background and Darrell Brooks on the porch.
Okay. 171's previously been admitted, Your Honor. I'm going to request permission to publish again.
Permission granted.
Objection.
All right.
It's noted. It's overruled. It's already been received.
Ms. Cordes, that's a touch screen in front of you. Could you just please point out Aries Industries and specifically, if you can, the area where you saw Mr. Brooks head to the lobby of the building?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name again. For the record.
Jury will disregard that last comment by the defendant.
So do you want me to circle?
Yeah, circle or X or dot, whatever.
It's way in the other corner over here, so it's hidden by the trees.
Okay. So the area where you first encountered Mr. Brooks, is that actually shown in this photograph?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Jury will disregard that comment.
I don't consent. For the record.
Go ahead and answer, ma'am.
It's more over here where we were parked. There's a second parking lot over there.
Okay. And then the person in the photograph, Can you circle the person, please? Is that what Mr. Brooks looked like that evening when you spoke to him?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes.
I'm now gonna put up exhibit 76. And we're gonna play it for you first, before it gets shown to the jury, okay? So let me know when it's up, please.
It's on her screen.
Okay, thank you. For the record, this is a clip that's 53 seconds long. I'm just gonna play maybe the first 10 seconds or so and see if she recognizes. All right, we've played about the first 10 seconds of that clip. Do you recognize the what is shown in this video, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the lobby of Aries Industries.
Okay, and is this the door that you directed Mr. Brooks to?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
You may answer, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe this video is a true and accurate depiction of the events of November 21 of 21?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 76 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
I believe there was an objection. It's noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 76 is received and permission to publish is granted.
The witness wasn't there in this video. How could it be relevant?
Your objections noted, sir.
How could it be
We're
relevant?
going to play it in its entirety, Your Honor. As soon as the jury's got it. They got it? Okay, thank you. Play. Okay, we can pause it at the 39 second or 40 second mark. I said we'll play the whole thing, but did you see a person approach the doors to the building during the video?
Yes, I did. I saw Daryl Brooks approach the door.
And is that consistent with what you saw that night as you watched Mr. Brooks?
Yes.
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
And now that you look at the door, do you see the address for the building on the door?
Yes, I do.
And what is the address, please?
550.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Mr. Brooks may have questions for you. Any cross, sir?
I don't consent to being called that name, for the record.
Your cross, please.
Can I get to it? You just stated that before the interaction with the person that you had, you didn't know him. That be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
So how could you refer to him by name if you didn't know him?
I have seen the news since then and the video of you being arrested, and you had since been identified on TV.
So that's how you came to the name?
That's correct.
So it'd be fair to say that you got that off of news reports?
That's correct.
You said the individual you spoke with seemed out of place and disoriented, like he didn't know where he was. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct.
And how would you characterize disoriented?
You just seemed very, very nervous and that you didn't know where you were.
Who's you?
You had specifically said, I don't know where I am.
Who's you?
Or where am I specifically?
So disoriented would, from your perspective, be exactly what?
Disoriented as you did not know where you were.
And you made reference to your phone being used, right?
That's correct.
And you also made reference to not being able to hear the person on the other line.
That's correct.
But you also made reference to not the person who used your phone not being able or not answering what was being asked to them. That'd be fair to say?
Objection. That's a compound question, vague and unclear.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
If you couldn't hear what was being said on the other end of the line, how can you say that there was questions being asked?
Well, there was clearly a conversation going on, and you just kept repeating, just call me an Uber, that you were very frustrated, and whoever was asking questions of you didn't just to call you an Uber. It's just my interpretation of it. I could not hear the other end of the phone conversation.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know what was being discussed?
Besides call me an Uber, yes, that's correct.
Do you recall the description you gave in your written statement?
Yes, I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes, I recall the description I gave.
And what was that?
The description I gave was an African American male, about 160 pounds, 5'8", wearing a red t-shirt, no shoes.
And you referred to this individual coming from between houses, you said?
That's correct.
Is that what you actually saw?
Yes, that's what I saw. I saw you approach us at the very start of the block from between two houses.
Any reason why that's not in your written statement?
I don't recall. I didn't actually write it. There was a detective at our house that was writing the statement for it. Maybe that part got missed. I'm not sure.
Was it this statement?
I don't have it in front of me to see it.
Permission to show the witness the written statement?
Well, I don't know that it's necessary, Your Honor. She hasn't expressed any inability to recall. Sustained.
She did. She just said she don't know why something was not in her written statement.
That's What she said is she doesn't know why the detective didn't write it in there. The detective is the one who wrote it, Your Honor.
So sustained, sustained is to the form of, Mr. Brooks, let me answer. Sustained is to the form of the question.
So the officer was writing what you told him, or did you actually write it yourself?
I did not actually write it myself. The detective was writing it as we were speaking, my husband and I.
Do you recall that officer's name?
No, I do not.
You made reference, when you were at the parade, you made reference to seeing a car swerve, or you said the car was swerving toward you?
It looked like a car that was out of control. I didn't know which direction it was headed.
And you said you saw it drove toward the barricade?
Correct. I saw it drive through the barricade.
When you say through the barricade, describe that.
The car sped up and drove straight through the barricade and continued on West Avenue.
Do you recall if this barricade was standing up or
I do not recall that. I was in the middle of the road to prevent traffic from coming through, so I don't know if it was, I would assume it was standing up.
We are listening in live here in Waukesha, Wisconsin, as now week 3 of this trial has begun, with more witness testimony happening here on this Monday. Thank you to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This witness did not only have witnessed the incident that had happened at the Christmas parade attack, but also had spoke with the suspect and lent him her cell phone after that incident had taken place as well. So she is on the stand giving her testimony. Right now, the cross-examination happening, and the state will have a chance to redirect and clear anything up that they feel is necessary to clear up. Did want to also make a note, we do have reports coming in out of Ukraine saying that there's been waves of explosive suicide drones that have struck Ukraine's capital here on Monday. It's set buildings ablaze. It's been tearing holes there in infrastructure as well. People have been scurrying for shelter, and so we will keep an eye on the very latest of those air attacks as it's starting to have Kyiv a new target. Live Now from Fox, going to send some viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue listening in here to the Waukesha trial in Wisconsin when you return.
And you said the vehicle went down West Street?
West Avenue, correct.
Did you see where it went from there? Or did it just go straight down West Avenue?
It continued on West Avenue. I was at one point, the house was blocking the road, so I couldn't see where the vehicle continued on.
Anything else stick out to you about that day?
I don't know. Just, I mean, besides seeing the vehicle and the police firing shots and then running into you afterwards, I mean, that was strange enough.
Do you recall what day you gave the statement? Was
Not
that the
exactly.
same night, or was it a few days after, or a week, or?
It might have been up to a week later. I don't know the exact date.
Recall why it took so long?
I don't know. I received a phone call from a detective probably almost a week later, and I would assume that they had a lot of other people to attend to, other witnesses to get to. It was not a priority at the time. I was not.
So it'd be fair to say by that time you had saw news reports and had learned information about what happened.
Correct.
Before today, had you seen any of the video footage or photos that you saw today? Had you seen any of those before today?
Are you talking about the video of you being arrested, or I guess I don't understand the question.
The video footage that you saw today, had you seen that before today?
I did see the Aries Industries clip before, yes.
What about the other exhibit that was shown?
I recognized that from a Ring video I had seen from the arrest.
So it'd be fair to say a lot of what you learned came from news reports.
After the incident, yes.
Did you make any claim in this matter? Filed a claim?
What kind of a claim?
Have you filed any claim?
No.
You filed a complaint?
I just gave a witness statement to the detectives. I did not file a complaint specifically.
About what time did you learn that you could possibly testify in this matter?
Objection, relevance.
Rounds.
Overruled. She may answer.
When I received a subpoena in the mail from the DA's office.
Do you recall whose name was on that subpoena?
Sue Opper.
Do you see Sue Opper in court today?
Yes, I do.
Can you point her out for the jury and for the record?
I'll stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you. The record will reflect the stipulation and the witness identifying Attorney Opper.
Do you recall around what time you received that subpoena?
I don't recall exactly, no.
After you received the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office at that point?
They contacted me.
Attorney Opper did?
Someone from the witness. I don't know what her exact title is. So it's someone from the DA's office. It's not specifically Sue Opper.
Like a witness advocate type of?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Was it like a witness advocate?
I don't know what her exact title is.
Do you recall her name?
Yeah, her name is Carrie.
After you learned of the additional information, did you read any police reports or a complaint?
No.
Are you aware of who the plaintiff may be in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Ever been notified who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds?
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain, Your Honor.
Next question, please.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Yes, there is.
And who's the plaintiff?
I believe it's the state of Wisconsin.
Would that constitute a breathing human being or an entity?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware that only a human being can bring a complaint or be a plaintiff?
Objection, misstatement
Grounds.
of the law.
Sustained.
You ever had any interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for
Sir,
the
under
sustain.
90611, please. Move on.
Have you ever contacted the state of Wisconsin in this matter?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for the sustain.
Under 90611, move on, or I'll declare the cross-examination ended.
Of course you would. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. This will also be a very good opportunity to take a mid-morning break. All rise for the jury, please.
So the jury going to be dismissed as they take a brief break. Live now from Fox. Going to follow suit, also do the same, but did want to let you know we'll be back in this trial throughout the day. It's something that we've been popping in and out of, especially as we continue to hear from a number of different witnesses. Live now from Fox. After this break, we'll be talking about the war in Ukraine at the hands of Russia as new strikes have been continuing to impact the region. These waves of suicide drones also killing 4 people in Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. We'll be bringing you more information on that coming up right here on the other side of this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're looking at some video from Ukrainian patrol police. They shared this footage of officers shooting down drones in Kyiv. Now, drone strikes set buildings on fire. It sent people running for shelter on Monday as explosive-laden drones struck the capital. A deputy head of the president's office said one of the drones did strike a residential building, killing at least 3 people. Energy fatalities were also among the targets, or energy facilities were also among those targets. So we did have a press conference update a little bit earlier today. Want to play it out here for you with our EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs. That's Joseph Borrell. Let's go ahead and listen into his update on the very latest in this war in Ukraine at the hands of Russia.
Yes, now. So good afternoon and sorry for being late again. Welcome to this press conference for following the Foreign Affairs Council today. The HRVP will brief you about the outcome of today's meeting, and then we have time for a few questions. High Representative, you have the floor.
Gracias, Nabila. Thank you to all of you. Well, today it has been an intense... It has been an intense meeting, as always, and we took an important number of decisions, not only discussing and analyzing, but also deciding. An important decisions which underpin the European Union resolve on supporting Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine against Russia's aggression, defending peace and stability in the South Caucasus, and standing for human rights in Iran. This could be a good summary. Underpinning our resolve on supporting Ukraine, advancing peace and stability in the South Caucasus, another concrete decision, and standing for human rights in Iran. We had the opportunity of exchanging with Minister Dmytro Kuleba, who addressed the Council by video conference from a bomb shelter. I think it is the first time that we discuss with a minister that communicates with us from a bomb shelter, while Russia was continuing its strikes on Kyiv. And I want to say clearly, supporting Ukraine remains our first priority. Today, the first priority of the European Union foreign policy, of the European Union short, without foreign policy, is to support Ukraine facing this brutal invasion. Putin is losing. Putin is losing politically and morally. In spite of that, he continues the escalation, including indiscriminated attacks on civilian targets across the whole Ukraine, as we have seen this morning. We also took note of the vote at UNGA last week. This vote confirmed the international isolation of Russia. But we cannot take it for granted, and we need to stay the course based on our triple strategy: supporting Ukraine, pressuring Russia, and addressing the wider fallout of the war, because this war is affecting the whole world. I said about concrete decisions. Let me precise about these concrete decisions that we took today in order to support Ukraine. First, we agreed on establishing an European Union military assistance mission to support the Ukrainian armed forces. That will be happening in European Union soil. The training will take place in European Union soil, and the mission has a purpose. It's to train around 15,000 troops to start with, maybe more, but the first objective is to train 50,000 troops, with the added value of doing that all member states together, additionally to the activities that many of them are already doing on their side. Second, we also agreed to allocate another 500 million euros from the European Peace Facility to finance deliveries to the Ukrainian defense forces. As you know, this brings the military assistance of the European Union through this intergovernmental fund. I want to stress it's not part of the European Union budget, approved by the Parliament, is aside, is a fund decided by the member states together and managed by them. It amounts to 3.1 billion euros. But once again, this is the point of the iceberg. There are much more coming from the member states. We continue discovering mass atrocities and reports about systematic kidnapping of children from Ukraine by Russian forces. If confirmed, this would amount to another war crime, and the fight against impunity must be strengthened. We have already discussed about how to do it. Out from Ukraine, the ministers also green-lighted the deployment of monitors from the European Union in Georgia, the Georgia mission, to Armenia, to the Armenian side of the border with Azerbaijan. A team is already there, and according with the green light of the Council, we will deploy 40 monitors on the Armenian side of the international border with Azerbaijan in the next weeks. Very quickly. I am really proud of how quickly we have managed the creation and deployment of this mission. And our presence in the conflict in the Caucasus between these two countries is a significant signal of the European Union readiness to support the stability in the South Caucasus. This has been based on the demand from the partners, and as I said, the team is already on the ground in Armenia, and the deployment will be very quickly. Then about Iran. In Iran also we have taken decisions. From yesterday night we are following the situation in Evin prison very closely. I personally convey my concerns and expectations to the Foreign Minister Abdullahi in the hours following the fire in order to ensure the safety of the inmates, all inmates, but also including some European, could I say, political prisoners. We are certainly appalled by the still unexplained killing of Mahsa Amini, by the brutal crackdown of security forces against protesters who continue to die or being detained in the hands of the security forces. All ministers express their strong concern about these facts and this situation. The latest reports the Council has been studying, coming from NGOs, state that over 100 people have died. According with this fact, and according with the proposal of several member states studied by the ambassadors, the Council adopted today restrictive measures against 11 individuals and 4 entities, targeting those linked to the death of Mahsa Amini and to the repression of peaceful protesters. And if needed, we are ready to add more names to this list. I want to use this opportunity to call on the Iranian government to immediately end the violence, to release those detained, and to allow normal internet services and flow of information. The issue of the use of drones by Russia, allegedly supplied by Iran in the war in Ukraine, has been also considered by the ministers. And certainly Minister Kuleba, during his speech to the ministers, strongly expressed his concern, and he denounced the use of this kind of arms. We are following very closely this use of drones. We are gathering evidence, and we will be ready to react with the tools at our disposal. As I said, we are advancing in gathering evidence. Another big point in our agenda were our relation with China. We reconfirmed the validity of the multifaceted approach that you know, a partner with whom we must engage, a tough competitor, more and more tough, and a systemic rival. The Council studied a report presented by the External Action Service, and there is a full support among member states to continue engaging on issues of interest for us. The most important one is climate change, but not the only one. Avoiding to turn dependencies into vulnerabilities. Now we are talking about our dependency or vulnerability from the Russian gas. We have to avoid to create new ones. And we need to strengthen our resilience. We have to increase our internal resilience and working with our partners. the debate on China will continue, but it was symbolic that today, just one day after the speech of President Xi and on the eve of the European Union Council discussing about our China relations, the Council received the first report, taking into account the messages sent by President Xi on his speech. On Bosnia and Herzegovina, we discussed the last elections. The elections were competitive and well organized, overall, according with the reports of the OSCE, ODIHR, but they were also marked by quite a strong mistrust in public institutions. The final result has still to be certified. There are allegations of widespread electoral fraud have triggered a recount of ballots to the Republica's president's race, and this recounting will take place. But we need to keep Bosnia and Herzegovina on the European Union path. That's why the European Commission recommended last week to grant the candidate status to Bosnia and Herzegovina on the understanding that a certain number of steps are taken. And with that, we pass a clear message to the Bosnia and Herzegovina authorities. First, they must be swiftly setting up at all levels, both the government and legislative authorities. And secondly, they have focused on delivering reforms. This is a matter of absolute priority. There is a window of opportunity, a new push for the process of Bosnia and Herzegovina towards the European Union, and this occasion has to be seized by the politically responsible authorities of the country. We remain extremely concerned about the socio-economic situation in Lebanon, the inability of the political forces to proceed with much-needed reforms. We call on Lebanese authorities to elect a new president before the end of the month, and we welcome the agreement between Lebanon and Israel on the delineation of their maritime borders. In this moment, in this troubled world, this is certainly a good news. And last but not least, we discussed about the situation in Ethiopia. Knowing that the situation on the ground has never been that bad, both on military and humanitarian fronts. We reiterate our belief that there is no military solution. The only solution is a political one. We call for a cessation of hostilities. We call for the withdrawal of Eritrean forces. We call for an immediate and unimpeded humanitarian access to Tigray. We call for accountability for human rights and international law violations. We call for the government of Ethiopia and Tigrayan leaders to put in practice and to turn in concrete actions the invitation sent by the African Union to start peace talks. The long process of mediation has to continue, and we are supporting it in close coordination with international partners, but unhappily we have to recognize that this mediation process by the time being has not delivered enough. We need this mediation process to be more proactive and deliver more, and for that these long announced talks has to start and be translated in concrete actions, opening to humanitarian access the front line in Tigray, and asking for ceasefire, withdrawal of Eritrean forces, and accountability for human rights violations. This is my resume of this very profitable meeting with a strong agreement among member states on a common evaluation of the situation in the different issues and adopting quickly this set of measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we proceed to your questions. And Christian, you have the first question. Oui.
I'm going to ask to answer the question in Spanish to be sure that I master well the language.
Tu peux poser en espagnol ta question si tu veux.
Je vais pas oser, non. C'est pas une langue de...
We are listening in as now reporters going to get their turn to ask questions. And remember, at the beginning of this press conference, it was all focused on that war happening in Ukraine at the hands of Russia after there has been a recent amount of drone strikes that have now been attacking the capital, which is Kyiv. Waves of explosive-laden suicide drones have been striking Ukraine's capital on Monday, setting buildings ablaze, and it has also taken the lives of some of those individuals in the city. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a brief 2-minute break as we continue listening into this update right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Je n'arrive pas à comprendre quelles preuves vous avez encore besoin de trouver. Ces drones sont signés iraniens. Donc, qu'est-ce que vous avez besoin encore comme preuve? Merci. Ma deuxième question est un peu plus légère et je me demande si vous avez été bien compris lors de votre intervention à Bruges. Vous avez comparé l'Union européenne à un jardin et le reste du monde à une jungle. Ce qui, dans l'entendement de tout le monde, est compréhensible, sauf pour un certain nombre qui vous ont accusé d'être le ténor ou le héros des néoconservateurs américains, voire un raciste, voire vous ont conseillé de prendre votre retraite. Alors je voulais savoir, est-ce que vous avez le sentiment d'avoir fauté? Est-ce que vous avez le sentiment d'avoir été mal compris? Et dans ce cas-là, à vous. Merci.
Con mucho gusto. Acerca de la intervención del ministro Kuleba y la relación con...
And as he answers this question here, let's just reiterate what we do know here at this time. Ukrainians have been trying to return to their homes in the Zaporizhzhia 1 week after there was some deadly attacks in the city. Locals are looking at some of the remains of those damaged homes. They're sifting through debris as they try to return to their residence in the Ukrainian city just 1 week after Russian forces attacked the area. It did kill at least 14 people, injuring dozens more. This comes as Ukrainian troops reportedly fired into Russia, targeting an airfield that was in Russia earlier this week. And again, right now, Ukrainian police have been talking about some footage that they had shared of drones that have been attacking Kyiv. They were even seen attacking those drones with their own airstrikes with rifles and with guns. They were trying to shoot at those drones. The deputy head of the president's office had said that one of the drones did strike a residential building, killing at least 3 people. These are explosive-laden drones that are striking the capital. Energy facilities also amongst those targets from Russia as well. So this all coming, rescue workers trying to comb through piles of these rubble, trying to look for anyone who has been trapped beneath. Live now from Fox, going to continue listening in here with our EU High Representative.
Sobre evidencias, ya hay evidencias que han sido suministrados por los servicios de inteligencia de diversos países y también por Ucrania. Otros países, otros estados del Consejo han pedido que se reúna toda la evidencia de una manera comprensiva y coordinada. Irán niega rotundamente, a mí el ministro iraní me lo ha negado rotundamente, de que hayan enviado drones que participen en la guerra en Ucrania, pero los Estados miembros han pedido que se reúna toda la evidencia disponible y para continuar el trabajo correspondiente. Hoy no estaba en la agenda, hoy no podíamos tomar ninguna decisión al respecto, pero el trabajo continúa y Ucrania tiene la absoluta convicción de que es así y seguirá suministrando evidencia al respecto. sobre la otra pregunta que usted me hace.
All right, and as he continues to reiterate his remarks in Spanish, do you want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us as we have been speaking about this? Is some of that video that was coming in. Let me just replay it here, as this was some body camera video from police in the Capitol where they were trying to shoot down drones that were attacking the city on Monday. We are expecting to have a press briefing from our State Department, and hopefully they'll be giving us a few more answers when it comes to exactly how the United States is not only going to aid Ukraine in these attacks, but what they've also been hearing from Ukrainian officials about these recent airstrikes with those drones that were also explosive. Live now from Fox, we're going to switch away from here. Did want to let everyone know that the president is headed back to the White House after being gone over the weekend. If you didn't recall, over the weekend he was in California on Saturday, as well as Oregon, and he was giving some different remarks, all talking about lowering costs for American families, talking about ways that they're going to try to get big pharmacy companies to pay their fair share when it comes to medication that Americans need, instead of charging those families for that high cost. So we were following the president all weekend long. Again, he's headed back to the White House, and we'll keep track of all of his movements for you as he continues to travel this week as well. As I mentioned, we do have a State Department briefing that's going to be coming up. Also, let's just go ahead and take a live look here at the big board. Great to see green all the way across that big board ever since that opening bell rung here on this Monday morning, up more than 570 points here at this time. Let's go ahead. We're going to step away for another final 2-minute break of this hour. And when we return, I'm going to continue bringing inside of all these different live press conferences we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson here with you on this Monday morning, and thank you to everyone who's been keeping track of all the top stories right here with us, as there's been a number of different things that have happened over the weekend. So if you didn't watch the news over the weekend, don't worry, we'll get you all caught up here today. I do want to first, though, start off by showing you some of the events that we're waiting on to begin. Now, we do have a press conference that's supposed to be happening down in the state of Florida. This is going to be out of Polk County, where sheriffs will be not only speaking to some video that they recently released, but answering media questions as well. This was in regards to an officer-involved shooting that had happened this past week. So we'll be bringing this press conference to you, just as we always do, a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Plus, as I mentioned, we do have a couple other press conferences that we'll be keeping an eye on. The State Department briefing. This will be an interesting one, not only with the ongoing just conflict that's been happening in Iran, but also with new recent airstrikes happening from Russia into Ukraine with the use of those drones, as we've been talking about here already this morning. I did at least want to play out an update coming to us from Fox's Trey Yingst, as he's been following the very latest in this war, and especially after we've been having these very new attacks happening in the capital city of Ukraine early on Monday. It did send residents scrambling for safety. Rescue crews again are combing through piles of rubble looking for anyone trapped beneath. So let's go ahead to Fox's Trey Yingst, who's giving us a bit more information.
Explosions rocking Ukraine's capital on Monday, sending black smoke and flames into the air. Ukrainian officials say Iranian-made suicide drones struck Kyiv early in the morning, damaging several apartment blocks and setting other buildings on fire. Air raid sirens sent residents fleeing to shelters as troops tried to shoot down the drones. Ukraine's military says dozens of them were destroyed.
They have flown in from the south. Around 85% are destroyed by the air defense and other defense forces, including ground forces.
After the strikes, rescue workers were out digging through the rubble, trying to find anyone still trapped. Kyiv's mayor says more than a dozen people were rescued from an apartment building. Strikes on the capital were rare in the last few months, but in recent weeks, Russian forces have ramped up their attacks, targeting critical infrastructure and urban centers throughout the city.
Putin, he's losing a ground war, obviously, in Ukraine. In the meantime, what he's doing is attempting to conduct war on the Ukrainian people, to try to break their will and resolve.
As the fighting continues, additional help is coming in from around the world. On Monday, the European Union plans to greenlight a military training mission for thousands of Ukrainian troops.
It's very important that we establish a EU military training mission to Ukraine, and also that we release more money for supplying Ukraine with weapons.
Iranian officials deny they've supplied any drones to Russia. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you, Trey, for that update. As I mentioned, we'll keep a close eye on the State Department for that briefing, which will be coming down here soon. But until then, let's go ahead and continue to give you some more of these press conferences that have been taking place here across the country. We're going to take you into our Philadelphia district attorney. He was speaking not only on a recent conviction of a non-fatal shooting that had happened in this past year, but also he was speaking on gun crimes and violence in the city as well. So let's go ahead and bring you the very latest from our Philadelphia leaders right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for being here for the DAO's regular Monday press conference. As always, it deals with the primary topic of gun violence, especially gun violence in the prior week. Frequently, we have a second topic. The second topic here is a very interesting and recent conviction in a case involving gun violence. That case is the case of Jose Rivera. This is a 2021 non-fatal shooting case in which we have a very recent verdict achieved by one of our very capable ADAs, Rebecca Steck, of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. I want to begin by acknowledging some of the folks who are here. We have with us First Assistant Carolyn Engel-Temin, ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the supervisor of the DAO's Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have her supervisee, ADA Rebecca Steck, who will be speaking further about the Rivera conviction. We have with us today Melanie Nelson, who is in charge of our CARES program, which, as you know, is the DAO's Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement for Survivors Unit, and she will be giving a report on services provided. Let me go quickly to some updates in terms of gun violence. So we have today 430 homicides. That would be as of just before midnight yesterday. Last year it was 438. This is a decrease of 2%. Obviously the situation is terrible. in terms of the total number of homicides. But having said that, this is consistent with the pattern we've seen for some time of leveling, of 2 consecutive years of increases seemingly at the point of capping out. Obviously, we all see some changes in the situation with the pandemic last year as compared to this year, with open schoolrooms, classrooms, organized sports, businesses in general. We see some changes, and that across the country and also in Philadelphia seems to correlate, or seems to be occurring simultaneously at least, with this leveling of increases in gun violence and some slight reductions in terms of homicides here. Over the last week, there were 11 homicides and 42 non-fatal shootings. That is fairly consistent, unfortunately, in terms of the number of homicides with what we have seen during the pandemic period. Ordinarily, we're looking at about 10.5 per week. This was 11 homicides. There were, during the period October the 6th to October the 12th, 148 gun-related incidents. 93 arrests were made. Of the 93 arrests that were brought to our office, we opened 93 cases. Those gun-related incidents include a variety of things. Some of them are gun possession cases only. Others are violent crimes that are committed with guns. The median bail that was set by bail commissioners, because of course we don't set the bail, but the median bail that was set for illegal possession of guns was set at $250,000 during this time period. The median bail set for violent gun offenses or violent offenses with guns was $375,000. As to the second category, everyone or nearly every single one would have been a case where we requested about $1 million or more in some instances. And as to the former category, the possession of gun cases, the majority of those, probably a very substantial majority, would have been cases where we sought $1 million or $1 less or something of that nature. Yes, once again, cash bail is failing to keep us safe, and we need to go to a better system if our legislature ever feels like actually doing anything about public safety, which does not appear to be their focus. Here are some updates on particular shootings. Here's an update on a prior shooting. This is a non-fatal that occurred on Saturday, September the 24th in the 4900 block of North Fairhill Street in the 35th Police District at about 7:17 p.m. A 30-year-old black male suffered a graze wound to the neck. He was taken by private vehicle to Albert Einstein Medical Center and listed in stable condition. Now, this was September 24th. An arrest has been made by PPD. However, the investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information, please contact the Shooting Investigation Group at the PPD. That is 215-686-8270. I can tell you that this is a case in which the defendant is Tamir Morton, M-O-R-T-O-N, date of birth 12/11/02. He was taken into custody in Abington and transported to the Shooting Investigation Group. This is also a case where we have approved aggravated assault, violation of uniform firearms, and related charges. Bail was set in this case at $1.5 million. Thank goodness. Finally, shooting incident. This is a different one. Double shooting non-fatal. This occurred on Saturday, the 15th of October in the 4900 block of Wayne Avenue in the 39th Police District at about 8:33 p.m. Victim number one was a 32-year-old black male. Victim number one, a 32-year-old black male, arrived at Temple Hospital by private vehicle with a gunshot wound to the back. Victim number two, a 30-year-old black male, was transported by police to Temple ER with gunshot wounds to both feet. There is no arrest at this time. The investigation is ongoing. The number is 215-686-8270, and we need your help. Another shooting incident. This is a non-fatal. Saturday, October the 15th, 700 block of South in the 3rd Police District at about 10:46 p.m. 40-year-old white male was shot in the stomach and leg. He was transported by police to Jefferson Hospital, placed in critical. No arrest at this time. The number, once again, 215-686-8270. And I'll say it again to the public, we need your help. Shooting incident, non-fatal. On Sunday, October the 16th, in the 100 block of Chestnut, in the 6th Police District at 2:45 a.m., a 45-year-old Hispanic female was found with gunshot wounds to the chest and the left arm. She was transported to Jefferson ER, placed in critical condition. The number there at the Shooting Investigation Group, 215-686-8270. And finally, we have a non-fatal shooting incident that occurred Sunday, October the 16th in the 4600 block of Frankfurt Avenue in the 15th Police District at about 8:53 p.m. A 41-year-old black male flagged down police and notified them that he had been shot on the platform at the SEPTA Market Frankfurt line, Arrott, A-R-R-O-T-T Street stop. He was transported by police to Temple and placed in critical but stable condition. An arrest has been made by PPD. However, this investigation is ongoing. Anybody with additional information, please come forward. The number for the Shooting Investigation Group at the PPD is 215-686-8270. DAO is approving charges today. However, the defendant has not been arraigned yet, and the list of charges will include aggravated assault, violation of the Uniform Firearms Act, and related offenses. It is now my pleasure to introduce Melanie Nelson, who will give the weekly report on behalf of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, to include the CARES report. Our CARES team responded to a number of families, but I'm going to let you hear the details from Melanie Nelson.
Thank you, DA Krasner. The CARES unit responded to 11 families this past week, offering 33 services to each of them. What that means is CARES is at the forefront, and we are the first to provide crisis response, crisis support to those affected by a homicide. And then we put them in contact with a community-based agency that will walk them through their process from the beginning of preliminary hearing, if someone is apprehended, all the way to trial. We're there to offer support as far as therapy, lost wages, funeral assistance, anything that we can do to help. We are there to help those victims. We make every effort possible to contact the next of kin, but sometimes we may have incorrect numbers. Please know we are trying to reach out to you. But if you do not hear from us, you can always contact us at 215-686-8019. Peace and blessings.
So in the vein of something that Councilmember Curtis Jones has been known to say a few times, which is that we have to proceed with balance. More specifically, he likes to say, with the right hand of fellowship, which he equates to prevention, and with the left hand of accountability, which he equates to enforcement. We're going to do a little bit of talk about enforcement today. We need the message to be very clear to people who are responsible for shootings or who find themselves in any sort of confrontation and think it's okay to pull a gun, to point a gun, to pull the trigger of a gun. It's not. And if that's how you're going to behave, then expect to be in jail for a very long time. Today's case is one example of those real consequences, but it's an example of a couple of other things that I think are really interesting and really important to understand. We live in a world that is changing. The world that I encountered when I started trying cases in 1987 is different now than it was then. We face juries who have reasonable expectations that forensic capacity that is available out in the world, that they hear about, some of it accurately, some of it in an exaggerated way on television, with one SCI show after another on television. Well, they expect science. And when they get science, and it's real science, then we get justice. We get real verdicts. And there's something else that they expect. They expect the communication to be clear and to be a little bit more advanced than it was in 1954, when you stood up in front of a jury and just said what you had to say. They are expecting capacity when it comes to communications and when it comes to science. And I'm happy to say that this case and the work of the prosecutor who successfully prosecuted it are an example of what it is this office has to provide, which is communication skills that are well beyond anything that was expected of me in 1987 or in 1954. And we also have to bring science. The prosecutor who will present this is ADA Rebecca Steck. who did a great job with the case. That was not the easiest case in the world, to be very direct about it. I hope you'll listen carefully to some of the details, but I hope you will also look at the image of a PowerPoint that she used to make her point to a jury and to lay out the chronology, the timeline, the events leading up to the shooting that occurred in this case. Because I think it is an excellent example not only of modern advocacy, but I think it's also an excellent example of the kind of resources that our office needs to be able to bring in order to be effective with juries. And this is one more example with a unanimous verdict of guilt on all charges of our office being very effective. We will take question and answer after ADA Steck has a chance to talk about this case, and I will come back up to invite questions. ADA Steck.
All right, we are listening in here with Philadelphia officials. Did want to make note of what's happening in that upper right-hand box. We do have a plane that has crashed down into a home in Florida. So we are keeping a close eye on this here for you on Live Now from Fox. At this time, unknown if there's anyone injured, but you can see we do have fire rescue crews out there. And we are hearing word that the pilot is possibly still on board here. So crew's going to work to get to that person out of the plane as quickly as possible, give them any medical attention. And again, viewer discretion advised as we're watching this live on Unfiltered. And do want to also say thank you to everyone watching here with us. And that is some big breaking news happening out of Florida. We'll keep that in a box here for you. But again, viewer discretion advised as these crews work to try to get that one person inside of the plane out. So let's go ahead and continue listening in with Philadelphia officials, but we'll keep a close eye on that. If we do get more updates and from this Florida incident, we'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox.
Pointed it at the wife, Maria, who is still in her car. So Oscar essentially tackled the defendant in an attempt to protect his wife to keep the gun down. And in the process of that tussle, the defendant did shoot Oscar Castro one time in the pelvis. The two men struggled, fell to the ground, and the wife, Maria, got out of her car. She struck the defendant repeatedly, and she actually was able to grab the barrel of the gun. Maria was very brave. She grabbed the barrel of the gun while the defendant was still trying to shoot it. She realized that it was jammed, so she grabbed the barrel of the gun, bit the defendant several times to the point where he actually released the gun. She then struck the defendant several times, threw the gun in her car, and then the defendant got into his car, drove away, and was arrested 9 days later. So this case was really complex. We had a lot of moving parts. Everyone spoke Spanish. We had a complainant and eyewitness who were very involved and I mean, quite frankly, were real people, were real life issues, and they followed the defendant there. So it was an interesting and complex case, but really what it comes down to is you can't pull out a gun on the side of Roosevelt Boulevard and shoot other people, no matter what your disagreement is over. In this case, though, we were aided by both DNA analysis on the firearm, which corroborated what Maria said. The DNA was different all over the gun in terms of the handle. There was only one profile for the defendant on the handle. There were two profiles, one of whom was the defendant's and one was unknown on the frame, which matched Maria's statement. There was corroboration there. And in addition, there was corroboration with the ballistics lab. We brought in a ballistics officer who test fired the gun, and he talked about how the gun would misfire, or oftentimes it would jam, and that also corroborated what Maria said. So this case, while we had complex people, we had complex issues, we had language barriers, and there was also no video. Most Philadelphia jurors really like video, and they really won't believe stuff until they have a video. But in this case, we had eyewitness testimony, we had ballistics, we had DNA, and we had the help of really good police law enforcement officers. And I do want to give a shout out to the assigned detective Brian Calabrese from East Detectives, as well as the other 25th Police District officers who assisted in this case. We had really good police work on this one. But at the end, we did secure a guilty verdict for F1 aggravated assault and then various other firearms offenses. Anything else?
You're good.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. I did mention earlier a little bit about communicating. If you take a look over my shoulder, you will see a PowerPoint. I understand it's a little difficult to read from where you are, but this is actually a very detailed timeline that was used in front of a jury to argue.
All right, guys, I do want to just return back to our breaking news that we have happening here in Florida as rescue crews are trying to get this plane removed from this very tight space. Also, we are hearing word that this plane may have come into contact with some power lines, so that also very concerning out here as rescue crews are trying to reach the pilot inside. We do have that note up there, viewer discretion advised. We don't know the medical condition of that pilot inside or the reason why this plane had went down here in this neighborhood in the first place. Now, this crash again taking place on Monday morning. You can see the back tail of that plane sticking up on the side of this home here in Florida. So we are hearing from some other local media outlets who are also here on scene that power has been shut off in this area as a precaution. And again, authorities not able to share exactly the medical condition of that person inside. We'll do our best as well to try to make sure you don't see anything you don't want to see here on this Monday morning, as this is breaking news. Just want to reiterate that you never know what could possibly have happened with that person inside. So as always, viewer discretion advised. You can see we have firefighters up on the roof. We also have a number of officials down on the ground here. It looks like they're trying to put some equipment and ropes around this plane, and then they possibly may have to try to use some of their devices on the ground to try to lift that plane out of this position, or possibly even move it where they could possibly then be able to get inside. So this is going to be a very tough operation for crews here today, especially with the position of that plane. You can see it's kind of stuck in between the house and that fence. Even some firefighters, you can see they're down in between the house and fence as well, as we do have some also on top and even on the back side of the plane down on the ground as well. So live now from Fox, always on top of the live breaking news events that happen across the country. This time we are down in Florida near Miami, where rescue crews are trying to get this plane removed from this home, try to get to that pilot who is stuck inside here at this time. And again, local media outlets in this area do say that our chopper up above is in the area of the 2200 block of Jamaica Drive. Just shortly before this noon hour. And so we'll be keeping a close eye on here. Again, officials say the pilot is still on board, but their condition is unknown. So they have, again, asked to deactivate power in this area, as they may have had, this plane may have had contact with some of those power lines. Our camera zooming in, you can see some of those power lines look to be wrapped around a bit of the tail of this airplane as well. So you can see just some of that concern that crews may have had right when they first had arrived on scene. And as our chopper circles around, we may be able to get a little bit of a better look as to how that plane is positioned in between the home and the fence. As always, though, viewer discretion advised as we make our way around. I know our teams up in the air, I have to give them a lot of credit too, because whenever we go out to live breaking news, and it includes our choppers, they do a really great job of trying not to put anything on air that could possibly be something inappropriate, or also just very, very hard visuals to see. So they usually do try to maneuver their camera angles to try to keep some of those other pictures out of our view. Right now it looks like they're still trying to circle around, getting that tail number to try to identify possibly who this plane had belonged to. And just want to make a note too, we saw when our chopper was up earlier that there is an airfield that is nearby. So this is not far from the North Perry Airport, according to our media sources. Looks like that we may be pulling out to possibly show you where that airfield was, or possibly our chopper has to leave. That happens as well sometimes when we go out to breaking news. Sometimes if the chopper's been up in the air for a long period of time, they may have to go refuel or go out to other breaking news happening in the area. But down on the ground, you can see a lot of emergency crews, those vehicles down on this roadway here in front of this home, as well as inside of the backyard where this plane had crashed into. Live now from Fox, we're going to keep up these live pictures as long as we have them. And, of course, try to get more updates from those reporters who are down on the ground, giving us the very latest into this incident. We'll step away for a brief break, continuing to keep not only an eye on this breaking news, but also the top stories happening across the country right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are keeping an extra eye here on this breaking news coming to us from Miramar, Florida, where rescue crews are trying to reach a pilot stuck inside of this plane that crashed into a home just after the 12 o'clock hour in Florida. So right now, do want to say viewer discretion advised, as we don't know the condition of that person inside. And with our camera zooming out, you can get a little bit better of a feeling as to the response to this incident. You can see multiple fire trucks as well as police officials here on scene. We do also have it being reported that there is a power in the area that is being deactivated as crews are trying to, again, work their way to the pilot. They had said that this plane had come into contact with power lines over the house before crashing, so that's why they had to turn power off to this area, as crews are going to be working very closely to those power lines and with the plane as well. Fire trucks even on the other side here of the street, and again, officials really going to try to keep this area as blocked off from the public, as this is an open and ongoing investigation. They're going to have to look into a number of different things, but also be looking for any other clues as to what may have happened between the airfield and this area where this plane had crashed into this home. So our chopper up in the air giving us a look here, and just want to say thank you to those who are up in the chopper, always giving us these live looks at breaking news happening across the country. This one again coming to us just from near the Miami area as a plane has crashed into a home. Rescue crews here trying to work on a resolution to get this plane out from the side of this home. You can see the tail sticking straight up in the air, and on the other side of this roof is a fence right away. So that's where this is taking place, as the plane is stuck in between those two areas, the house and that fence. And again, there is said to be a pilot still on board. Looks like they're even using a drone to try to assess more of ways that they can try to get this plane removed from its stuck position. So a lot of different tactics being used here, different techniques as they try to, again, reach the pilot who is said to still be inside. The condition of that pilot unknown here. Multiple different rescue crews out here in full force. You're seeing firefighters as well as electricians here on scene as well, as you can see some of those power lines just kind of wrapped around the airplane. So this is going to be something that we'll keep an eye on. We're going to continue to watch it in that triple box that we were just in here just a little bit ago and listen in to more of a press conference that we were just bringing to you. We were in Philadelphia where we were just getting the latest on recent conviction. It was a non-fatal shooting, but also keeping our eyes here on this breaking news. So we'll continue to try to look for more information, anything new that we find out from this scene. We'll, of course, be sharing it with our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Stream, and some of these confrontations that I just mentioned happen later on in the evening. What's your position on that?
Well, you know, obviously our position in general is that when the police are able to make an arrest, and there are tremendous difficulties sometimes when you're dealing with things like ATVs and motorbikes, and you're dealing with people who drive in certain ways that are very dangerous, including things like drifting. But our position is that when people break the law and the case is brought to us, we have adequate evidence, we're going to charge it and we're going to prosecute it. I can tell you that there have been a lot of discussions going back probably 2 years between our office and PPD, in which we have not only shared the difficulties that they face and that we face with these charges, but we have been doing proactive work to try to strategize around new technologies, new ways to try to get at this type of activity. You know, obviously we take this very seriously. We don't want to have a city where people are fearful and they are in danger of vehicular behavior that's unacceptable, or you're seeing confrontations that somehow relate to road rage or some sort of a confrontation on the street. And some of this stuff is going on. But I also don't want people throwing rocks at the police, because it's not fair to expect them to be able to do things that are frankly unsafe and impossible when it comes to certain types of behavior out there. It is not sensible to act like we can have high-speed chases with police cars chasing kids on unregistered motorbikes without running over pedestrians. So we support them 100% in that activity. We work with them all the time. And to the extent they are able to make arrests despite those challenges, we are ready, willing, and able to prosecute. Let's see. Action News. We have Chris. Any questions, sir? All right. Thank you. NBC 10, Telemundo. We have Isabel. Hi. Sure, if you want to. Either way, as you wish.
So in Spanish, we'd love to hear a little bit about the importance of bail. Yo sé que hemos hablado antes de la importancia, especialmente en crímenes como el que estaba defendiendo el abogado, ¿no? Una fianza alta puede prevenir que una persona así regrese a la calle y pueda cometer otro delito.
Sure. Okay. In this case particularly, or in general? En general. Okay. El asunto de fianza es una cosa muy importante cuando tenemos gente que presentan peligro a la comunidad. Necesitamos una fianza suficiente alta para que se queden en la cárcel antes del juicio. A la vez, hay personas que no presentan peligro a la comunidad y no queremos que estén en la cárcel sin razón. Por eso, lo que nosotros creemos es que tenemos que divorciar dinero del proceso, y los peligrosos van a pasar un periodo en la cárcel antes del juicio, y los tipos que no presentan peligro y no tienen dinero saldrán antes del juicio. Okay, estamos trabajando juntos con la policía y otros grupos para tratar de arrestar, cargar y proseguir a gente que mueven de modos peligrosos en las calles, en sus motos, en sus ATVs, o también en carros, automóviles.
Some remarks being made here in Spanish, but did want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us. We're still keeping a very close eye on that breaking news happening out of Miramar, Florida, where a plane has crashed into a home. Viewer discretion advised, as there is still said to be a pilot inside of that plane. These crews really trying to work as quickly but as safely as possible to get that person out of that plane and give them medical attention. Again, our latest update, we do not know the medical condition of that person, and you can see crews trying to work on a solution to getting that plane unstuck from the home and that fence area. It's also tangled with some power lines. We're listening in, though, with our Philadelphia District Attorney Krasner. He is speaking on gun crimes as well as some recent convictions happening in the city. Let's go ahead and continue listening, and right here on Live Now from Fox.
Posesión de armas son los más largos en el estado de Pennsylvania. Cuando miramos Filadelfia en contra de los otros grupos de ciudades, son los más largos. Hay consecuencias aquí, son unas consecuencias fuertes. Tenemos muchos casos donde gente va a la cárcel 30 años, 35 años o por la vida entera. No vamos a aceptar violencia en contra gente con armas sin consecuencias. Sure. All right, and Fox 29. George?
We've been talking about the homicides. Obviously, that's the main number that we always look at for the year. Do you have a number on the non-fatal crimes that have often down?
There are numbers that are available from the publicly available PPD website, and there are also national numbers that are available. We can certainly try to get you numbers later today. I can have Jane Rowe provide that if that's of use. Sure. All right, Ms. Johansson, KYW.
Two questions. One, do we have anybody else turn themselves in for the Roxborough shooting case?
Joanne, would you like to address that?
Okay. Still looking for the two?
Still looking, yep, still working the job. Obviously, there's more people out there still, but the detectives are still working on it.
Thank you. And the second was, we've had 2 Waukesha shut down. We have a lot of very concerned store owners. What is your current retail theft policy when it comes to prosecution?
So the retail theft policy is essentially what it's been for a very long time, which is that we prosecute it.
For $500 or more?
No, may I finish? Respectfully, let me just finish, and then I'll take your additional questions. No, we prosecute it. A summary offense is a criminal offense. It can result in up to 90 days sitting in a jail cell, among other consequences. And so for people who are not chronic, repeat, long-term, or organized retail thieves of amounts that are not high, less than $500, we ordinarily start those as summary offenses. But you need to understand something about it, because it's very important. The ones who charge summaries are the Philadelphia Police Department. They pull a pad of paper out of their pocket, they fill out that half-size sheet of paper, they have the charging function for summaries. They have the charging function. And then when that case goes to court, we're the ones in the courtroom prosecuting it. So that is a criminal charge. It can put you in jail for 90 days all by itself, just one of those charges. And that has been available to the Philadelphia Police Department in the past, but also available all 5 years. If there are some police who are not doing it, I don't know what to tell you, because they have the charging function, unlike the normal situation. There are other situations in which we see someone who's stealing amounts of higher value, or we'll see someone who does so chronically, and in those situations, or we'll see organized efforts. And in those situations, we take a different approach, and we are willing to charge higher levels of those things. Now, as for Wawa, I am happy to comment more about that if you would like. If I'm reading the Enquirer's reporting on this correctly, they have something like 45 stores in the area. They're closing a few, 2 or 3. The ones that they're closing don't actually appear to be the ones that necessarily have the highest levels of criminal incidents reported. I think one of them was reporting 19 criminal incidents in 2 years. Well, that's less than 1 a month, okay? And I think the mayor, frankly, got it right, which is that Wawa is making its own decisions. Obviously, we respect that. I'm a Wawa customer. But the notion that somehow they're closing all their stores when they're not closing all their stores, or they're just closing the ones where they have the most criminal reports when that's not what they're doing, is simply an inaccurate report.
They said that they're closing in 4 stores
And the article in the Inquirer doesn't support that. The article in the Inquirer doesn't support it. The mayor, I hear you. I understand. That is what they are saying. Look at it this way. I mean, another way to look at it is this. What we see is that there was an 88% level of occupancy of businesses before the pandemic. It dropped down into 50% during the pandemic. According to the Inquirer, it's back up at almost 83%. And if, for whatever internal reason, for whatever reason having to do with customers or Center City or whatever it may be, Starbucks closes a store, one of many, 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 and Wawa closes 2 or 3 stores, some of many, 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 then that is another opportunity for entrepreneurship in the city of Philadelphia by people who live here and are going to keep the money here. It's an opportunity for mom and pop to make some money. And I think that's a good thing. Not if they're replaced by mom and pop. It's not a loss of jobs.
The second part is if police are not going to, or police do, let's say this, what's the incentive for them to even charge a summary offense if you're not going to prosecute anything below $500?
That's not, none of that is correct. And I say that respectfully. No. For less than $500, it's a summary offense. If it's $1, that's a summary offense. If it's a 59-cent piece of chewing gum, that's a summary offense. And yes, we are going to prosecute those cases. They're going to come into that courtroom if the police charge it. And then when it comes into the courtroom, we're going to do justice by the case. And if justice looks like convicting them and putting them in jail for 90 days, we're going to do that. And if justice looks like diverting someone because you're dealing with a situation where you're not fundamentally dealing with a person who is a criminal, we're going to do that. But they are prosecuted. And that is how it has been the entire time. All right. Mr. Palmer.
2 quick questions. Thank you. First, last week, a common police court judge quashed the presentment your office filed against former officer Ryan Pownall. What do you plan to do in that case? Are you going to refile charges? Are you going to seek to rearrest him?
I will tell you this. This case is not over. I don't want to say too much because we have what I consider to be a case that is going to be pending for quite some time, but we respectfully disagree with a number of things that judge said in this case. We don't feel, and I say this respectfully, it represents the facts or the law, and we intend to vigorously pursue it. Exactly which highway that will go down is something that is being determined at this time, and we will have an announcement in the near future.
And then in the Roxborough case, one of the defendants, Yassine Bivens, your office had convicted him of charges including aggravated assault in August. Do you know, did your office file any kind of motion orally or in writing about trying to revoke his bail upon conviction in that case?
I don't know offhand. Give me 1 second, please.
Hi, Mr. Palmer. Yes, Jessica Chung tried that case before Judge Ehrlich. Usually we would seek to revoke bail. However, that determination is left up to the judge in that particular case. The defendant was supposed to be sentenced 2 weeks ago, and the judge did in fact put him on house arrest. And that house arrest included a curfew from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. He was allowed out of his house.
I guess my question is, at the time of conviction, was there any kind of motion orally?
I'm not aware that there was, but if there was, that's still dependent on the judge. It's up to his determination. Obviously, the person was out on bail when the case was going forward, so he was left out on bail.
But you're not sure whether your office made that request?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Mr. Palmer, we can try to find out for you. I don't want to guess, but we can try to find out for you. All right. Mr. Cipriano.
Good morning, Mr. President. I have a follow-up on the Roxborough case. Again, Yassine Bivens, that we've just been talking about. As you know, this was a guy who got arrested for drag racing while drunk. It's a pregnant lady. She's seriously injured. The baby dies. Your office did not, you just said you don't know whether there was any appeal on the lower bail. There was
Mr. Cipriani, the house arrest was not vacated. Technically, he was on house arrest at the time of this incident.
So when we get to the bench trial, essentially the DA's office lost the case, the most serious charges. However, he was convicted of 2 third-degree felonies, but there was no motion to revoke bail at that point, as far as I know.
That's what we said twice now. I'm not positive if the DA asked or if the judge just didn't grant it.
Well, here's my question, Mr. President. Don't you feel directly...
Didn't you already ask a question, Mr. Cipriano? How many questions do we have?
Here comes my questions.
Okay.
Do you feel responsible, directly responsible, for the death of that 14-year-old?
Mr. Cipriano, we all feel that we have a responsibility to do everything we can to make the public safe. We feel that way. I think a lot of emergency room doctors feel that way, and I think they all try very hard, just as we try very hard. Unfortunately, in medicine and in law and in criminal justice, we don't always have perfect outcomes. But yes, we feel responsible for trying to keep the public safe. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, back out here to our breaking news coming to us out of Miramar, Florida, where rescue crews right now are working on solutions to get this plane unstuck from between a home and a fence. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to keep you updated on this scene, plus all the other press conferences coming to us across the state, all happening right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are giving you a live look here at breaking news coming to us out of Miramar, Florida. This is near Miami. Rescue crews out here in full force. You can see a number of firefighters up on the roof of this home, but also in the backyard and even in the front yard of this home where a plane crashed into it just earlier here this afternoon. This plane crashing around the noon hour in Florida. And again, viewer discretion advised, as we're hearing there could possibly be the pilot still on board, stuck inside of this plane. Now, with that being said, the medical condition of that pilot is unknown here at this time. You can see that crews have been working on trying to attach some of these different cables and straps around this plane. It is stuck, though. The tail end, you can see just sticking straight up in the air. One of those wings broken and bent and sticking in a different direction than where it's supposed to be on this aircraft. But they have been trying to work on this solution and how they're going to get it pulled out of this position that it is stuck in here at this time. So we've been giving you these live pictures ever since our chopper had went over this scene again. A few details here at this time, but we do also know that this plane had possibly went through some power lines. You can even kind of see some of those cables wrapped around the tail end of that aircraft there. And there was a request for Florida Power and Lights to deactivate the power grid here in this area, as the wreckage again came in contact with power lines that were over this house. So this is a live look at breaking news that we have been bringing to you ever since, again, our chopper had shown us this scene. We'll continue to keep an eye on it, but just wanted to put out that viewer discretion advised, as when they are able to pull this plane away from the home, what possibly could have happened to that pilot inside is unknown. So we'll be keeping this in a triple box as we continue to keep track of more news conferences happening across the country. Since this is coming to you out of Florida, let's go ahead and also bring you another event out of Florida. First Lady Casey DeSantis has been focused on helping Floridians recover from Hurricane Ian with the Florida Disaster Fund. Because of that fund, more than $40 million has been raised to help lend assistance to Floridians in this aftermath of that Category 4 hurricane. She is hosting another event to talk about the efforts that are still underway. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Who's this lady I'm sitting next to over here?
That is our good friend Irma.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good to see you.
Well, thank you all for coming. On behalf of the Adamek family, I'd love to present to you Miss Casey DeSantis.
That is the best intro. That is so great. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say personally, on behalf of the governor and myself, thank you for what you're doing. I know a lot of people in this room are volunteering and helping with the relief efforts, and so it doesn't go unnoticed. And I know there's a lot of people in Southwest Florida and the affected areas who have been through a really tough time, and they appreciate everything that you guys are doing to make a difference, and which is one of the reasons why we're here today. Happy to announce that with the Florida Disaster Fund, we've raised over $45 million going to the relief efforts, which is a record in the state of Florida. But I'm here today to tell you that our work has only begun, that we are not going to finish until everybody's back on their feet and everybody is recovering. And we know that that's going to take a long time, because honestly, being on the ground and talking to a lot of folks, I mean, they lived in areas where they didn't think that they needed flood insurance. And this was a 500-year flood, and they're looking for pathways to be able to rebuild. And so with the $45 million in growing that we're doing, we're going to ensure that we're going to help them every way we can to get back on their feet. One of the neat things about what we've been able to do is that when we first launched this fund, we reached out to American Express, MasterCard, and Visa, and we told them, hey, listen, can you waive the processing fees? Because you know what, 3% or 2% off of $1 million donation, that's somebody's home that we could rebuild, and they did. So 100% of the funds that we raise go directly to the relief efforts, which is exciting. We've had 62,000 people from across Florida and the nation that have donated, and we've had some really great businesses that have made some sizable donations that have been just wonderful. And one of those is Florida Blue, and they're going to talk in a second. We also are excited CSX has done a lot to really support us in dailies. And so we're going to be coming back, obviously, to Northeast Florida, and we're going to be shaking the trees as much as possible to raise more funds, which I think, again, is going to be really a big deal. I want to thank Adamek Harley-Davidson for what they've done. 100% of what they generate in T-shirt sales goes directly to the people on the ground. And so this is a really unique way that businesses can get involved, because I talk to folks and they say, you know, we might not necessarily be able to write a sizable check, but can we do something where a percentage of a sale can go? And I say, yes, 100%. Whatever you can think of, this is the time to do it. So I have a phone number for people if they want to get involved, their business, and they want to find a creative way to support the fund, they can do so. It's 850-414-7400, and we'll give that to the media, of course, so that they can get that out there, and we can engage as many businesses across the state and the nation, actually, as possible. If you want want to donate to the fund, floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222, and 100% again of your donation will go right to the victims of the hurricane. And with that, I want to introduce our first speaker is Darnell Smith. He's the North Florida president of Florida Blue. They did $1 million donation right out of the gate when we launched the funds, and so I could not thank their support enough, and so I want Darnell to come up and say a few words.
First, I'd like to start with a thank you for the First Lady. Whenever we typically have these hurricanes and they have major impacts to people's lives, often when the cameras shut off, nobody's watching and nobody's really taking care of the people who need help. And thanks to your leadership, that will not be the case here. So we thank you for that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to be able to give $1 million to the Florida Disaster Fund after this past hurricane, Hurricane Ian. And we've done a number of other things as well in order to be able to support people throughout this particular issue. First, we'd like to share with you that we have telehealth services that are available free of charge for folks who absolutely have a need of being able to just see a particular physician about just about anything. And so those services are available. We have free emotional support services as well through what we call our teledoc services. And so we can make those numbers available throughout the course of this particular program here, but we'll make it available to the media. And then we've done a number of things of being able to make certain that as people are in need, having issues of complex issues, not having access to their medications and things of that sort, we're reaching out to them. We're making certain that if they need anything, that we're absolutely there, being able to ensure that we're helping them to get through these very, very tough times. And so that's what Floridians do when folks are hurting. We stand up, and so we were proud to be able to do that with many of our corporate partners, but certainly in partnership with the First Lady, and we're happy to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. He brought up a really good point about the mental health services. So for the first time under this governor in the Department of Emergency Management, we have a mental health coordinator that is working with public and private partnerships to not only get the mental health support for the victims of the hurricane, but also for our great first responders and our USAR teams. We had more USAR, which are search and rescue folks, deploy to the affected areas more than any time in our nation's history since 9/11. And so we're making sure that if they have needs as far as it pertains to their mental well-being, that is being supported. And we appreciate what Florida Blue is doing to support those efforts as well. With that, Brian Tucker with CSX, the VP of Corporate Communications, they've been very generous in supporting the fund as well. I want to give them an opportunity to talk.
Thank you. Well, on behalf of the 20,000 CSX employees across the entire country, I can say that we are also pleased and honored to be able to contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund. At CSX, we care deeply about the communities that welcome us every day, but none more than those here in our home state of Florida. So I would like to echo Darnell's sentiments in thanking First Lady DeSantis for your leadership and everything that you've done to raise awareness for this, and the funds that have been raised. It's just tremendous. It's incredibly impressive, and CSX couldn't be prouder and to be part of this coalition of businesses and everyday Floridians who have come together to support their neighbors. We have a lot of work to do, and as the First Lady said, continue giving, and we'll get back on our feet. Thank you.
And with that, the Secretary Tamayo of Volunteer Florida. So the fund resides within her agency, and so working with her is what we're doing to make sure we're maximizing the dollars. So where FEMA dollars run short, the fund can come in and supplement that with good nonprofits who are on the ground in the rebuilding efforts. And so she's literally been on the phone the whole time, which I told her, I said, you can take a second from fundraising to say a few words, but as soon as the press conference is over, you need to get back out there and raise more money. So for 5 minutes, here's Josie. Josie, get up. Thank you.
Thank you, First Lady. Thank you. And first of all, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here, specifically in Jacksonville, sort of our second home. And I want to thank all the wonderful sponsors from Harley-Davidson to Florida Blue to CSX and to Dailies, obviously, for contributing and being first up to contribute. It's my honor to be here. I'm the CEO of Volunteer Florida. And I first of all want to thank the Governor and the First Lady for their tireless work in opening up the fund, and since September 27th, the First Lady is correct, we have raised over $45 million. And we have also received 61,000 donors separate and have received money from over 80 corporate sponsors, which is amazing when you think about it. We are so blessed to be in Florida and so blessed that we have the ability to serve these individuals. And this is a storm like no other. And so it is my great privilege to lead Volunteer Florida. And we have one of our commissioners here that sits on our commission, so I'm very happy she's here. But I also want to talk about, and we work with nonprofits on the ground, with Catholic Charities, Red Cross, Team Rubicon. All these people are down there in the field. My staff is in the field addressing those issues. But more importantly, and the First Lady touched on it, there's going to be a lot of recovery involved, right? And so we want to continue our efforts in fundraising, because that is where the long-term effects of this storm are felt. And as I say, we are here, and I get calls every single day about donations. I answer them. I end my emails. And as the First Lady has said, we now have the line that could call in at 850-414-4700, and it's prompt number 8. So believe you me, we have somebody manning that line the whole time. But I also want to take an opportunity to thank those volunteers that are in the field. And we, not only do we administer the Florida Disaster Fund through our foundation, but we also assist through our volunteer. We're the Florida's volunteer agency. So we have on our website Volunteer Connect, right? And so there are over 2,400 volunteer opportunities. And I can tell you that even as late as this weekend, we had an organization, the Boys and Girls Club, who were looking for volunteers, and I was able to connect them and say, how many, what can we do, how we can help you. And even younger kids wanted to do that, so I urge you. So I know we have a lot of work ahead, but I want to make sure that we all understand that we in Florida are in all of this together, and we are so blessed, and I am so blessed to have this position. So I want to thank all the sponsors, but if you would like to volunteer to help those in the field, please go to www.volunteerflorida.org. And also, if you would like to make a donation, go to www.floridadisasterfund.org or text to 20222. We also have a QR code where if you want to text. And if you have questions about it, we have people on the line ready to answer your questions at any time. So thank you all very much for having me. It is a privilege. As the First Lady says, I have to go back and raise more money. But thank you so much, and you all have a blessed day, and it's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, First Lady.
And I would be remiss, last night too, we were, obviously here in Northeast Florida, we are big friends and fans of the Van Zants, Leonard Skinner. So last night we were at a concert with them in Hollywood at the Hard Rock Casino, and they made a $100,000 donation, which was matched by the Seminole Tribe. So that's $200,000 more that we had. I would also say last night, you'll probably see in the pictures, yes, we had our 5, 4, and 2-year-old with us when we went to the Van Zant brothers concert, so that was a little interesting. But it really is an all-in effort across the state from our family's perspective and beyond to ensure that we are raising as much money as humanly possible. We are not going to lay off the gas. You're going to see a lot of us out and about Josie's on the phone. I'm going to be on the phone doing press conferences and just asking people do whatever they can to support the fund, because it will make a huge difference at the end of the day in someone's lives when they are looking for avenues to get relief. This may be one of the biggest ones that gets them back on their feet. So I can't thank the Northeast Florida community enough for everything that they've done to support good people in need. And so with that, any questions? If not, we're on to the next stop. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Get back on the phone. Get back on the phone. Yes, ma'am. That was wonderful. Thank you.
All right, Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis here was once again raising more awareness and support for the Florida Disaster Fund, which has now raised more than $45 million for relief efforts, especially after Floridians all across the state were hit with that Category 4 hurricane. Live now from Fox, always staying on top of the latest news stories coming to us from across the country. It was just a little bit earlier here today that we had our chopper up in the air. It has left this scene, but it is still a very active scene in Florida where unfortunately, there was rescue crews trying to reach a person who was stuck inside of this aircraft that crashed into a home. This coming to us out of Miramar, Florida. And it does look like we may have a few people speaking about what happened in this incident. Now, again, right now, it's unknown exactly the condition of the pilot, who was said to have still been stuck inside of this aircraft when it had crashed around noon local time. And you can see from this video, the tail end of that plane was sticking up from the house. And as our chopper gives us just a little look at how close that airfield was, it looks like it could possibly have been when this aircraft was either incoming or outgoing right near this airfield. So again, we do have some folks speaking outside of this incident. And so Live Now from Fox wants to play out at least what is being said about this incident right here for you. Here we go. Let's listen in to our to this Florida official. All right, and it looks like they may have had some trouble with getting the sound from here. So let's just join in just live, since she is still speaking.
This home behind me, we can confirm that unfortunately we do have 2 fatalities. In regards to why the plane crashed, that is an investigation that NTSB will be conducting. I can tell you that the homes in this area, approximately 6 homes, do not have any power, and everyone inside has been evacuated as a precaution. We do know that the plane was leaking fuel, so obviously the safety and well-being of all the nearby residents is a concern to us. This is an investigation that will take quite a bit of time, and anything in regards, questions in regards to why this happened, or anything of that nature, we will refer you to NTSB. Yes, the plane was leaking fuel. Miramar Fire Rescue responded and has been working diligently to safeguard all the nearby individuals that can be found in these homes. Residents in the home, I'm sorry. Those living in the homes nearby have been evacuated. Power has been shut off as well. So it could be several hours before power is back up and running. Unfortunately, I do not have any information. It has not been confirmed yet as to what airport the airplane took off, or what the destination, where the destination. Unfortunately, we do not have any further information at this time. I can tell you that Miramar Fire Rescue has been working diligently to secure the plane and to safeguard all those living in the nearby homes. That is correct. We can confirm that the only fatalities were those inside the plane.
Tanya, looking for any witnesses to come forward? People saw something, they have cell phone video prior to the accident?
Of course, anyone that may have seen anything or have any information, to please contact the Miramar Police Department.
Okay, we all know, let's know your name again for the record.
Sure. It's Tanya Ruiz, Taniarues. I'm the Miramar Police PIO. And just to reiterate, you know, for those that came in late, at approximately 11:40 this morning, officers received various 911 phone calls stating that a plane had crashed. They responded to the scene and discovered the plane had crashed into this home. We can confirm that there are 2 fatalities. Unfortunately, in regards to why the plane crashed, what happened, that is an investigation that NTSB will be handling. We do not have any information as to where the plane came from, what airport it left, and what the destination was at this moment.
You know if NTSB is on site already?
They have been notified, and my understanding is that they were en route.
They're what?
They were en route.
Okay, will you
Anything?
have an update in a couple of hours,
You know, any new information that we have, we'll be updating you as well. But again, in regards to the investigation as to why this plane crashed, that is something that NTSB will be handling, and I will direct any of those questions to that organization. En español, dame unos segunditos.
All right, so the public relations information officer here speaking about this incident in Miramar, Florida, saying that, again, there were 2 people on board this plane, and unfortunately, both of those lives lost due to this crash. Rescue crews have been on the ground and even on top of the roof of this home, strapping cables and straps to this aircraft as they're going to try to remove it from this area. And another news outlet in the area, Local 10 News, they had also reported that a woman and her 2-year-old were inside of the home at the time. They were not injured. And again, right now, this crash going to be investigated not only by the Federal Aviation Administration, but also local officials as well. As you heard, power has been shut off to this area as a precaution. There was not only fuel leaking from this aircraft, but also there were reports that it had had some cables and power lines that it had run into that were up above this home ahead of its crash. So I did want to at least bring this very latest update to our viewers who had been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. And when we come back, we'll get you into more news conferences happening across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Larson. Thank you for being here with us. We are keeping track of all the latest press conferences and top stories coming to you from across the country. Have a few that we're going to be waiting on here. We want to just show you a couple of those different live looks. So the first one out of the White House, where we are going to be hearing from our White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. She is going to be giving us a press briefing. And I'm sure a lot of people are going to be focused on not only the president's traveling that he did over the weekend. He was in California. He was also in Oregon. He was speaking about lowering costs to American families. Vice President Kamala Harris also was out on the road over the weekend. She gave a speech encouraging young voters to get out ahead of these November elections. She was in Michigan. And the First Lady, Jill Biden, she was down in Florida to help with the Senate candidate, Val Demings. So the Biden administration out in full force ahead of these November elections. And I'm sure that will be some of the questions. Also, some of those questions going to be focused on the recent developments on the Russia-Ukraine war. Russia recently has been releasing more of these drones that are apparently also causing some explosions. So there was drone strikes that were reported in Kyiv early Monday morning. It damaged some residential buildings as well as other areas, and unfortunately did result in some deaths. So I'm sure some questions in the White House press briefing will be asked about that, but that will be something we'll also keep an eye on here in the State Department briefing, which is just beginning. Let's go ahead, listen in live, run unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Have anything for you at the top today, so Matt, if you want to kick us off.
I don't have anything actually to start either.
Oh wow, Humaira.
Hello. So can we get you to talk a little bit about the U.S. assessment on how influential Iran has become over the past few months in Russia's war in Ukraine? There has been quite a lot of reporting over the weekend as well. I'm sure you've seen the drone attacks. How big of a role it is playing? What is the U.S. assessment? And are you guys thinking about taking action in terms of sanctions?
So to take a little bit of a step back, we have been warning since July that Iran was planning to sell UAVs to Russia for use against Ukraine. We also exposed publicly that Russia has received drones from Iran, that this was part of Russia's plan to import hundreds of Iranian UAVs of various types, and that Russian operators continue to receive training in Iran on how to use these systems. There's extensive proof of their use by Russia against both military and civilian targets there. And you've all seen the reports, as you mentioned this morning, of what appears to be Iranian drones striking downtown Kyiv. Russia deepening an alliance with Iran is something the whole world should, especially those in the region and across the world, frankly, should be seen as a profound threat, and something that any country should pay very close attention to. This is something that we're continuing to monitor closely on our end, and we're in close touch with our allies and partners, including those in the United Nations, to address Iran's dangerous proliferation of weapons to Russia. And anyone doing business with Iran that could have any link to UAVs or ballistic missile developments or the flow of arms from Iran to Russia should be very careful and do their due diligence. The U.S. will not hesitate to use sanctions or take actions against perpetrators. I don't have specific actions to read out or preview, but this is something that we're continuing to pay very close attention to. Sure, Alex.
Thank you so much. Happy Monday. Two parts of this question. One is the Biden administration doing everything you can to help to help Ukraine stand up against Iranian drones? You mentioned also missiles. That is about, that I've seen some reports about Zulfiqar missiles, which come along with 700 kilometer range, which does pose question that why is it then the U.S. is so reluctant about ATACMS that Ukraine has been asking about, for a long time? Does it pause you in a bit when you make your next decisions about, your help, your military aid to Ukraine, and is it going to factor into your decisions?
Thanks, Alex. So over the course of this entire conflict, we have made our assessments and offered our Ukrainian partners the type of security assistance that we think is going to best position them on the battlefield. And you have seen that over the course of the trajectory of this conflict, both in the beginning months in February, but also now, where at every turn the nature of the conflict and the nature of the battlefield has shifted a little bit. We are going to, as I said, continue to work with our allies and partners to address not just Iran's actions here, but continue to hold Russia accountable. And we're going to continue to surge unprecedented security assistance to Ukraine, including air defense, and as well as working with our allies to transfer of air defense systems and other important security assets for Ukraine to use. I don't have specific systems to read out or any immediate package to preview, but this is something that we're paying very close attention to and will take action as necessary.
Transfer to Zilfar, would that be a game changer?
Again, I'm going to let our Ukrainian partners speak to the battlefield specifically, but again, we will do everything we can to continue to surge our unprecedented security assistance to our Ukrainian partners.
Just one tiny thing when you were saying, does the U.S. have independent assessments and confirmation that the drones in today's attack on Kyiv were indeed Iranian drones?
I can't speak to these specific reports, but again, as I said at the beginning of your question, we've been warning about this since dating back to July, not just about their use, but of Iran's plan to sell UAVs to Russia in the first place. Sure.
I'm wondering if, in addition to the hundreds of drones that you just referenced, if the U.S. believes that Iran is preparing to send additional weaponry, specifically short-range ballistic missiles from Iran to Russia.
Again, I've seen those reports, but I don't have anything to offer on that. What I would say, though, is that this continued action of Iran and Russia closening their relationship is a reminder of, candidly, how the Russian military is suffering from major supply shortages in Ukraine, in large part because of the sanctions and export controls that are being enforced by the United States and its allies. As I think the Treasury Department noted last week, Russia has lost over 6,000 pieces of equipment since the start of this war, and there is enormous pressure on its defense industry to replace those losses. Russia is being forced, frankly, to resort on unreliable countries like Iran for supplies and equipment, and our information has noted that some of these UAVs that had been noted in these transfers have been experiencing some numerous failures. So again, this is going to be something that we pay very close attention to, and we'll take appropriate action as needed.
And just one quick follow-up on that, as we talk about other countries selling or giving weaponry to Russia, do you guys have any updates as to where the North Korea-Russia relationship stands on that point, on that aspect? I think it was last month.
Yeah,
U.S. officials said that
I
North
believe
Korea was
Janie asked
preparing.
about this about a week and a half ago, and
Yeah.
I don't think we have anything additional to offer on that.
Okay.
Yeah. Hold on, we'll work through it. Sean, I'm going to go with Sean.
Can I just ask something else on Iran?
Okay.
On Avian prison?
Sure.
The situation there. First, do you have information about the Americans who are there, including Siyam al-Namazi? And do you have any, does the United States have any information about what actually happened? In Iran, it's said to have been a fire, but obviously there's some skepticism with that account.
So I don't have any updates to offer on what transpired, but what I can say is that the detained U.S. citizens in Iran are accounted for, and they are safe. We are closely monitoring their situation for privacy and security and their safety. I'm not going to discuss the situation further, but we're going to continue to work with other countries, many of whom also have detained citizens at even, to remind Iran of its responsibility for the safety of our detained citizens. And we reiterate our call for the immediate release of all wrongfully detained U.S. citizens.
When you say they're safe, they're still in Iranian custody, right?
Correct. They are safe
Well, that's-
from the fire and the events taking place at Even prison. But yes, they are still wrongfully detained and they are still in Iranian custody.
So, changing topics?
Sure.
Okay. It's been reported that this administration is quite furious with the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas for saying what he said to President Putin about not trusting the United States or not trusting the Biden administration. I wonder, you've seen the reports first, and second, what is your comment on that?
I have seen those reports, and I think you've seen some of my colleagues from the White House speak to this as well. But Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine is a clear violation of international law, and it serves as a threat to global peace and security. And President Putin is a far cry from the type of international partner or international leader needed to constructively address the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And so I would reiterate that we are deeply disappointed to hear President Abbas's remarks to President Putin. Russia does not stand for justice and international law, as was evidenced by the UN General Assembly vote last week. And President Biden and Secretary Blinken, in contrast, have demonstrated a U.S. commitment for decades to seeking creative solutions and working towards a lasting peace in the region that's required to advance stability and prosperity throughout the region.
Now, will this disappointment be translated into action, like, holding back maybe on the reopening of the consulate in Jerusalem or the reopening of the PLO office here in Washington in terms of tangible, punishment of the Palestinians?
I don't have actions to preview or link it to, but I would just again reiterate our disappointment to hear those remarks in reference to
just one more. Sure. There's been an increase in sector aggression against the Palestinians, and sometimes aided by Israeli soldiers, especially now that they have the olive harvest, and it's the only crop that Palestinians depend on annually. And obviously the settlers are attacking farmers, uprooting trees, burning them, and so on. Sometimes, while the Israeli soldiers look on, and sometimes even joining them, and so on. I wonder if you have if you have seen reports about increased settler violence, and second, if you have a comment on that.
Well, Saeed, I spoke a little bit about this last week. The recent period has seen a sharp and alarming increase in Palestinian and Israeli deaths, including impacting a number of children. Since mid-September, at least 23 Palestinians and 4 Israelis have been killed, and it is vital that these parties themselves take urgent action to prevent greater loss of life. And we continue to emphasize the point that Israelis and Palestinians deserve to have equal measures of security, stability, of justice, and dignity and democracy. Janie, go ahead.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, one North Korea, one China. North Korea's series of provocations last week, and North Korea violated the September 19 military agreement that South Korea and North Korea has agreed to 5 years ago. South Korea is considering whether to abolish the 19 military agreement first or keep it as it is. How does the United States view North Korea's violation of military agreement? Thank you.
Well, Jenny, you saw me speak to this quite clearly last week, that the recent ballistic missile launches, the other kinds of aggravation and provocation that we're seeing are condemnable. And the specific ballistic missile launches are in clear violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. And beyond the violation of resolutions, these kinds of activities, they pose a very serious threat to the region and to the world more broadly. And so what the United States is going to continue to do is we're going to continue to stay engaged with our allies, the Republic of Korea and Japan. We're going to continue to have diplomatic engagements with them and take appropriate actions as necessary.
Sure. China. Chinese President Xi Jinping said he would unify Taiwan by force within a few years. And also Xi Jinping sent a letter to Kim Jong-un for strategic unity between China and North Korea. Do you think this could cause Kim Jong-un to make a misjudgment?
It's not for me to speak what's in Kim Jong-un's head or not, but what I can say to the first part of your question is we've been quite clear, both publicly and privately with the PRC, that our policy towards Taiwan has remained consistent for decades and across administrations, and we remain committed to our One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances, and we're going to continue to take steps to promote cross-strait peace. And look, as it relates to the DPRK, I think you saw last week when there was a UN Security Council hearing on this, you saw the PRC and Russia and other countries parrot this false claim that U.S. provocations were the origination of these ballistic missile launches or anything like that. That's baloney and absolutely not the case. Go in the back. Okay, yeah, can we stay in the region and then I'll work the room a little bit. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. The President Xi said, China will never promise to renounce the use of force and we reserve the option of taking all measures necessary. And also the U.S. military officials have said that China wants to have the capability to invade Taiwan by 2027. So considering these circumstances, does the State Department feel a need to speed up delivery of weapons to Taiwan? And if so, what could be the options for United States government to speed up weapons production and also delivery of those weapons to Taiwan?
I'm not going to speculate or preview any kind of arms transfer, but what I would say is that we would find any unilateral change to the status quo from either side deeply troubling. As we have said previously, our One China policy has not changed. It is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. We expect that cross-strait differences to be resolved peacefully, but I'm not going to preview or hypothesize anything beyond that. Anything else on the region before we move away?
Sorry, just a quick follow-up.
Sure.
So the U.S. government already promised to, sell some, the weapons to Taiwan, but, some of the deliveries was not made yet. So just I would like to ask that, so how U.S. can speed up the weapon productions and also to the delivery of those weapons already promised to Taiwan.
Right, and I just don't have anything to offer on the delivery or the sequencing and how that happens, but we can see if we have anything more. Anything else on the region before we move away?
We are still listening in live here to the State Department press briefing as they speak about all the different issues the United States government is involved with. Let's go ahead and send our viewers out to a 2-minute break, continuing to listen in live when you return.
On U.S. permanent residents, that's one. And then second, Iran has reportedly amassed troops on the border towns, on Iraqi Kurdistan's border towns, threatening a ground offensive into Iraqi Kurdistan. Do you have anything on that?
On the first question, I don't have anything to offer beyond that. The American citizens that were at Even prison are accounted for and not in further harm's way, as Matt said. And on your next question, I will have to check and see if we have anything for you on that. I don't have anything to offer from here.
And then on Syria, I'm
Sure.
sorry, but a few years ago, Turkey took Afrin out of the hand of the SDF, your partners. And just past week, Tahrir al-Sham, an offshoot of Al-Qaeda or closely linked to Al-Qaeda, took over Afrin. Do you have anything on that?
I don't, but I can see if we have anything for you on that there. Sean, go ahead.
Could I ask you to talk us about Ethiopia?
Sure.
The government in Ethiopia said it's going to continue its offensive in the security region. UN Secretary General Guterres a few hours ago was saying that Ethiopia is now spiraling out of control. Does the U.S. have an assessment Is Special Envoy Hammer involved in any efforts now? How do you see things right now?
Yeah, sure. So a couple things. First, Special Envoy Hammer continues to be in the region. He is in Addis. He met with members of the government over the weekend and over the past couple of days. We also throughout this have welcomed the AU calls for a ceasefire. And we continue to be deeply concerned over the reports of increasing violence, the loss of life, the indiscriminate targeting of civilians, and the destruction in the conflict in northern Ethiopia. And we, again, reiterate our calls, and you saw the Secretary speak to this a little. We call on the Ethiopian National Defense Forces and the Eritrean Defense Forces to immediately halt their joint military offensive, and for Eritrea to withdraw its forces from northern Ethiopia. And we further call on the Tigrayan Defense Forces to cease any additional provocations at this time. It's incumbent on all of those involved to respect and protect civilians, and we call on them to allow unhindered humanitarian access to all Ethiopians in need.
In the interest of time, can I go into something else?
Sure, of course.
Pakistan.
Yes.
The Pakistan said that it summoned the U.S. ambassador. This was, of course, after the remarks by President Biden talking of dangers from the nuclear program. I know you probably don't want to speak for the president from this podium, but could you say what is said to Pakistan in response to its concerns that it voiced?
Sure, Sean. So, look, the U.S. has always viewed secure and prosperous Pakistan as critical to U.S. interests, and more broadly, the U.S. Values our longstanding cooperation with Pakistan. We enjoy a strong partnership. As you know, the foreign minister was in town and had a bilateral meeting with the secretary not too long ago. Councillor Derek Chollet had the opportunity to visit Karachi and Islamabad not too long ago, I think on the tail end of the summer, as did USAID Administrator Sam Power. So this is a relationship we view as important, and it's something that we're going to continue to remain deeply engaged on. And as it relates to the ambassador, we regularly meet with officials at the foreign ministry, but I don't have anything specific to read out.
Just was there any message specifically on the nuclear issue, if the U.S. does consider dangers, as the president said?
Again, I don't have any specific conversation to read out, but the United States is confident of Pakistan's commitment and its ability to secure its nuclear assets. Alex, I'm going to work the room a little bit. I've called on you a bunch. In the back.
Yeah. A two-part question on the situation with the Saudis and OPEC.
Sure.
First, there were reports last week, obviously, that the administration asked them to delay that cut by a month. Ned said last week that he couldn't confirm that report, but the Saudis came out and confirmed it themselves in an official statement. So I guess first question is, can you guys still not confirm or deny that report? And are we to take the Saudis' word for it since they said that the 1 month cut was asked for? And then secondly, is there any update on how you guys are reassessing or changing the relationship with the Saudis today? Because they're seemingly already reacting. They disinvited a Biden official to an event today. They're seemingly already moving to adjust the relationship themselves. Have you guys made any progress on that front you can share?
Sure. So as it relates to a specific meeting, I don't have anything, or sorry, a specific request for any kind of delay. I don't have anything to offer on that. But I think what's important here is that over the course of this administration, as it relates to the conversation around energy, we have been quite clear at every corner that supply should meet demand. As this country, as our economy, and as economies around the world continue to come out of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impacts that the pandemic had on our economy and economies around the world, that the demand for energy should be met by appropriate supply. And so in recent weeks, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia conveyed to us privately and publicly that they had an intention to reduce oil production, which not only would impact supply, but it would also increase Russian revenues and blunt the effectiveness of the sanctions that this country and our allies and partners have been in placing on Russia. that would be the wrong decision to make. And so we presented that analysis, and we presented that there was no market basis to cut production targets, and that they could easily wait and see how the energy market developed over the coming months before taking this step. And then so their decision to cut production was short-sighted for a number of reasons. But specifically on the relationship, this is not something new. The president has talked about reevaluating the relationship with Saudi Arabia since the early days of this administration. He talked about it as a candidate, and this is a relationship that it's a bilateral one that has been built over decades on a bipartisan basis that has transcended multiple administrations of multiple presidents of multiple parties. So what this administration is going to do is we're going to act methodically, we're going to act strategically, and we're going to take time to consult with members of Congress, with our allies and partners, because as I have said, and as Ned and the Secretary have said previously, we have a multiplicity of interests with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. A security interest, an energy interest, a trade interest, a number of these factors.
Can I go back to Iran just for a second?
Sure.
And the drones and reports of missile sales?
Sure.
Is it the administration's opinion that either Russia or Iran is in violation of any kind of, international law or international restriction?
We do, Matt.
You do?
We do.
Okay.
So, as I think you probably saw earlier today, our French and British allies publicly offered the assessment that Iran's supply of these UAVs to Russia is a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231, and this is something that we agree with.
But hold on a second. The arms embargo on Iran expired.
So not all of it expired, and under the UN Security Council Resolution 2231, restrictions on the certain transfer of certain weapons remain in force, and these restrictions are in addition to those weapons that were restricted under the conventional arms embargo. And it is our belief that these UAVs that were transferred from Iran to Russia and used by Russia in Ukraine are among the weapons that would remain embargoed under 2231.
Okay, that's interesting because you just said that now you're confirming that these were Iranian drones, because in a response to a question earlier, you said that you saw reports, but now you're saying that they have definitely been. Now you're saying that these are that you guys know that these are definitely Iranian drones.
I didn't want to speak to specific reports, but to answer your question, the UAVs that were part of the transfer are in violation of 2231.
But they are conventional weapons, are they not?
Our belief and our understanding is that these types of UAVs would also be restricted
What kind of type is that?
I'm not
they could. So in other words, you're saying that the Iranians could sell the Russians AK-47s or the Iranian version of an AK-47 if they wanted to, and that would be okay.
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals, Matt.
Well, I'm not asking for a hypothetical. I want to know why you think that these drones are covered by a resolution, by an arms embargo that expired, and that when the previous administration tried to snap back the sanctions so that it wouldn't expire, you guys removed that in February of last year. And so that embargo remains expired. And so I just want to know what is it about these drones that makes you think that they are still covered by arms sales restrictions?
I can see if we can get you a technical analysis or an explanation, but our assessment is that they are covered by the remaining pieces of 2231. But I will see if we can get a specific explainer on why this specific technology is. Sorry.
Is it your assessment that Iran, a third world country, has such advanced drones that they can give Russia, that has had a whole history, 100-year history of rocketry and so on and all these things, to impact the battle on the ground, to actually change be a game changer in this war?
Well, I think we would have concerns with with a country like Iran closening their alliance with Russia over the course of this conflict, a country that is known to partake in destabilizing actions, not just in its region, but also around the world. So we certainly would deeply be troubled by that. And as I spoke to that at the top of this briefing, everybody, I'm going to wrap here so you all have time to catch the Secretary for his engagement with Secretary Rice. So thanks, everyone.
All right, so the State Department briefing wrapping up. A lot of questions focused on some of these explosive drones that had been hitting Ukraine's capital of Kyiv. You can see some of the video of the damage here on your screen, but also there was some recent video that was released of what was appearing to be Ukrainian police and forces trying to shoot those drones down with the use of their guns as these were attacking the city earlier here on Monday. Live now from Fox, going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, though, I'm sure the Russia-Ukraine war is going to be one of the many topics we're going to hear about in the White House press briefing. You can see our press secretary out speaking to media. We'll be bringing you the briefing from the beginning right here to you on Live Now from Fox after this break.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we have big news today, and that is going to benefit as many as 30 million Americans. Starting today, hearing aids will cost thousands of dollars less than before. President Biden's executive order on competition called on the FDA to make hearing aids available over the counter without a prescription. That is now a reality. This week, retailers across the country, including Walgreens, CVS, Best Buy, Walmart, Hive, and Hy-Vee, will start selling over-the-counter hearing aids in-store and online. And adults with mild to moderate hearing loss can buy these hearing aids without a prescription, exam, or even fitting, which will lower average cost by as much as $3,000. That's thousands of dollars going back into the pockets of Americans and providing a little more breathing room in their family budgets as well. Finally, President Biden looks forward to welcoming President Herzog of Israel to the White House on October 26, a visit that underscores the enduring partnership and friendship between the United States and Israel. They will consult on key issues, including regional and global challenges of mutual concern, opportunities to deepen Israel's regional integration, and ways to advance equal measures of freedom, prosperity, and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. President Herzog will be in Washington October 25th and 26th for meetings with a range of interagency officials. With that, Darlene, want to kick us off?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to start by asking, is the president aware of the comments that Donald Trump made yesterday about American Jews, basically saying that they're ungrateful and they better get their act together, appreciate what they have before it's too late? Given that the White House weighed in pretty forcefully last week to the racist comments by the Los Angeles City Council members, would the White House denounce these anti-Semitic comments by the former president as well?
So Donald Trump's comments were anti-Semitic, as you all know, and insulting, both to Jews and to our Israeli allies. But let's be clear, for years now, Donald Trump has aligned with extremist and anti-Semitic figures. And it should be called out, to your point, Darlene, just like we called out our Democratic friends and colleagues last week, and we will condemn and call this out as well. So we need to root out anti-Semitism everywhere. It rears its ugly head. We need to call this out. With respect to Israel, our relationship is ironclad, and it's rooted in shared values and interests. Donald Trump clearly doesn't understand that either. Okay.
Just to follow up on that, it was announced earlier today that the rapper formerly known as Kanye West wants to buy the conservative social media platform Parler. And this comes after he was kicked off of Twitter and Instagram last week for his own set of anti-Semitic comments. Is the White House or the president concerned that should this sale go ahead and that Ye be allowed to buy this platform, that it would give him another venue for anti-Semitic comments, hateful comments, with no gatekeeper, no one to say that's wrong or anything like that?
So as you know, when it comes to these types of purchases or agreements, I can't speak to that. So that's not something, the actual, agreement or interaction, I can't speak to that. But what I can speak to is hateful rhetoric. What I can speak to is insulting rhetoric. What I can speak to is anti-Semitism, which is hateful. It is dangerous, and we are going to continue to condemn that type of language, because at the end of the day, it is disgusting, and there is no room, absolutely no room, no place in our political discourse to be having that type of really vile conversation or comments being made.
President Biden hasn't attended any rallies or events in public in support of candidates in recent weeks. With the midterms just 3 weeks away, will we begin to see him do that more? What will his schedule look like?
Wait, can you say your first part?
He hasn't attended any rallies or public-facing events with candidates in recent weeks. What will his schedule look like in the coming weeks as the midterms get closer?
So I have to be careful because we do respect the Hatch Act and our strict limits from here, so I want to be very, very careful. But I would point you to the president's most recent trip out west. So it's kind of a bizarre question to ask because he was very visible this weekend and last week. He was out there, and again, I cannot speak to specific elections or campaigns or actions that he's taken, but all I will do is point you to his West Coast trip most recently. As far as upcoming trips, we've announced that he's going to go to Pennsylvania. We've announced that he's going to go to Florida. He was just in Colorado, Oregon, and California, and don't have more beyond the next 2 trips that I have just laid out. And he's going to be out there with congressional Democrats and elected Democrats to continue to talk about about how congressional Democrats and the president has delivered for the American people when it comes to lowering cost, when it comes to making sure that we're creating jobs right here in America, when it comes to what we just announced today with hearing aids. So he is proud of the work that we have done here, and he's going to continue to talk and make sure to talk about it in states and make sure that the American people hear directly from him.
Right, a lot of the places that you mentioned were private fundraisers or official events. Will we be seeing him appear alongside candidates in public? Is that intentional to not have him do stumping with these candidates and supporting his party?
Again, I'm going to be very careful about what I say about ongoing elections. I am restricted here, but I will point you to Portland, Oregon. I will point you to LA, California, where he was out there with fellow Democrats talking about how we have delivered in the past 19, 20 months.
Will we see him in public with the upcoming trips that you've mentioned with John Fetterman, Charlie Crist when he's in Florida? Will cameras be allowed into his events? Will we see him alongside these?
I'm not going to go into the details of what these events are going to look like, but we were very clear when we announced Pennsylvania this week that he is going to be with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman.
Thanks, Bree. Does the White House have a reaction to Russia's latest drone strikes against Kyiv?
Yeah, so we have talked about Russia's escalation and have been very clear about what is going to continue to happen. The most recent escalation, the United States strongly condemns Russia's missile strikes today, which continue to demonstrate Putin's brutality. As you know, President Biden and the G7 leaders met with President Zelensky last week, and President Biden also spoke with President Zelensky one-on-one the day before that G7 conversation. We are in daily touch with the Ukrainians across the administration, from the National Security Advisor to the Department of Defense and the Department of State. On Friday, we announced an additional $725 million in security package for Ukraine to provide critical needs for it to defend itself, continue to defend itself, and bravely. And last week, Secretary of Defense Austin brought together 50 defense ministers to announce more security support for Ukraine, including air defense capabilities. We will continue, as we have said over the past several months, to stand with the people of Ukraine for as long as it takes. We are going to continue to work with our allies and partners. We will continue to impose costs on Russia, hold them accountable, and for its war crimes, as we've talked about. You've heard directly from the president on the war crimes piece and its atrocities, and providing Ukraine with security, economic, and humanitarian assistance.
The president said on Saturday that he thought Prime Minister Truss's initial economic plan was a mistake. Her new finance minister has announced a pretty complete U-turn on those plans. Does the White House welcome that?
So, like the president said, you were there. You may have asked him the question. I'm not 100%. So, like the president said this past Saturday, the question that Jeff may or may not have asked is up to the UK to make these judgments. It is really up to them to decide what is right for their, for their own constituents, right, for their country. The UK is a close ally, as you've heard us say many times, and we work with them on a range of issues, including strengthening the global economy. Our focus is on the long term, as we have said many times, which is growth and investment and increased manufacturing. As you've seen the work that we have done here in Congress and the President with the CHIPS Act, making sure that we are making things right here in America. And not only that, we have created about 700,000 manufacturing jobs right here in America in the past 19, 20 months. So, and also the fiscal discipline that is leading to more jobs, as I just laid out, and rising incomes as we have focused on, and will make our economy stronger and more resilient, as we have seen, because of the work that this president has done when it comes to his economic plan.
Okay. Just back to the drone attacks, does the this administration believe that we are entering a new phase of the war in Ukraine?
So I'm not going to go into any analysis about where we are in this war. We have been very clear about how we saw, how we've been seeing Russia's escalation over the past several weeks. And so, what we will do is to continue to support the people of Ukraine. What we will do is to make sure that they have what they need to continue their brave, the way that they are fighting bravely on the ground. We just announced, as I just mentioned, $725 million of new assistance just this past Friday. We are in regular touch with Ukrainians in the administration, the government, as I mentioned, National Security Advisor and others in the administration are continuing to talk, have close conversations about their needs. And so that's going to continue. We will be in this for as long as it takes. And we've been very clear about this as well. This war can end today. This is a war that can end right now today if Vladimir Putin wants it to. This is his war. He started this war.
Two quick political questions. As the president prepares to appear with John Fetterman later this week in Pennsylvania, there's obviously, as you know, been a lively debate over Fetterman's health following his stroke. Do you know if the president believes there's any sort of reason for concern on that point specifically?
So again, because it's connected to the to his election, I want to be really careful. The Hatch Act, it's something that we do respect and adhere to here. But speaking only about the president's personal conversation with Lieutenant Governor Fetterman, the president has found him to be an impressive individual and who's just as capable as always, and who's carrying out his office. He's currently the Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, as we know, and he's doing that with great ability and heartfelt concern for the people of the Commonwealth. So yes, the president feels that he is very much capable of doing the job.
Sorry, you said that was based on a recent conversation of the two of them?
Well, they've met many times, as you know. Most recently, I believe on Labor Day may have been the last time that they've seen each other in person, and they're going to see each other again, as you know, this Thursday. But the president and Lieutenant Governor Fetterman have had many interactions over the past several months.
And then just my second political question. The end of last week, the president said that his reaction to the Herschel Walker controversy in Georgia was negative. Wondered if you wanted to elaborate on that?
No, I'm going to just let the president's words stand. I'm not going to elaborate on that from here.
Hey, Green, thanks. I have a question about hearing aids, but first I wanted to take a stab at the question from earlier. The president has called this the most significant election, or one of the most significant elections, with abortion rights, voting rights being on the ballot, and a lot of the gains you touted from the podium. And he's spending this weekend at his vacation home in Rehoboth, according to the schedule you guys released. I wonder if you can talk about the calculus there, 16 days before the election, especially during a year when you guys have said Biden would be getting out into the country more and touting the gains that you guys have made.
So last week we spent 4 days out in the country, right? We left on Wednesday, came back Saturday night. To be more specific, 2 a.m. on Sunday. Some of us walked into our house at 2 a.m. on Sunday. And the week before that, he spent 4 days out into the country. Some of that was, yes, for the hurricane in Puerto Rico and going to see the recovery there. Another day was in Florida to talk to the American people who were Floridians who were most affected by the hurricane there. So he's been around. He just went to Colorado. He just went to California. He just went to Portland. We're going to go to Pennsylvania. We're going to go to Florida, and we'll have more to share. The president takes this very seriously. Again, I want to be very careful. There's the Hatch Act. I am restricted on what I can say from the podium and from here. But the president takes what he has done in this time during his presidency, his tenure, it's about 20 months tenure, very seriously, and wants to talk about what he has done, what congressional Democrats have done to deliver for the American people. You mentioned the hearing aids, as I just talked about just moments ago. So yes, there is a lot at stake when you think about the national ban on abortion that Republicans, extreme Republicans want to do, taking away the rights of women, taking away a decision that is very difficult for women to make.
Our press secretary here speaking about midterm elections and emphasizing the point of how important they could be coming in November. Live Now from Fox going to send some viewers out to a 2-minute break, continuing to listen in here when you return.
Medicare, being able to negotiate when it comes to fighting special interests, they want to take that away. So the president is going to continue to talk about that. Again, we were just out west for 4 days, and so we're going to continue to go out there, and the president's going to continue to talk directly to the American people.
I just wanted one more about the hearing. I did have one. It wasn't just a segue. But do you have a sense of when the cost savings will begin to accrue? Obviously, that's not instantaneously, but you talked about prices lowering. Is there a sense of like when that happens and over what time frame?
So I don't have a timeline for you right now. Certainly I can talk to our team to get a specific timeline, but what is important about this is that the president took action. He did an executive order asking FDA to find ways to lower cost for 30 million Americans who do benefit from hearing aid. That's 30 million Americans. That's going to save them thousands of dollars. And so this is an action, a deliberate action that the president took. And now we are going to see the benefits of that. As I can get back to you on exactly how quickly that will occur. But again, this is a huge deal, a big deal. When we talk about giving Americans a little breathing room, when we talk about taking inflation very seriously as one of our #1 economic priorities, this is it. This is an example. Go ahead.
Thanks, Green. The Inflation Reduction Act allocates about $80 billion to the IRS, but the IRS is not going to have a commissioner as of next month when Commissioner Reddick, when his term expires. Can you talk about what's behind the delay for nominating a replacement, and is that going to slow down the overhaul of the agency?
It's not going to slow down the overhaul of the agency. We take this very seriously. Don't have anything to preview for you at this time on any personnel announcement. When we do, we'll be happy to share that.
Following up on the Western swing last week, the president visited Colorado, California, Oregon. At one point, a couple of representatives from Nevada joined him in California. Why didn't the president visit Nevada or Arizona on that trip? And does he have any plans to visit those 2 states in the next 3 weeks?
Again, I just want to be careful. I know you didn't ask it in the frame of the midterms. I know that. I'm just being very careful here. I know, I'm just being very careful. Hatch Act, we respect that here. Look, the president is going to get out there, as we have said multiple times, to make sure that he's talking directly to the American people about how we are delivering on our promises, delivering on how we're really taking inflation seriously, delivering on making sure that we're creating those jobs that the American people really need at this time. And so he's been on the road nonstop, and he will continue to be on the road nonstop. Where he is needed, he will go. And if we have more to add to his travel, we certainly will. As you know, he's going to Pennsylvania on Thursday, and November 1st, he's going to be going to Florida.
But why not Nevada and Arizona during the
I just said, if we have more to share, we certainly will. Don't have anything else to add to what I just laid out.
And tomorrow he's expected to speak about abortion rights at an event in Washington, D.C. Why now is he speaking about that particular issue? What is the goal of that event tomorrow?
So I'll give you a little bit of preview, but I would happily argue that the president has talked about that particular issue, Roe, and protecting women's rights, protecting the right for women to decide to make really important decisions, difficult decision on her body and her health care from the beginning and even before the Dobbs decision was made. But I'll say this, again, want to be careful. I can't speak from here on tomorrow's event beyond what we put into guidance. But broadly speaking, I'm happy to take the chance to talk about this and what the president will be leaning into. So again, the assault on women's access to reproductive health care by Republicans official is an assault. And the president's going to speak about that, as he has been for the past last several months. He just talked about, when he was out west, he talked about the national bans that we're seeing from extreme Republicans, whether it be Lindsey Graham's proposed national ban, abortion ban, or the effort in Arizona to enforce a law on the books from 1864, before women even had the right to vote. And you've heard me talk about this before right here at the podium. Republican officials are dead set on moving America backwards and stripping women of their rights. That is what we have been seeing since the Dobbs decision in June. And their obsession with regulating women's bodies is not just disturbing, it's also very dangerous. So reporting from USA Today, your own publication, late last week indicated Walgreens and CVS can deny women medication now, even for unrelated medical conditions like arthritis. And this isn't happening in a vacuum. This is happening very clearly, very abruptly. It's the product of overreach by Republican officials to regulate, again, women and their own health care, their own private decisions that they should be making on their own. It's backwards, again, it's dangerous, and it's severe in stark contrast to the president and the commitment that he has to leave these decisions between a woman and her doctor. And that's what you're going to hear from him tomorrow. Okay.
Thank you so much. Pakistan on Saturday summoned the U.S. ambassador for an explanation after the president described Pakistan as the most dangerous place in the world. Does the White House have a reaction to that? And also, if Pakistan is the most dangerous place, then why provide an assistance with the F-16?
So I already spoke to this just the other day. I don't have much to add. I spoke to this on Friday when we were headed to Portland. This is something the president has said before, and I just am not going to add more to what I just laid out just a couple of days ago.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Oh, welcome back. It's been a while. You've been out on the road doing things.
Yes. Questions of foreign and domestic politics. First, the president's comments on the British Prime Minister are intriguing in part because he doesn't often comment on the specifics of another world leader's policies. Is there any regret from him about saying that this proposed tax cuts are a mistake?
No.
And when he referred to, who else was he referring to when he said he wasn't the only one who thought Truss's policies were a mistake?
I don't have any other countries or names to lay out or name for you at this time.
I was just curious if he was talking to world leaders, or if there was somebody in his own team who said these are a mistake.
I just don't have anything else to add to that.
On the political questions you've gotten, and you're doing a great job of keeping the lawyers back there happy by not
Thank you.
Yes. But
it's important.
Let's see where he's been in the last month. He's giving a speech tomorrow in D.C. He's given fundraisers in New Jersey, New York. He campaigned with Democratic governor candidates in Massachusetts and Maryland, and he was in California, Oregon, and Colorado next week. Yes, he has plans to be in Pennsylvania and Florida, but behind closed doors with two of the Democratic candidates. There's a White House Office of Political Affairs, and they've been getting phone calls from candidates in some of those other states, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, to say, we'd love to have the president come.
Look, I don't have any calls to read out. We don't have any calls or personal conversations to read out. Look, the way we see it, and the president has been traveling nonstop. He did a great job laying out the places that he's been to, and he's going to continue to be on the road nonstop. That is not going to stop. As you noted, we announced that we're going to Pennsylvania and Florida. Look, he's going to go where he is needed the most, and at this time, we don't have just any additional. We just don't have any additional travel to lay out for you. Again, I'm trying to be very careful here on what I can say. I am restricted at the podium because of the Hatch Act. But again, he has been traveling nonstop. You just laid out where he has gone and where he's going to be in the next couple of days, and the president is looking forward to it. He is looking forward to being out there. You all saw him just the past couple of days talking directly to the American people, having conversations, laying out his thoughts, and you'll continue to see that.
One other on China. Does he have any comment on President Xi's speech to the Party Congress on Sunday and its anticipated third term?
So I don't want to comment from here on any internal political process of other countries. I want to be really careful, not going to comment from here. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Thank you, Karine. Following up on something you said earlier, if President Biden's top domestic priority is inflation, why doesn't he have more to show for it?
So the president understands, and we've talked about this many times, that inflation is an issue, high cost. Cost is an issue for the American people. And so he's been very clear about making that his #1 economic priority. And he has done the work. And he's done the work with congressional Democrats. When you think about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is going to lower the cost for our seniors, millions and millions of seniors across the country. When you think about that $2,000 cap on their own Medicare prescription, when you think about the thousands of dollars that our seniors pay a month, now that's going to be $2,000 a year. That is the work that congressional Democrats and congressional Democrats and the president has done. Republicans did not vote for that at all. And what Republicans want to do is that they want to repeal that very historic piece of legislation that is also going to lower energy costs, that is also going to help fight climate change. They want to get rid of it. So there is a contrast that we are going to make, which is how Republicans are actually going to make things worse, and Democrats want to do the opposite and make things a little easier. I just talked about the hearing aids, which is going to help 30 million Americans across the country.
But who exactly thinks the president is doing a good job on inflation? Because we've got a new poll that finds he receives his lowest job ratings on inflation, net negative 38 points.
We understand that there are challenges that are in front of us here in this country. That is why the president has taken action to lower costs. Think about gas prices. You think about healthcare premiums. You think about Medicare, again, beating special interest so that we can lower costs, so Medicare can actually be able to lower costs for senior citizens. When you think about all of these steps that he has taken to make sure that that is happening, Republicans in Congress refuse to be partners with us on this. They refuse to help us. You think about the American Rescue Plan that has helped create an economy that is indeed resilient, that created jobs. They refuse to help.
Have the president's economic advisors told him that the general consensus now is that the American Rescue Plan has contributed to inflation?
Look, Secretary Yellen, who is incredibly well respected, as you know, in the economic space, has spoken to this. So I will leave her words speak to that, to the statement that you just made. Here's the thing. What the president has done, the issues that he has worked on, when you think about Medicare, we think about health care, you think about energy costs, you think about Inflation Reduction Act, you think about the CHIPS Act, they are popular. They are popular with the American people. They understand. The American people understand what these pieces of legislation that we have worked so hard to get across the line, that are now law, is going to change the lives of American people. Now, is there work to be done? There's always more work to be done. But we are taking the steps to do that. Again, congressional Republicans, they are doing nothing, absolutely nothing. They want to repeal, they want to take away the advances that we have made. Go ahead, Kelly.
When the president either hears or is briefed about Senator Warnock in Georgia not saying that he would support or answering the question about would he support the president in 2024. Does he view that as disloyal to the president personally or to the administration, or does he view it as strategic in a race? Georgia's a state President Biden won in 2020, and yet as a candidate, the sitting senator would not engage on that question in a debate format. So how does the president view something like that?
So, again, just to be very mindful of the Hatch Act. I don't
the president's feelings.
No, I hear the president's feelings. Here's what the president understands and he knows, is that he is the leader of the party. And he is not only that, but he is the president of the United States, and it is important to him to make sure that he addresses and deals with the most important issues to the American people. That is his focus. He's not focused on 2024, and he's spoken to that, and I've spoken to that, and he said he intends to run. We're going to leave that there. We're not going to speak to it any further. But he has been very clear about how important he sees his job to make sure that we we understand that we meet people where they are when we talk about inflation. That's why he's made the inflation the number one priority and when it comes to his economic policy. That's why we have the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, right? To really deal with what Americans care about, to make sure that we're dealing with infrastructure, dealing with supply chain, creating jobs. I mean, think about the American Rescue Plan, right? To make sure we put money in people's pockets, to make sure that we open schools, got shots in arms. Those are the things that the president understood that was before him that he needed to address. And so that's his focus. That's how he's thinking about things. As you're asking me how he's feeling, how he sees things, he sees this opportunity as being president of the United States, as being the person who is able to help create legislation, get things passed.
Distancing from fellow Democrats?
Look, he sees the importance of the job that he has in front of him, right? And which is delivering for the American people. You've heard him say that over and over again the last couple of days, and you will continue to hear him say that over the next several weeks.
Quickly on student loans, the beta period for applications has begun. Do you have a sense of how long that testing process will be, or what people who are interested in applying should know about this early stage?
So we'll have more to say on that soon, but we've seen an overwhelmingly positive response, as well as a strong website performance since we began testing the site this past Friday night. So it's been very positive. Just a few things applicants over the weekend have said about this I want to just lay out so folks can hear. One said it was the easiest application they've ever filled out. Took maybe 60 seconds. That's a quote. Another said, and I quote, "I just filled out the student loan forgiveness form in about 1 minute on my phone in my pajamas. It is possible that the government actually made a form that's easy and straightforward," and quote. Another quote, "It is the simplest government form I've ever filled out." So the beta testing period remains open, and the Department of Education's technical team will continue to monitor the site's performance in real time. And any borrower who submits an application for debt relief during this period will have it processed when the site officially launches later this month. Borrowers won't need to reapply at all. But again, we'll have more to share.
No date yet on the official.
Don't have anything at this time, but we'll have more to share. Go ahead.
Thanks, Gary. Just to follow up on that, do you have an estimate of how many people applied over the last couple of days?
We'll have more to share on that. We don't have a number at this time.
And the president said last week the gas prices are still too high, and he said he'd have more to say on the issue this week.
Yes.
Can you give us a sense of what we should expect from the president on gas prices? And does he have new policies in mind, or is it more of just like a rhetorical approach?
He'll definitely have more to say. As you know, I don't want to get ahead of the president, and once we have something to share, we will. I know we're kind of limited on time, so I'm going to go really, really fast. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Karine. You may have gotten into this in response to Peter's question, but I want to approach it just somewhat differently. CBS News poll that was out yesterday indicated that 2/3 of voters believe that the administration is not doing all it can and could be doing more to curb inflation. What does the White House think? Does the White House think it's doing all it can to curb inflation?
What we understand is, we understand that the American people are going through a difficult time, and we have said that. You've heard the president say that, and we understand how it is tough. It is a tough time for them. That's why we're doing stuff like the hearing aid. 30 million people saving $3,000. That's a big deal. That is a big deal, and that's because of the action that the president took by signing this executive order, as you all know, a couple of months ago. That's why he's worked so hard to get those gas prices down by more than $1 a gallon from the highest points that we have seen just a couple of months ago. And he'll continue to work on that. I was just asked by your colleague about what we're going to announce. You'll hear directly from the president. That's why the Inflation Reduction Act is so critical and key, because it's going to lower energy cost and it's going to lower health care costs. We get it. We get it. I know you're asking me about a specific poll, a specific number from your own publication, and we get it. We understand. But we're going to continue to do the work. It's not going to stop us. And you have seen the results. You have seen the results from this administration. I'm going to just keep moving because we don't have a lot of time. Okay?
The president has talked about there being consequences for Saudi Arabia after the OPEC production cut. I'm wondering if you can give us any update on that, whether that would be something that would come soon, and what it might might include. Senator Coons has said that he thinks the most likely action, or one of the most likely actions, is a halting of future arms sales, for instance. Would the administration support that? What's the next shoe to drop?
So I'm not going to get ahead of the president. As we have said, you've heard from our national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. Just yesterday, he was on one of the Sunday shows. The options include changes to our approach to security assistance, to your question, to Saudi Arabia. The president has said since taking office that the United States needs a different approach, a different sort of relationship with Saudi Arabia. So that is in line of what he has been saying for some time. And remember, when we came into office, we put a freeze on all offensive arms sales to Saudi Arabia just last year. So there's nothing imminently moving right now in Congress regarding this. So there is time for the president to have those consultations, those conversations, to make those decisions. He wants to be methodical and strategic about these conversations. So when we have something to share, we will. Don't want to get ahead of him.
He wants to move either after Congress or jointly with Congress as opposed to unilaterally.
He definitely wants to have a conversation with Congress. This is something that Jake Sullivan said himself. When it comes to this relationship with Saudi Arabia, it was done in a bipartisan way. If you look at the last several decades, and we want to be able to do that as well as we move forward with realigning, readjusting our relationship with Saudi Arabia.
Very quickly, Elon Musk has been weighing in a lot on the Russia-Ukraine issue recently, over the weekend, saying that Russia views Crimea like the U.S. views Hawaii.
As our media continues to ask questions surrounding the war in Ukraine, let's go ahead and send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll pick things back up from here when we all return.
Wondering whether the administration has any comment on what Musk has been saying about the Russia-Ukraine war, and in particular whether it's relayed anything to its partners and allies about whether Musk is reflecting an American view or not.
So I'll say this, and the president has been very clear, we have been very clear about this, and he believes decisions about negotiations or decisions about Ukraine are decisions for Ukraine to make, and nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, and I will leave it there. We've been very, very clear on that. Our allies and partners have been very, very clear on that, and I won't say more from here. Well, I won't say more from here. I've been very clear about what we believe, and this is for Ukraine to decide.
Thank you, Karine. My colleague is reporting today that 5 current administration officials who work with the CBP commissioner have described him as unengaged in his job and seen him fall asleep during multiple meetings. Does the White House have a comment to that?
You're talking about Commissioner Magnus? So, look, under Secretary Mayorkas's leadership, we're securing the border, taking thousands of smugglers off the streets, installing new technologies to catch more drugs and traffickers, and making historic investments in the Department of Homeland Security. That's what we have seen. That's what we have done in the past 20 months. We'll continue to focus our efforts on rebuilding the immigration system that the prior administration just gutted, decimated, and Commissioner Magnus plays a key role on all of this. That's how we view his role.
Karine, can I follow up?
I'm going to just go right ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Karine, quickly. So you talked about reviewing the Saudi Arabian relationship because their oil production cut sides them with Russia. Is the same review going to happen of China, who has been buying 50% more oil from Russia, as well as propping up the Russian economy?
I don't have anything to lay out with you on that specific question.
More than on inflation. Can you give us a timeline? You've laid out eloquently what the president's been doing. Is there a timeline for when Americans can start feeling some economic pain relief?
So in regards to the Inflation Reduction Act, early next year, they will see some of the pieces of that. When you think about an energy cost, when you think about the Medicare kind of benefits from that, so we'll see some movement on that early next year. But when we talk about inflation, gas prices, that's been something that's the American people have seen for the past several months, several weeks, and as costs has been coming down. And the hearing aids that I just laid out, that's something that once I have a clearer timeline, that Americans are going to see, that I'll share with you on all of that. But look, we're going to continue.
What about 18 months ago when the president took office, inflation and gas prices started rising?
Well, 18 months ago, the president signed the American Rescue Plan more than about back in April of 2021, and that helped the American people. That helped start reopen small businesses. That helped reopen schools. That was something that was so critical to meet the moment that the American people were going through. That helped put shots in arms. That matters. That was part of the president's economy plan, right? That was part of his policy that helped us gain these jobs back. And you follow economy. You're always asking me economy questions, and we created more than 10 million jobs. That's because of what the president was able to do. So we met that moment. So you're asking me about 18 months ago? That's what was going on 18 months ago. Thousands of people were dying a day because of COVID when the president walked in. The American Rescue Plan, which is only congressional Democrats passed. Only congressional Democrats passed. They did it on their own and was able to make sure that we got the country back on its feet. All right.
Madam.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions about the new program for Venezuelan migrants. When can Venezuelans start submitting their applications? When will that application process start? If you have any details. And also the administration mentioned last week that there was going to be some kind of security assistance for regional partners. Do you have any details on that? Thank you.
So your first question first. Supporters will be able to apply in the upcoming days. Information on how to apply will be found on the DHS website. So I would refer folks there to the website. On the security assistance that was announced, as you just mentioned, last week, again, I would refer you to DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, and also the government of Mexico as well, for their announcement that they've made for information on the coordinated response there.
Madam,
I'll take one last question.
Madam,
a question on Ethiopia.
Thank you so much. I just have some quick questions on Iran. First of all, is the administration mulling sanctions over the use of Iranian-made drones in Ukraine, and do you believe it's a violation of UN Resolution 2231?
So just very quickly, I can't speak to these specific reports, but as you know, we have been warning since July. The National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, was here at this very podium when he warned about this back in July, that Iran was planning to sell UAVs to Russia for use against Ukraine. We also exposed publicly that Russia has received drones from Iran, that this was part of Russia's plan to import hundreds of Iranian UAVs of various types, and that Russian operators continue to receive training in Iran on how to use these very systems. So there is extensive proof of their use by Russia against both military and civilian targets there. You've all have seen as well the reports this morning of what appear to be an Iranian drone striking downtown Kyiv, yet Iran continues to lie about this. They have not been truthful about this and deny providing weapons to Russia for use in Ukraine. Meanwhile, according to these new reports, Iran is considering selling still more destructive weapons to support an invasion they claim to oppose. Now, what we're doing here, we'll continue to vigorously enforce U.S. sanctions on both the Russian and Iranian arm trade. That's what we'll do from here. Make it harder for Iran to sell these weapons to Russia, and we'll stand with our partners throughout the region against that Iranian threat.
And then over the weekend, VOA Persian got some worrying reports from human rights activists in Tehran who said that authorities at Evin prison shot at prisoners who were trying to escape the fire. Does this change anything about the White House's view on these escalating protests in Iran, and what might be the consequences of actions like that?
So look, you've heard from the president directly just this past weekend when he talked about how gravely concerned he is about the intensifying violent crackdown on peaceful protesters, on the brave women in Iran and their allies, and he talked about how he's proud of how much they're fighting for their equal rights, for their basic rights. That's what we're seeing from the Iranian civilians. The Iranian government has now killed, as you all know, more than 200 people in its crackdown, according to credible reports by human rights organizations. And we condemn the Iran authorities and that have arrested and fired at peaceful protesters, the targeted arrest of journalists, human rights activists, teachers, and cultural figures, and the continued disruption of the internet inside Iran. You have heard from us the sanctions that we have put forth through the Treasury Department, and we will have more to share when we can.
Amid all of this, is the JCPOA still a priority? How is the administration keeping it top of mind?
So, my colleague at the State Department spoke to this last week, and I'll just reiterate what he laid out, which is the door for diplomacy will always remain open, but as of now, we don't see a deal coming together anytime soon. Meanwhile, regardless of the nuclear talks, we will continue to confront Iran's behavior in the region, protect our troops, including with military forces when necessary, and support the brave Iranian people who are demanding for their basic rights. They are demanding for their basic and dignity, which this regime has long denied them. So the United States stands with Iranian women and all the citizens of Iran who are inspiring the world. You heard the president say this himself just a couple of days ago, with their bravery, and will continue to take action to impose cost on those who commit violence against peaceful protesters or otherwise seek to suppress their rights. Again, we don't see a deal coming together anytime soon. To answer the question in the back, all right, everybody, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all the questions Karine took here today. Do you want to let our viewers know that we are keeping a live look at the White House as we are waiting for the president. He is going to be giving us an update on student debt relief portal beta test. You heard already some remarks being made, Karine saying how easy those forms have been for individuals to fill out. So we'll keep our eyes here on the White House for that event. It is set to take place here in about 15 minutes is when the president is expected to speak. And when we come back, we'll be continuing to give you more press conferences across the country, including Governor Ron DeSantis. He was speaking about hurricane recovery efforts that are still underway, nearly now many weeks after Hurricane Ian. We'll take you to that break, bring you out to Ron DeSantis when we return.
Good afternoon. Well, it's a really exciting day to have the students back in school, and I know they were very excited. I got to see a lot of them coming, so I want to thank Toledo Blade Elementary School for hosting us here, and really thanks all the hard work that's gone into getting the kids back so quickly. So thank you for doing that. As you see, we have Manny Diaz, our Commissioner of Education, is here. We also are joined by the principal here, Jennifer Dolciato, and then the second grade teacher, Kelly Walker, is also with us here today, is going to be able to speak. So the this storm, of course, we still see damage. There's a lot that needs to be done. There was a lot that needed to be done immediately to help rescue, and those efforts were done not just in places like Northport and in Fort Myers Beach, but even far more inland in Central Florida and even on the east coast of Florida. So people really did a great job with those initial responses. You also have situations where the services are interrupted. Worked very hard with the power restoration to have those crews there ready to go, and they went and really have done a great job. I mean, even on Pine Island, you saw the day after the storm, the bridge was wiped away. They thought the island was just going to wither, and they asked me for help, and we were able to, get that bridge restored in 3 days, which people were very happy about. But that's allowed us to bring in, a lot of support. So you're now over, I think, 90+% is restored on Pine Island with the Penn. They had really significant damage, doing the same thing on Sanibel, and so those are really, really important. But when you talk about kind of core things in a community, these schools are very, very important. And I think that there was a great effort, and the state, Manny Diaz has been great helping whatever they needed to do. But really, you had the school districts, the administrators, and the teachers work really hard to try to get kids back as soon as humanly possible. And I think that we've seen that happen in all these different counties. We had 12 schools in the southern part of Sarasota County, including Toledo Blade, that were still closed when the rest of the county reopened. But today, this is the first day back here, and we have all but 2 schools in the entire county are back and open. And so they're going to be open tomorrow. So that's really, really good. And I was just, we were in Punta Gorda. We flew into Punta Gorda. We were stopping by, checking out some of the businesses, seeing how people were doing. And I had a couple moms come up to me, thank you for helping with the schools. The parents want the kids in school. It's really important, and I know the kids are happy to be here. So that's helping just restore normalcy. And you have these things that need to be done to help restore the communities, the homes, the infrastructure, but to have this part of the community functioning so quickly is really, really great. And we know how important it is to have kids in school. We were, we've helped out in Hardee County. We helped out in Collier. Collier, they got hit pretty good with the storm surge, and they did a high school football game basically a week and a half after Ian hit them. They were back doing their big rivalry. Kids got in school. So there's a lot of success stories. So we're really proud, and we're also proud to be able to be here today for this announcement, because we do different things in our budget to be able to help education, and we do it in a variety of ways. We just did a record amount of money, and basically when I became governor, we created 2 years ago a categorical spending part of the FEFP that had to go to increase teacher salaries. And so we're able to do this year $800 million, which we've never done that much before. So we're able to do that. COVID year, we were able to do $1,000 bonuses for all teachers and principals in the entire state of Florida. One of the other things we have that can make an impact on helping schools generally, but particularly helping teachers, is our school recognition program. And so today we're able to announce that we are awarding $200 million in school recognition awards for schools that showed student growth and teaching excellence in the 2021-2022 school year. And I think for those not familiar with the program, public schools must receive a grade of A or improve 1-letter grade from the year before. And so this is 1,400 schools throughout the state of Florida that are going to get this funding. And there's really been a great showing from areas that just happened to be hit by Hurricane Ian. So there'll be 24 schools in Sarasota County that will receive school recognition bonuses, including $142,000 right here at Toledo Blade Elementary School, which is an A school. 27 schools in Lee County will receive a total of $3.6 million, 38 in Collier, total of $5 million, 6 in Charlotte, and then I was just at Bowling Green Elementary in Hardee County, and just Bowling Green Elementary is going to get $54,000. And so these funds can be used in a variety of ways. You can provide bonuses to teachers and staff members. You also can use the money for equipment or other types of materials to basically help assist student performance. You can also use it to bring in some temporary personnel if you need that as well. So we trust the schools will make those good decisions, but it's really important that when you have success, that is recognized, and that's what these awards are doing. And of course, now, given these circumstances, this award was earned by schools like Toledo Blade Elementary before Ian hit, of course, but now that you're dealing with what we're dealing with, this may come in handy to help assist in some of those areas as well. And we really want to thank all the staff and the faculty for working hard. I mean, I've seen throughout these affected areas, faculty and administrators who had major damage to their homes. I even saw some that lost their homes, and yet they're showing up to school every day trying to prepare the school for the kids to come back. So we appreciate you having that public spirit. It really means a lot. And we are also cognizant of different types of needs that different communities will have. One of the things that we've done at the state level, really thanks to the First Lady, my wife, is create this Florida Disaster Fund, and she's really led the effort. It's now raised over $45 million, and that can be used to assist with things that maybe the state programs or the FEMA or local, or maybe those aren't fitting your needs, because there's certain things you're eligible for, certain things you may not be eligible for. You know, there's certain things with insurance policies, maybe you get, maybe you don't. So there's going to be needs beyond just kind of those wickets. And so we've already done $2 million to some of the first responder organizations like the Sheriff's Association, PBA firefighters, and they're raising money to match that, and that money can be used to help their folks who may have difficulties. I mean, maybe they need some help with some home repairs. Maybe they need temporary place to live. Now, you are eligible for that with FEMA now, but still, there's a lot of needs. And I've asked the Department of Education to talk with the different school districts in the affected areas to see how can we use the Florida Disaster Fund to help some of the teachers that may need assistance? Because we understand, you know, you expect to see a police officer on the street, you expect to see teachers in school, but you don't think about, well, they may be here when they have all the same problems you have with their homes, and yet they're here helping our kids, or in the case of law enforcement, they're out keeping things in good order. And so we recognize, though, that there's you're not immune just because you have an important public function you serve in your job. You're not immune from having had major effects from this storm. So we're going to be working on that, and hopefully be able to roll something out very soon with those awards from that fund to help charitable groups that are going to be focused on folks who are involved in education. And if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. You can also text disaster to 20222. There was also, because we're in Sarasota County, you can buy a Tervis tumbler where the company has said all proceeds will go to the disaster fund. So it's a Together We Shine tumbler. I think I've heard good reviews about it. My wife was involved with launching it, so if you're so inclined, that's another way to not only help the local folks here, but to help the disaster fund. So I'm just glad that we're able to bring these awards here to Toledo Blade Elementary. I'm glad that Sarasota performed well again for really has come to be expected, and the same thing with some of our other counties that got hit hard. This obviously is going to make up for that, but it sure is nice to have a little extra support. So I want to thank the principal, and I want to thank everyone at the school for having us here. So the floor is yours.
As we listen to more officials out of the state of Florida, I do want to remind our viewers, President Biden expected to be delivering some remarks here any moment on student debt. We're going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in out of Northport, Florida. Once we see the president, we'll jump into that event live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
To accept this recognition. I am incredibly proud of the focus, dedication, and passion that our students and staff bring to this campus every single day. Today is also a very special day, as you heard. It is the first day that we were able to welcome our students back to our campus after the hurricane relief efforts. We enjoyed seeing their smiling faces this morning, lots of hugs, and we certainly look forward to returning to a little normalcy after today. I would like to take just a quick moment, though, to recognize everyone who was very helpful in the outpouring of support in getting our community ready for us to return back to school. I'd like to say thank you to our superintendents, our district first responders, emergency response teams, community foundations, and many other agencies who helped pave the way for our road to recovery right now. So a big round of applause for them. And as we move forward, the use of these school recognition dollars will certainly be impactful as we prioritize high-quality learning experiences for all of our students. Staff will be able to use these dollars in a very personalized and individualized manner to support their needs as well as the needs of their students. And keep in mind that the expectations for our district for excellence across the county remain high, and we are committed to working together as a professional learning community and staying focused, working together as one for the success of all. So thank you, Governor DeSantis and Commissioner, for this reward and this recognition. I thank you for being here.
Okay, Kelly.
Hi, everyone. It's a little different. I'm used to 7-year-olds in front of me, so brace yourselves with me. I was asked to share for a minute or two about my story with teaching, so that's what I'm going to do. I wrote this down. I'm trying not to look at it, but I probably will. So my name is Kelly Walker. And obviously I was asked to speak a little bit about my teaching journey, so here I am. I was born and raised in Michigan, and I moved to Florida about 15 years ago. I knew I wanted to be a teacher ever since I was a little girl, when I was putting my little stuffed animals out and, you know, giving them those little fake assessments, those little fake tests. I've been in the classroom for 15 years and have been at Toledo Blade for 12 years. When I moved from Michigan, I knew I had to check out the schools. I wasn't familiar with them, and I came here to Sarasota County School District. When I came to Toledo Blade as a sub, I instantly knew that this is where I belonged. I can remember when Mr. Renoff was the principal here at the school and Mrs. Dulciado was the vice principal at the school. And at that time, they were greeting families. They were outside walking around the campus, interacting with the kids, and held the staff to high standards. And I was like, this is it. This is where I need to be. So I have taught a lot of different grades, from high school to 3rd grade to kindergarten, and we have to give those kindergarten teachers props because, woo, I never want to do that again. Never want to do that again. Currently, I am in 2nd grade teaching, and I love it. It's where my heart is. It's truly my passion. I enjoy every minute of that. You could be having the worst day in the world, which I have had some days like that, and you come in and you see their faces, and it changes everything. They brighten your day. It's just, you, like I said, you could have the worst day and they just make it the best. They've been through so much, from COVID to now Hurricane Ian, you know, being a big disaster in our area. I've had students who've had to uproot and move to a different state because they've lost everything. We have staff members who have lost everything. And today, to see them come into the school, ready to learn, excited, smiling, giving you hugs, it just changed everything for us. So I see some teachers nodding their heads. Yes, it's awesome. Our job is at times, or I'm sorry, the bond we make with the kids, it can't be replaced. So this is why we do it as teachers. You make this connection with them, and it's truly amazing. It's hard and it's challenging and it's stressful as a teacher, as most of my fellow colleagues will say. But this is what sets our district and our school apart from others. We all pull together in Sarasota County. We collaborate. We use many resources as we can to help these kids make growth. It's extremely fulfilling, and it's a huge accomplishment as a staff member to earn these A+ funds. Thank you. From all the sweat, tears, time, and our own money being spent in the classroom as well. Our staff and our admin, and most importantly, the students, are earning this incentive that is great to be recognized, and to be able to take these funds and reinvest it into the students to help their education soar is truly amazing, and I'm really honored on behalf of Toledo Blade. So.
Good job.
So great to be here at Toledo Blade today. We've been looking forward to this moment, and I'm happy to report, as the governor said, that all 5 districts that were affected by Hurricane Ian are back open, and we're looking to have all the schools open the rest of the week. So I'd like to thank the governor for his leadership, not only in the preparation for the storm, but in the recovery of the storm, and understanding that our schools are such a vital part of that recovery. I'd like to thank the staff here in Sarasota and here at Toledo Blade, especially all the teachers that we have here in the audience. Without you, it doesn't happen. So it's so important to be here today. But I tell you, this Governor DeSantis understands that the most important thing in our schools is the teachers in front of our students. And his investment, his leadership in investing over $2 billion the last 3 years directly to teachers is a sign of that, and understanding how important to have our schools open, our kids learning, and trying to get back to normalcy. And of course, we have to highlight the school recognition funds, and congratulations to Toledo Blade for the work you did in getting an A, and those funds are coming to you. It's so important to recognize the hard work of our teachers, to have our kids back in school, to have our community feeling like it's on the road to recovery. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. It's great to be here today.
And we really appreciate the great effort. We're going to do a lot more, continue the momentum that we've gotten with respect to education. If you look at the most recent NAEP state by state, We were #1 in the country, first grade reading, fourth grade reading, fourth grade math. When you adjust for demographics, the state by state again is going to come out for this year. When is that coming out? Next
24th,
week,
yeah.
24th. And you know, we had the kids in school. A lot of people didn't. So.
All right. So Governor Ron DeSantis here is speaking at schools as his administration just announced also that they're going to be awarding $200 million in school recognition awards to schools that demonstrated student growth and teaching excellency. That's going to be happening at multiple different schools today, starting with those remarks in Northport. We're waiting for President Biden, so let's go ahead and take this final 2-minute break of this hour. When the president steps out, we'll be in that in full for you here on Live Now from Fox.
The kids back to school, and hopefully, you know, we don't miss a beat and get everybody back to where they need to be. So God bless and thank you. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
This would be more for principal. In regards to how the funds will be allocated, you mentioned a personalized and localized approach. Do you have sort of a preset program, or it's going to just be more teachers directly interacting with administrators, seeing how it can be distributed?
That's a great question. Actually, our school will follow the protocol that's set forth, which is our School Advisory Council. In conjunction with our staff, will make a determination on how those funds will be spent. And again, they can be spent to support the individual efforts of teachers, to support our students and our overall school growth.
All right, we'll be back soon. You guys need anything else? Yes, sir.
Governor, I'm from over in the Inglewood area.
Okay.
The western side of Charlotte in Sarasota County. We're concerned over there that the majority of the residents of Inglewood do not have any internet as of yet.
Okay. Who's your provider?
Comcast is, and Xfinity is the biggest provider. And
Comcast is?
Comcast, Xfinity,
Yeah.
Xfinity, Comcast, whatever they want to provide today. But they're very slow, and I heard this morning from somebody who had made contact with them that it may be the end of the month or next month before we have.
Yikes. Okay. Can we get our Starlink and see what we have for Starlink in Inglewood? So basically, you know, when this happened, there was predictable outages in power, some of the communications, but you know, the electricity came on quicker than we've ever had, you know, in a hurricane. A lot of the, some of the phones did okay. I mean, they had some hits and starts, but the one thing I keep hearing is, particularly in Charlotte County with some of the internet. So one of the things we did to bridge that gap is we got 450 Starlink internet devices from Elon Musk, and those satellites will beam down. You just put it out, and, you know, if you did it, everyone here would be able to get it in this room or even maybe in the school, but you need to put a bunch in the community. But that's something that we're willing to do to try to bridge the gap. I mean, I know that there's been, it seems like it's been slow with some of these companies getting the internet back. And this one, you don't need to worry about the cables. If you have the thing, you plug in the device, and then your devices can get it right off Musk's thing because it's coming from his satellite. So I think that's a great way. So we will be in touch with the county. And is Northport does have internet, or how's it here? Spotty? Okay. Do you guys need anything at the school? How's your internet here? Do you need an Elon Musk device?
Our school district. I would defer to
Do you need it, or do you just want it? If I see it in your backyard somewhere, I'm going to be like, okay. Because honestly, it's very clear. I mean, it's amazing. When we first got them, maybe a few days after the storm, we're in Hardee County, and we were streaming our press conference, and we usually do that anyways, and it's always a little spotty if you're in, you know, some of the more rural areas. This was crystal clear. I mean, it really was good. Whether you're urban or rural with this, it doesn't matter. As long as you have that device, you know, that's something. In the meantime, I know that there are these Elon Musk devices at some of the areas in each county. So if you go, for example, these DRCs, the disaster recovery centers, they have the Musk stuff there. So like if there's communications you need to do, you can go get that, use it all you want, and there. Obviously, for convenience, people want to be able to have it in their home, and so we'll work with your county, and if we can provide additional support, we will. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Governor, just one last question regarding the Starlink. These are already paid for by contract, or is Tesla from us?
Just free. Yeah, he gave them to us for free. Yeah, so it's.
Hiccup with his involvement in Ukraine, are you certain that?
Well, I don't think he's had a hiccup. I mean, I think what's happened, so I think most of you know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Elon Musk positioned his satellites over Ukraine and gave them these things. So they've actually been using his devices to be able to defend their country. And I guess some of the people in the government were attacking Musk. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, he's doing this for free. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Good Lord. I mean, have a little bit. So, but I think there was like kind of that kerfluffle, but he has provided that for them for free. And if you think about it, in a country that big, given what's going on, I mean, that's tens of millions of dollars that he's effectively donated. And so and the thing is with this, we didn't have to ask him. He basically said he was going to send relief. And so we appreciate that. And we appreciate so many others who have been involved and been helping the effort. We've got some of the greatest organizations that have been down here helping folks. And really from day one, I mean, it was almost like, you had to try to pry people away from here because so many people wanted to come help. So it was really, you've seen a lot of generosity of spirit, and you've seen a lot of people step up to help their fellow Floridian or even just their fellow American. And I know people from foreign countries have wanted to help just because that's just kind of the nature of it. So thanks to everybody who's been in that effort. And I'm gonna talk about the internet for you guys. Thanks.
All right, Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping things up. We are still waiting for President Biden as he is set to deliver some remarks on the student debt relief portal beta test. But I did want to also bring us out to some breaking news we have coming to us out of the Los Angeles area. So here at this time, a little information coming, but you can see our chopper up above this very active crime scene, the tape already up, those black and white squad cars down on the ground. We are hearing that this appears to be a robbery of an armored truck in the parking lot of a Bank of America. Now, our Fox 11 teams say 4 suspects had fled in a black Chevy Volt, and there was at least one person who was shot. This is in the city of Carson, so this coming to us outside of that LA area in Los Angeles County. We'll make sure that's updated in the banner as well. But again, this is some breaking news coming to us from that area. So still a very active beginning part of this investigation. Those officers going to be sending out the information on that vehicle, again, the black Chevy Volt, to everyone who's on patrol to keep their eyes out for that, as well as the 4 suspects as well. You can see here just some of those officers down on the ground. Looks like right now they may have some cups that are over what could have been some evidence in the parking lot. So maybe they don't have those yellow markers. Usually that's what we see marking things in the parking lot or at any crime scene, is those little yellow markers so that they can take into account every single piece of evidence. But here, this is again, a live look at this underway. So live now from Fox, always on top of the very latest happening across the country. And as I mentioned, this coming to us from Los Angeles County, California, where officials are now investigating this robbery of an armored truck that happened in the parking lot of the Bank of America here. So if we do get more information, we're of course going to be continuing to keep you updated. We'll also keep this up so we can look at it as it is unfolding here before us. Live now from Fox, also still trying to keep an eye on the president. He was set to deliver remarks about 15 minutes ago on that student debt program. So we'll be jumping into that in full here for you as soon as we see the president. But here you're seeing, again, the back of the bank parking lot You can see many officers, squad cars. They have a huge area that has been taped off by police tape. This whole surrounding area going to be taped off so no one can go in or out. And for those who were maybe around the area at that time, they're going to try to have those individuals stay around the scene too, so that they can get all the witness accounts, possibly see which direction this vehicle had went after it had left the scene. After, again, our sources are saying there's 4 people who were inside of a black Chevy Volt that had left this area after that robbery of an armored truck. So this, again, coming to us here live, run unfiltered, just as we always do with events coming across the country. While we wait for President Biden, since he has not yet begun his remarks, we'll still keep that up in a box for you. We'll keep this live picture up in a box for you. But I want to continue, obviously, bringing us out to live events happening across the country. So we'll put those in a triple box, and then the other thing we'll be going out to is let's go ahead and get into the Waukesha Christmas Parade trial. We are now into week number 3. More witnesses have continued to come up onto the stand. One of the witnesses earlier here this morning, she was not only attending the parade with her husband, but then after the events unfolded, when that SUV had driven through that parade route and had left that scene, she said her and her husband also left to try to make their way back home. They actually ran into that suspect, Daryl Brooks, later, who had asked to use the woman's cell phone. She did allow him to use his cell phone. She said he had called his mother, had a parent conversation where he repeatedly was asking for an Uber to take him home. So she was just one of those many witnesses up on the stand. Looks like we now have a police officer speaking at this time. So let's go ahead. We're going to go listen in live. As I mentioned, as soon as we do see the president step out and make his remarks, we're of course going to be jumping into that in full here for you on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, though, we're going out to Waukesha, Wisconsin.
Can you pause? Can you zoom in a little bit? And play a few more seconds. Would that mess the zoom up? Would it still be zoomed in, or would it go back out?
It'll stay zoomed on that portion of the screen.
Okay. Pause.
We're at 55 seconds.
55, yeah. You would describe those pants as jogging pants or soft pants, as you say?
Yes.
And you stated that when you parked your car, where you parked your squad on Elizabeth and West, you hooked up with 2 other officers?
Yes.
And those officers had long guns?
Yes.
Can you explain what a long gun is?
Shoulder weapon, rifle, or shotgun.
Do you recall if it was a rifle or a shotgun?
I did not examine either weapon closely.
Are you done with this exhibit, sir?
Yeah, for right now, yeah. And you made reference to finding sandwich, credit cards, and things of that nature in the pants, correct?
I found the sandwich while you were laying on the ground.
And you also stated that you found a credit card and things of that nature. In fact, would it be fair to say that that's what was in your hand on Exhibit 176?
Do you need the exhibit to answer? Do you recall?
There were, I don't, thank you. There were what appeared to be credit cards and ID and a car key.
And they were in your hand, correct?
They were.
So would it be fair to say you also found those and not just a sandwich?
I did not pull that stuff out of your pocket, sir. That was a different officer. I did hold it while he finished searching you, sir.
So I'm sorry, that threw me off. So you obtained that the credit cards and all that from a different officer?
Yes.
Did you find anything else?
On your person, I was not the person searching you. Aside from the sandwich while you were on the ground.
So as far as your search, you just found a sandwich?
Correct.
And at the time, do you recall why the suspect was being detained?
Yes.
And what was the reason?
Because you matched a description that was broadcast over the police radio of a suspect involved in the parade incident.
In this report, did you write it yourself or did another officer?
I wrote it.
Do you recall writing that the suspect was being detained for investigative purposes?
Yes.
Any reason why you wouldn't state what those purposes were in the report?
Yes. Because at the time we had contact with you, I was not fully aware of the circumstances.
Well, would it be fair to say that you just stated why the suspect was being detained?
That I just stated why this, I'm sorry, what was the question exactly, sir?
Would it be fair to say that you just stated when asked why was the suspect being detained at that moment? You
at
answered,
that moment.
Yeah,
Yes.
at that moment that you detained the suspect. You stated because they matched the description of someone involved in the parade.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
But then you stated that you just stated that at the time you weren't fully aware.
I knew that people had been hurt. I knew that shots had been fired. I did not know how many people were hurt. I did not know by what mechanism people would be hurt. I did not know the magnitude of the injuries. I just knew that something violent had happened.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't in the known of a lot of information at that point.
That's true.
Grounds.
Overruled. Her answer may stand.
Would it be fair to say that you were being heard in Exhibit 80, stating that if everything was on the up and up, you would be on your way?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That was me.
So would it be fair to say that was an inaccurate statement if the suspect fit the description of something that happened in the parade?
Not at all.
And what do you mean by not at all?
I mean, sometimes people look like someone who did something and turn out not to be that person. But that was not the case here.
So as far as you knew at the time, it could have been mistaken identity.
It could have been, but it was not.
Well, at the time, it'd be fair to say at the time you didn't know.
At the time, I did not know.
Did you give the suspect
up to $10,000 in federal student loan debt and up to $20,000 if you received a Pell Grant for folks earning less than $125,000 a year? Today, I'm announcing how millions of people, working and middle class folks, can apply for get this relief, and it's simple and it's now. It's easy, it's fast. At the end of my remarks, I'm going to officially launch this new application site at studentaid.gov, studentaid.gov. You'll be able to fill out your name, social security number, date of birth, and contact information. No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes, and if you have any questions, you follow up. We will be able to follow up with you. This is a game changer for millions of Americans. We get moving. And it took an incredible amount of effort to get this website done in such a short time. I want to thank the Secretary of Education, there he is, Secretary of Education Cardona, who's here with me today. He and his team led a talented group of data scientists and engineers across the federal government and built it and tested and launched this new application in just weeks. And the Secretary insisted that it had to be tested over the weekend. It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty. We had over 10,000 people contact the White House and either send us letters or calls thanking us. It means more than 8 million Americans are starting this week on their way to receiving a life-changing relief that they're looking for. It started today with millions more, and we're going to have the opportunity to do it as well. As millions of people fill out the application, we're going to make sure the system continues to work as smoothly as possible so that we can deliver student loan relief for millions of Americans as quickly and as efficiently as possible. My commitment was, if elected president, I was going to make government work to deliver for the people. This rollout keeps that commitment, just as I'm keeping my commitment to relieve student debt as borrowers recover from this economic crisis caused by the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Now, I hope, God forbid, I say once in a lifetime, that gets me to another issue. We need more funding for this, but anyway, for dealing with future pandemics. But I want to be clear who's going to benefit the most. Working people, the middle class. If you earn less than $125,000 a year, you'll get up to $10,000 knocked off your student debt. If you earn less than $125,000 a year and you receive the Pell Grant, you'll get up to an additional $10,000 knocked off that debt, so $20,000 in relief. In total, more than 40 million Americans can stand to benefit from this relief, and about 90% 90% of that relief is going to go to people making less than $75,000 a year. Let me be clear. Not a dime will go to those in the top 5% of the income bracket, period. Now, let's talk about who is against helping millions of hardworking middle-class Americans. Republican members of Congress and Republican governors are trying to do everything they can to deny this relief, even to their own constituents. As soon as I announced my administration's student debt plan, they started attacking it, saying all kinds of things. Their outrage is wrong and it's hypocritical. I will never apologize for helping working Americans and middle-class people as they recover from the pandemic, especially not the same Republicans who voted for a $2 trillion tax cut in the last administration, mainly benefited the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations, and didn't pay for a penny of it. It racked up a deficit. I don't want to hear from Republican officials again who had hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars in pandemic relief loans, the PPP loans, but who now attack the working middle-class Americans who are getting relief. And these are members of Congress who received those loans. They didn't do anything wrong, but they qualified. They qualified for up to, in one case, $2 million. And despite what the Republican officials say, we can afford, we're able to afford the student loan relief. It's because of our historic deficit reduction the Republicans voted against. On my watch, the deficit fell by $350 billion last year, and we're on track to reduce it by $1 trillion this fiscal year. We're also set to reduce another $300 billion over the next 10 years because of the Medicaid being able to negotiate drug prices. But that's not all. In relieving student debt, we're also resuming student loan program that we paused during the pandemic. Come January, folks have to start to repay their student loans if they qualify, if they don't qualify for this relief. That means billions of dollars a year will start coming into the U.S. Treasury. My administration's plan is an economically responsible course to ensure a smooth transition to repaying and preventing unnecessary defaults. And it also is focused on going after fraudsters who call borrowers. You're going to receive these calls. I tell anybody who's qualifying for these loans or trying to qualify for these loans. If you get a call pretending they're from the government trying to help you with your loans, let's be clear, hang up. You never have to pay for any federal help from the student loan program. You're going to get calls if you do this and we'll pay that, you can get relief. That's fraud. If you get any questionable calls, please tell us by going to dotftc.gov. My message to fraudsters looking to cheat the American people is don't do it. We're going to hold you accountable. Let me close with this. Today marks a big step, among others, that my administration is taking to make education a ticket to the middle class that folks can actually afford. But don't take my word for it. As I said, we received nearly 10,000 letters from across the country. A woman in Colorado wrote, she grew up, she said, in the school lunch and food stamp programs, started working at age 13, and on her way to college to a good job, until she was injured in an accident and couldn't find full-time work. She said her student loan debt was weighing her down, but now she can, quote, breathe again. A mom in California wrote how she received a Pell Grant to become a nurse. She just had her 4th child, and the stress of the pandemic pulls the weight of the student loans on her even more heavily, making everyday life really hard. But now she says that weight is lifted, making life easier for her. And something we don't talk about very much, a lot of seniors still carry a burden of student debt, whether for themselves or for their children and grandchildren. A retiree in Oregon wrote how she never missed a payment and says this relief, quote, means the world to her. That's what today's announcement is about. So let's get started. The new student loan application is now open. If you have federal student debt, please visit studentaid.gov. It's easy, simple, and fast. And it's a new day for millions of Americans all across our nation. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
question about inflation.
If it's on this, I'll happy to answer the question.
Mr. President, on this, the litigation could get in the way of this program?
Yes, well, that's what's going on right now. Litigation is underway, and I don't think our legal judgment is that it won't, but they're trying to stop it. Thank you.
How many people have already applied through this beta testing website? Do you know?
Over 8 million people.
And will people who have privately held loans, will they at some point become eligible for this forgiveness because they no longer are?
We are working on pathways there to support those, but we're moving as quickly as possible to provide relief to as many people as possible. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you offer assurances that they will soon be eligible?
All right, so our Secretary of Education there attending alongside President Biden as he was speaking on this portal now being open to help with student debt relief, studentaid.gov. Live now from Fox going to be continuing to follow the very latest when it comes to student debt relief, just as we're always following the latest top stories across the country. A live look here at the big board in the green, and boy, how lucky we are to see that stretching out through the day. Closing bell coming up here at the top of the hour. Live now from Fox going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, though, you're going to want to stick around because there was some new video that was released by Polk County sheriffs. They have released this video. We do have Sheriff Grady Judd down in Florida who is speaking about this incident where a sheriff is a deputy is lucky to be alive, was shot in the chest, and thanks to the bulletproof vest, is able to be still around with his family today. We'll be giving you details on this incident in just 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Polk County sheriffs released a surveillance video from a nearby home of a shooting that could have been tragic for a deputy and his family, but it was not, thanks to a bulletproof vest, a St. Michael's medallion, and the good Lord, according to Sheriff Grady Judd. It happened last Wednesday in the Tanglewood Preserve community in Davenport. Deputy Tony Nunez was shot in the chest after responding to a domestic situation. Sheriff Judd saying the 41-year-old had been a 41-year-old, Gabriel Batista, had been calling, texting, and aggressively banging on the door of his estranged wife's home. She eventually called 911. He was gone by the time deputies had arrived, but while they were talking to the estranged wife, a child spotted him pulling up in front of the home. That's when deputies approached Batista and asked to see his hands. He refused. He backed around the patrol car and then his vehicle with his hands behind his back. Of course, the officers and deputies who were responding, trying to de-escalate the situation, when that failed, one of those deputies had pulled her stun gun out. That's when Batista had opened fire, taking 6 shots. Deputy Nunez trying to fire back, but there was a bullet that had hit him in the center of his chest. Let's go ahead and get the very latest details on this story from Sheriff Grady himself right here to you on Live Now from Fox.
Good Monday, everyone. I told you last week that we would join together for more information whenever someone else did something really, really stupid. And they did. It was over the weekend. I want to introduce you to Gino Costa, who's 73, and his son, Rocky Costa, who's 15. Now, what I'm about to tell you, you just absolutely cannot believe. This ranks among the craziest stuff that I've seen in a while. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. So these guys live at 4900 Cypress Gardens Road, which is an apartment complex, in number 32. Got that? So we have a witness that lives down the apartment street from the Costas. He goes outside about 7 o'clock Saturday morning, and he discovers that they've made a missed delivery. That's right. Someone has left pharmaceutical medicine at his house. So our witness, being a good Samaritan, being a good neighbor, doing what any one of us would have, took the medicine and went down to the Costas residence, who it was intended for, walked up to their front door and hung it on the door and left. Well, the Costas have a Ring doorbell, and it hit both of their cell phones that a guy was at the front door. So what do? They think they're being broken into. Are you kidding me? The dude is being a good neighbor, and he simply goes there and returns the package to the appropriate address. So he goes home. They arm themselves. First, Rocky comes outside. He looks around. He doesn't see anybody. He goes back inside. Then Gino picks up his .45, so they both have .45 caliber firearms. And Gino, not only does he pick up his firearm, he picks up his cane so he can walk. And they go outside. And they're searching for their quote-unquote burglar. There is no burglar. So they get almost 100 yards away from their house, and there is a lady in a dark-colored car with dark windows, with the engine running, and she's sitting in the car playing on her cell phone, looking at her messages, minding her own business. When she looks up and she sees Gino standing at the back of her vehicle with a gun pointed at her, screaming for her to get out of the car. Well, she thinks he's about to carjack me. He's going to rob me. So she throws her car into reverse. She's trying to back out of the way. She, in the meantime, crashes into a car that's behind her because she's trying to leave. She thinks she's getting robbed at gunpoint. Rocky hears the commotion. He comes over. He thinks that our victim is trying to back into him, and he starts shooting into the car. And then Gino shoots into the car. She puts the car in drive and speeds away. Did you hear what I said? The two of them shot at an innocent lady sitting in her car where she had the right to be, looking at her cell phone. They shot at her 7 times. She wasn't hit. She notified the sheriff's office. We started our investigation. During our investigation, we learned that one of the bullets, even though it didn't hit her, went through the baby's car seat in the back and lodged in the driver's seat of the car. Our victim was that close to death, and certainly had there been a baby in the car seat, the baby would have been killed. So here you've got these 2 guys who are way out of line, way out of control. They don't understand the Florida law. The guy who's helping, he simply was taking the medicine down and putting it on the doorknob or at the front door because they delivered it to his house as opposed to the Colin Costas. They go out searching for a burglar that wasn't there and shot up an innocent lady's car while she was in it. That's crazy. They can look at each other and say, young son, old dad, I guess we are messed up because we're going to prison for a long time. We've got them charged with attempted murder, among other things. Listen, here's a message. In Florida, we have a wonderful castle doctrine law. We have a wonderful stand your ground law. That doesn't mean you can go search people out and shoot them. That's what they did. They searched people out to shoot them. And newsflash, even if the first guy who would have been the burglary suspect, if he was, they shot the wrong person. So anybody that walks up to their front door, a friend, a relative, a neighbor, doing a neighborly deed by delivering medicine that got sent to the wrong house, gets shot at? What are they thinking? Neither of them had a criminal record until Saturday morning, and now they both have real long criminal records. And our goal is for them to go to prison. You don't shoot at people. You don't leave the security of your home and go out and chase people down. That is not appropriate. And then the person that they chased down was not even the person that made the delivery. Just shoot whoever's in the neighborhood. What kind of craziness is that? So if you have problems seeing people who are totally out of control and totally crazy, look at these 2 here. And oh, by the way, Rocky's 15. He doesn't have the right to have a handgun in the first place. But dear old dad's giving him a gun. And now between the 2 of them, they have managed to find their way to lockup, to the county jail and to juvenile lockup. Stand by for more news on that. As you know, last week, Gabriel Batista is the one that shot my deputy dead center in the chest. Gabriel Batista said that he was going to die by secondhand suicide. That was his terminology. In fact, when the deputies came out of the house from the family disturbance, as I briefed y'all last week, Gabriel had driven past both of their marked cars, stopped his car in front of his separated wife's house, and approached the deputies telling them, "You'll have to kill me. You'll have to kill me here in the driveway." Well, today we're making the video that we saw and retrieved from the house available for you. And I'm going to go over that. As you see, our deputies tried to talk to this man who from the very beginning has his hands behind his back. You see, we're trying to talk to him and de-escalate it. He's backing away from us. He's going to back around his car, which is in the road, And immediately we pull our firearm and our taser when he would not de-escalate, and we continue to talk to him, Now what we can't see, and you'll see right here, he's got a gun in his hand, and he shoots, and he ends up shooting 6 times at our deputy. Our deputy's firearm jammed after the first shot, but the first shot was enough. He slipped and fell and threw his gun down by the time our second deputy transitioned to her firearm, and they were ready to re-engage him. They were remarkably restrained because this all happened in seconds. But when they saw that he had thrown his firearm down after only being shot at one time, then they took him safely into custody. And note that our deputy, even after being shot in the chest, was able to take the man into custody. And you see they've got the light on him. The one with the light's got the firearm, the other one's got the taser. She tries to tase him right here. At the same instant he shoots, he goes down, he throws his gun down, he's got his hand in the air. They both have their firearms out. Now this is after he's shot in the chest. And he's already, he's cleared his gun, reloaded, and they've taken him into custody.
Slow motion, sure.
And you can see it in slow motion here. That is remarkable restraint, that after he shot 6 times at our deputy, striking him once. And you can see the gun here. There's the taser, there's the first shot, and there's the subsequent shots at our deputy. He goes down, he throws the gun down, and they take him into custody even after being shot in the center of the chest. He's in the county jail under no bond. He might as well get used to it. That's where we intend for him to stay for the rest of his life once he has a jury trial. And I'm certain that when we present all the evidence to a jury, they'll make the appropriate decision based upon the evidence before them at that time. Any other questions before we go?
How are your deputies doing at this time?
Yeah, they're doing remarkably well. Our deputy was treated and released from the hospital. As you saw, even after taking a bullet to the chest, I mean, he's Superman. He stayed in the fight, recovered, cleared his firearm, and was still able to participate in taking the guy into custody. Our other deputy, who had the taser, because once again we're trying to use less than lethal, we didn't see any firearms, but when somebody does not comply with us, and we've said this over and over and over, when somebody does not comply and their hands are behind them, we automatically have to guess that they've got some kind of weapon that they want to hurt us, but still they tried to de-escalate, and it goes from this to this, and that's how fast you're shot. So we're blessed that with 6 shots, the only one that hit him was the one dead center where his vest was, and that he survived. And quite frankly, we've got to ask ourselves, what's going on in these people's minds? Like I said, he wanted to do secondhand suicide and take it out on the deputies. And once again, they showed remarkable restraint, because in that split second, and even though he had thrown the gun down, him wallowing around in his hands, he could have easily picked that gun back up, and they would have been justified in using more force than they did. But that is experienced deputies. One had 22 years of experience, our female deputy there, and our male deputy who was shot had 15 years of experience. So at the end of the day, everyone's okay. and they'll be coming back to work. There's a period of administrative time until we can do some reports, and also we have a protocol when they're in a high danger situation. They have to talk to our psychiatrist and be cleared by him before coming back to work. So we're blessed.
You spoke to the deputy who was shot. How is he reflecting upon this?
Oh my goodness. When I saw him at the hospital, and he had an abrasion, and he had the abrasion really because he was wearing his St. Michael's that he said he never leaves home without. That caused the abrasion from the bullet hitting, because the bullet was stopped in the vest, but it hit his St. Michael's and caused the abrasion. He was unbelievably calm, cool, and collected. When you hear him on the radio saying, "I've been hit," he's calm, cool, and collected. You know, you would never know that the man was just shot in the chest. He's Superman. He's Superman. These guys here, I can't get over this. This is so wrong on every level. Rocky and Gino Colin Costa. It's wrong on so many levels, every level. The fact that, neighbors trying to do them a good deed, they think they're being broken into. There was no evidence, zero evidence that they were being broken into, none. They just simply see a guy standing on their front porch on their Ring door camera as he's bringing their medicine to them. And then they go out and trace down some lady sitting in her car in another part of the complex and shoot her up. Try to get her out of the car at gunpoint. Not even the person on the Ring camera. Just crazy. See y'all later. Take care.
Some wild stories coming out of Polk County, Florida. Again, Sheriff Grady here detailing out just two of those stories happening live now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, though, I'm going to be bringing you more news conferences across the country here in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. New York Governor Kathy Hochul stepping up to the podium to talk about more actions that the state is taking to crack down on car and Cadillac converter thefts. Let's go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
Acknowledge the presence of some amazing elected officials who I've had the honor to work with over a long time. And I'm starting with our county executive, Steve Malone. Thank you for all you have done. You've been side by side with us in the trenches as we work together to make Long Island safety, especially your home of Suffolk County. So thank you, County Executive. Also, Diane Savino has joined us, our state senator. Anna Kaplan is here. Thank you, Anna Kaplan. John Brooks is here, our senator. Our Assembly members, Chuck Levine, Dina Stiletti, Judy Griffin, and also we are joined by someone I've known a long time, and that is our DMV Commissioner, Mark Schroeder. And I want to thank you for everything you have done. Major Steve Budish, you'll be hearing from him shortly, as well as an individual, Eric Tanner, who's going to share a personal experience he had, one that has been replicated far too often. So great to be back on Long Island. I literally snuck into one of your great diners Sunday morning. You didn't see me there, but I'm always there. I think it was in New Hyde Park. We stopped in, had a really good breakfast. So I didn't want to miss the chance to come back. We were just here to announce the completion of the Long Island Railroad, third track, and so there's so many great things happening. But you've heard me talk about a lot of challenges we've had here in the state of New York with respect to crime. I mean, it's not just New York, it is nationwide, and we continue to be laser focused. One of our highest priorities, I've said since I first took office, will be increasing public safety overall. And today we're here to talk about a unique crime, one that maybe not was top of mind for a lot of people even in the last couple of years, but has really risen to the top of why we have an increasing crime rate, and that's the theft of catalytic converters. And it's not just, as I said, New York issue, it's a rising spike all over the country. But the thefts here in New York State have just risen exponentially. And I'll get into the numbers, but there's reasons why they're targeting these crimes in our state. But we do take the effort to focus on crimes overall. Very, very seriously, and we are making progress. Let's just talk about one crime that really frightens people, and that is gun violence, shootings. And we're not done yet, but the fact that shootings are down 13% in New York State is really extraordinary. Those are good numbers. It could have been up 13%. Other parts of the country, they're seeing a decrease in shootings of about 2%. So down 13% statewide, down 14% in New York City, down 18% on Long Island, and even in places like and even my hometown of Buffalo, where Mark Schroeder's from, shootings are down 35%. So the same laws apply across the state, but you can see different results, but the result overall is positive, and that shootings are down. And gun seizures are up. I mean, part of this is a reflection that our gun approach is working. We brought together 9 states last January. I spoke about this. 9 states working with NYPD, local police departments, state, federal, local, working together to track illegal guns across boundaries and stop them from coming here as well. So we're trying to focus on progress there, but we do see an uptick in property crimes. And here's the context. From 2019 to 2021, overall property crimes declined, with New York having the lowest rate, 30% lower than the national average. But just in 2022, something has happened. New York State has experienced a real rise in property crimes, and what is driving that is thefts of catalytic converters. Now, over the last couple of years, it's increased over 200% in some parts of our state. Nassau County, over 1,549 thefts this year compared to 445 last year, a 248% increase. Suffolk County, there have been 819 cases, up from 289 a year ago, 183% increase. And the numbers are even more alarming in New York City. They've actually quadrupled in the city compared to a year ago. So what's happening? People are targeting driveways and homes and parking lots and dealerships and auto repair shops. And we promised that we'd find ways to do more to protect New Yorkers from these thefts. I mean, you think about the cost of your vehicle. After your home, it's your most expensive commodity. You put a lot of money into your vehicle. Some are older. I drive cars into the ground. I sometimes have a 10 or 12-year-old vehicle. It's all right. Some people like a new car every year. That's great. But what has become so valuable is something known as a catalytic converter. This lovely thing right here. And I'm going to explain to you what this is all about. Why are they occurring? There's a piece in your exhaust system that helps reduce toxic gases. This is an important part of protecting our environment. It converts them into a safe gas like a steam. And they do protect the environment. In fact, it's one of the greatest environmental inventions of our time. Back in 1975, they became required in all vehicles, and we've dramatically reduced the impact on the environment. So they've been valuable in reducing emissions, but they're also valuable to criminals. And why are they stealing them? Because they contain rare, valuable materials like palladium, rhodium, think back to your high school chemistry classes on the chart, and platinum. Those are all the component parts of these converters. And as the price of rare metals has increased, so has catalytic converter theft. See the direct connection there. The price of the product is higher. Criminals are trying to make money off this, and they're stealing them from our cars. And they're very easy to remove. Very easy to remove, only takes about 2 minutes. And they have a street value alone of about $200 to $500. So the thefted one, only worth $200 to $500 on the street, replacing it costs anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000. The larger the vehicle, the more expensive it is to replace. And newer vehicles actually have 2 converters. So you can have 2 stolen at the same time. But the hit to our wallet doesn't just stop there. When they take it out, it also increases the likelihood of damage to the vehicle overall, cutting lines, and that can add up to $5,000 to $10,000 worth of damage you have to repair on top of replacing it overall. So we emerge from this pandemic. People have enough to deal with in their lives, inflation, everything going up, and now we have a criminal class of people that are now using this, stealing it from our citizens and selling it to various places, chop shops, on the black market. And so now today, instead of just talking about it, we're announcing a very aggressive, targeted approach that we believe will deter criminals from stealing them. So here's what we're doing. I'll be signing legislation. And again, I thank our legislators for their leadership, and I'll be announcing who was involved in a minute. But we're announcing that we're going to require vehicle dismantlers, which is a nice way of probably saying chop shops, and the scrap processors to keep information on anyone who sells them a converter. Let's track who's selling them. Okay, if a theft is reported, we'll know where to get the information. And this will help law enforcement as they conduct their investigations, as they track down these thieves. And also to make sure that these are easily traceable back to the vehicle they're stolen from, we're going to be having dealers offer new etching kits to provide a traceable serial number onto catalytic converters. It's this simple. It's called CatGuard, very clever. What you do, you get one of these packages from your dealer, and you can take this little brush, put this on the catalytic converter. This is acid, be very careful. Don't let your kids get this. But you put the acid on here, swipe it across here, and over time, that'll embed the numbers onto the catalytic converter. And you link them to the DMV database to the vehicle. See how this works? Okay, now they're going to be caught. This gets stolen. We have a responsibility on the chop shops, the processors, to identify who brought it to them, and now we can trace it back to the actual stolen vehicle. So we believe that getting these out in the hands of dealers and owners and different repair shops is going to make a big difference in dealing with the crisis. So also, I'm directing our state police, which is why we're here at Troop L, to talk about our local relationships here. You'll hear a little bit about that, but also I want them to work with our state and local policing agencies and crack down in the high theft areas. We know where they are. We can track them. We have technology. So I'm offering state police assistance to work with our local governments to have various teams that go out to crack down on these thefts as well. Because working together is how we're going to succeed in accomplishing this. I'm also instructing the DMV and state police to use legislation to trace stolen converters all the way back to those that may be already at illegal dismantlers. So they're going to go visit the shops, talk to them, find out if they can help work on tracing these catalytic converters as well. Also, I want to give people resources. Everybody says, sure, you pass a law, but it's now going to be a local cost. I spent a lot of years in local government. I know local governments don't like unfunded mandates, so we need to give you some support. We have $3.7 million for the Motor Vehicle Theft and Insurance Fraud Prevention Board. We're going to be analyzing thefts by region. And also, we mentioned insurance. I mean, this is a driver of insurance rates. You know, there should be we'll have conversations about this, but with the insurance companies, those individuals who have taken these precautionary steps, this could be an area where we can see a reduction in insurance costs for those so-called safe drivers, get reduction in insurance costs. Why not people who've taken these steps against theft as well? So we're also adding funding to 28 law enforcement agencies and community-based programs. And here's some money coming your way. Nassau County Police Department, $114,000. Nassau County District Attorney, $114,000. Suffolk County Police Department, $123,556. I'll give you the change there, County Executive. Also, the Suffolk County District Attorney, $283,000. So that's what we're serious about this. We know if we're going to put additional responsibilities on your shoulders to give you the resources to pay for it. But it's not all we're doing to support law enforcement in this. I'm proud to announce $20 million in new technologies such as license plate readers and surveillance cameras that can aid in the detection, prevention, and prosecution of car and catalytic converter thefts. So we're going to be helping with that as well, a significant amount of money. And this will allow localities to purchase the technologies that they can do for this surveillance and help law enforcement actually prosecute and stop the crimes from happening. So we're going to double down on these efforts because this is a serious problem. No one should have to worry about this. This is an enormous cost for families. They don't need the stress. They don't need the worry. You shouldn't have to go to bed at night wondering if someone's stealing this valuable commodity out of your own driveway, because people deserve to be safe, whether they're in their own home, streets, trains, subways, wherever they are. So we believe that the measures we're talking about today will go a long way toward addressing the thefts. I do want to thank Diane Savino, Anna Kaplan for championing this. Diane Savino started, and Anna Kaplan is working closely with her, and also our other legislators for really bringing these ideas to the legislature, getting our attention on a way we can start solving this, because this hits people where it hurts the most. Hits them in their pocketbooks. And anytime government can work together collaboratively to help solve this, we'll be doing this as well. So we want the criminals to know the gig's up. We're coming after you. We have the resources, the technology, and the will to stop these crimes from happening. So in addition to the reduction in shootings and homicides, we start seeing a reduction in property theft, most valuable items, and then people start realizing that we're doing everything we can. We'll continue to drive down the crime rate in our state, which is really important. So that's the New York I want to live in, a place where people are safe, feel safe, and that we start hitting all these crimes exactly where they're happening. And this is what we're announcing here today. So I want to thank everyone who's involved here. I want to invite Major Stephen Udis from Troop L Commander, State Police, who's going to talk about exactly what this is going to look like. Commander, thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. And on behalf of the State Police, I pass on our appreciation for signing this legislation that provides tools that will benefit investigations into auto and catalytic converter thefts. This is a top priority for our agency. We are ramping up enforcement efforts and enhancing our coordination with other law enforcement partners to combat the rise in these crimes. And we appreciate the commitment to new technology, including license plate readers, which are a tremendous help to our efforts. As the governor mentioned, there has been a spike in car thefts and converter thefts, especially in densely populated areas like the lower Hudson Valley, New York City, and here on Long Island. Things did not used to be this way. Prior to the pandemic, New York had almost 3 times fewer vehicle thefts than the national average, falling nearly 90% from 1990 to 2019. But since then, the national average has increased by almost 50%, almost doubled in New York from 2019 to 2021. Although New York has motor vehicle and catalytic converter theft rates lower than the national averages, we still view it as a problem. Auto theft and catalytic converter thefts often involve complex, organized criminal operations that span across state lines. Stealing a catalytic converter may only take a few minutes, but leaves a victim with thousands of dollars in damage and very little evidence. The converters can quickly be sold to car dismantling operations who can recover the expensive precious metals inside the converter that make it work. The price of these precious metals has increased dramatically over the past few years, and these chop shops can make a huge profit by selling these metals. Our auto theft unit, which is part of our special investigations unit, is working closely with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners on several ongoing and current investigations involving catalytic converter theft. These investigations are only hitting on a small percentage of the actual thefts that are occurring. We at the State Police are here to address this problem with the same seriousness and dedication as we have given to all crimes that we investigate. Through targeted, intelligence-driven enforcement and leveraging innovative technologies to catch bad actors and prosecute them for their crimes. With this new legislation added to our toolbox, we will continue to work with our law enforcement partners and the National Insurance Crime Bureau to further our ongoing investigations and hopefully stem the trend of tremendous uptick in the number of catalytic converter thefts. We will continue to use technologies at our disposal, such as license plate readers, to collect data and build investigations that yield results. And we call upon our local partners to take advantage of the state funding made available by DCJS to build up their capabilities as well. And we will continue to work with the Department of Motor Vehicles to target shops that are illegally dismantling vehicles and profiting from the sale of parts like catalytic converters. And this legislation will help us in that effort. Again, Governor, we appreciate your support. Please know that this legislation will be used by the State Police as we continue in our efforts to greatly reduce the number of catalytic converter thefts. Thank you, Governor. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you someone who was very instrumental and involved in the drafting of this legislation. That's Senator Diane Savino. Thank you, Senator Savino. Thank you.
Thank you, Major. Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to especially thank Governor Hochul for inviting me to come all the way from my island to this island, and of course to our County Executive, Steve Bellone, for hosting us here in the State Police. To my colleagues in government, particularly those from the Senate, Senator Brooks and Senator Kaplan, I'm happy to be with you again. Those of you know I'm leaving the Senate soon, so I won't often have opportunities to be with you as colleagues. I want to say a particular thank you to my colleague from Utica, Assemblywoman Marianne Butenshaw, who is the sponsor in the Assembly of this bill. She and I started working on this together because, as you all know, this is a statewide problem. In fact, it's a national problem. We started seeing the theft of catalytic converters from not just New York City. You heard the numbers. You heard the governor talk about the increase, over 6,000 thefts in New York City alone, increasing numbers in Nassau and Suffolk County. It's all over the country. You know why. You've already heard the value of rhodium, palladium. We understand where it's happening. And I think Assemblyman Levine and I were talking in the back about what, if you're old enough, oh, Senator Gorin is here. Come and join us. If you're old enough to have remembered the bad old days of the 80s when car theft and auto theft was rampant in the city of New York, sometimes you'd come out of your house, if you had a car, you might find your hubcaps were missing, maybe your rims were missing, and sometimes you'd come out and your car would be on blocks because they stole your tires. At least you could see what was stolen. With a catalytic converter, most people don't know what it is, and they don't know that they've been the victim of catalytic converter theft until they try and operate their vehicle. And if you ever tried to turn your car on when it's missing a catalytic converter, I think Eric's going to talk about that, it sounds kind of like a jet engine taking off. Or like a Harley. And so when we started working on this issue to figure out what can we do, well, number one, it's already a crime to vandalize somebody's car and to steal their parts. So we started working with the Department of Motor Vehicle. They came up with some suggestions on how people can reduce their risk. They actually sell alarms for your catalytic converter. Did you know that? You can put an alarm, if you can find your catalytic converter, by the way, you could put an alarm on it, and maybe you could be alerted that someone was trying to vandalize your property. You could buy insurance for your catalytic converter over and above the insurance you have on your car. Seems a little silly when you think about it, though. We knew there were people who were stealing it, and I think Major talked about criminal cartels, and they are, in fact, criminal cartels out there involved in the theft of catalytic converters. But what we weren't focusing on was the other end of this criminal activity, and that was scrap metal dealers and the vehicle dismantlers and what their responsibility was to this. And they felt that they had none. And so this piece of legislation recognizes that, number one, it's already a crime to dismantle a car and take away their catalytic converter. But we're holding the dismantlers and the scrap dealers to a much higher standard, the way we did several years ago when we added airbags to the component parts that the Department of Motor Vehicle says that scrap metal dealers, vehicle dismantlers, and dealers have to take care of. They have to keep track of. And we're going to require that they keep these records for up to 60 days and surrender them immediately upon the Department of Motor Vehicle or the state police or local police coming in demanding to see the records that they have so that we can see who they're dealing with. Because we want to put some responsibility back where it belongs, and those are the scrap metal dealers who are aiding and abetting these criminal enterprises. People should not have to buy insurance for an auto part. They shouldn't have to climb under their own car and put an alarm on their catalytic converter. They shouldn't have to sit up at night and look out the window at the driveway to make sure somebody's not vandalizing their car. We shouldn't have to spend several more millions of dollars, Governor Hochul, to make sure that people don't have to have their component parts stolen. But we'll do what we have to do in the meantime until we send a message across New York State that we're going to crack down on this, and we will do it together, working with local law enforcement and the state police, and send a message that this type of activity will end, because we're aware of it, we know where it's happening, and we're going to crack down on it. And New York State will become a leader again, cracking down on auto theft, component part theft, and people like Eric will not become victims. So I'm very proud that this is one of the last pieces of legislation that I was able to get done, and I'm really thrilled to be here with you today, Governor Hochul. And on behalf of the rest of the colleagues of the New York State Senate, thank you for your leadership on this. Thank you. Now, we're going to hear from Eric Tenner, who will tell you what it's like to be a victim of catalytic converter theft.
Thank you. My name is Eric Tenner. As a victim of a catalytic converter theft right outside my home, which I caught on camera and nobody cared, I am proud to stand with Governor Hochul as she strengthens efforts to combat this issue. This swift action is exactly the kind of leadership we need. I am grateful for all who had a hand in it, making this all happen today. Together we can help our communities feel safer and more secure. Thank you.
It is now time to sign the bill. We ask that those in attendance please remain seated during the bill signing. Thank you.
You are just watching this event there in New York. Governor Kathy Hochul signing into bill, into legislation there as they crack down on different thefts there with cars and catalytic converters in New York State. She did this earlier today, certainly a big proponent there, as you heard various members, various officials talking in New York. Well, we're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox as the New York Stock Exchange just closed at 4 o'clock on the East Coast, up some 550 points, jumping back above 30,000. The Dow Jones does in the green basically all day there. So that is certainly some good news for a lot of people as we've seen a downturn in the markets quite a bit over the last few weeks. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us on this Monday afternoon as it just passed 4 o'clock here on the East Coast. We're following some of the top stories from around the world, including out of Ukraine and the war between Russia and Ukraine as waves of explosive-laden suicide drones struck Ukraine's capital city on Monday, setting ablaze buildings and tearing a hole through one of them. People scurried for shelter or tried to shoot down those drones. The concentrated use of drones was the second barrage in as many weeks. Here's more from Fox.
Explosions rocking Ukraine's capital on Monday, sending black smoke and flames into the air. Ukrainian officials say Iranian-made suicide drones struck Kyiv early in the morning, damaging several apartment blocks and setting other buildings on fire. Air raid sirens sent residents fleeing to shelters as troops tried to shoot down the drones. Ukraine's military says dozens of them were destroyed.
They have flown in from the south. Around 85% are destroyed by the air defense and other defense forces, including ground forces.
After the strikes, rescue workers were out digging through the rubble, trying to find anyone still trapped. Kyiv's mayor says more than a dozen people were rescued from an apartment building. Strikes on the capital were rare in the last few months, but in recent weeks, Russian forces have ramped up their attacks, targeting critical infrastructure and urban centers throughout the city.
Putin, he's losing a ground war, obviously, in Ukraine. In the meantime, what he's doing is attempting to conduct war on the Ukrainian people, to try to break their will and resolve.
As the fighting continues, additional help is coming in from around the world. On Monday, the European Union plans to greenlight a military training mission for thousands of Ukrainian troops.
It's very important that we establish a EU military training mission to Ukraine, and also that we release more money for supplying Ukraine with weapons.
Iranian officials deny they've supplied any drones to Russia. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. I'm sure we will get more of an update and perspective context coming up later on tonight here on Live Now from Fox. Well, ahead of the midterm elections, it's the first day of early voting in Georgia as Brian Kemp and also Stacey Abrams set to debate. And it's a very poignant topic, and a lot of topics will be coming up, including inflation, which is on the forefront of a lot of people's minds heading into these important midterm elections.
Voters head to the polls 3 weeks from tomorrow. And according to our latest poll, the top issues remain crime and inflation.
Our economy is strong as hell.
President Biden in Portland over the weekend enjoying ice cream and talking up the economy. His top economic advisor says talk of a recession is premature.
Retail sales, payroll employment, consumer spending, industrial production, all of those have not been flashing red. All of those are not in recessionary territory.
A recent poll of economists by the Wall Street Journal puts the likelihood of a recession at 63% now. Economic concerns are central for Republican midterm election campaigns.
They're not looking at the Democrats' agenda saying they want more of it. They're saying they're fed up with the far left shift that both Biden and Pelosi have taken us.
At the same time, we're showing that the president's approval number actually ticked up a bit, now at 46%. And Democrats are counting on the abortion issue to help drive voters to the polls. An equal 47% of both Democrats and Republicans say they are more enthusiastic about voting this time around. At the same time, expectations for the government are shifting. More than half of registered voters now say they want the government to lend them a hand, not leave them alone. Now, this is just the second time in the past decade or so that we have seen that number cross 50%. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you so much for that latest update. Certain inflation on a lot of people's minds, but also because we're heading closer and closer to that holiday season. And first up is Halloween. A lot of people spend money on costumes and treats. Here's more on how inflation is impacting people and this upcoming holiday.
Inflation doesn't seem to be scaring families away from Halloween spending.
With certain things it is, but activities like this, we've always decided that, you know what, this is worth our investment because, you know, the experiences that our kids are going to take with them.
Yeah, trying to just keep it simple for the kids and everything.
deal with all that behind closed doors.
Farmers say drought took a toll on this year's pumpkin crop.
It's definitely impacted us a little bit. We typically get 3 shipments of pumpkins every year, but this year we were only able to get 2.
But Old McDonald's Farm still gives each child a free pumpkin with admission. One of the best ways to take the fright out of Halloween costs is to swap costumes with other parents or make your own from your own closet or thrift stores.
I know, for instance, that there was a big uptick in Stranger Things costumes as far as like searches go online. And with that, it's like, go to the thrift store, try to find something that looks like it's from the 80s.
You can save big on Halloween decor at dollar, discount, and thrift stores.
Look at places like Target. Target has both indoor and outdoor decorations starting for around $5.
When it comes to candy, the trick is to look for coupons and buy treats in bulk at wholesale clubs like Costco or Sam's Club. And check out dollar stores for cheaper alternatives, such as stickers or Halloween trinkets. But while inflation is making prices for just about everything scary this year, parents say they won't be spooked out of a fun Halloween.
You gotta get one. Decide this one or this one. Okay.
Thank you so much for that update. Halloween, a very special holiday for a lot of people. Well, I mentioned other holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas also coming up, and airlines also making preparations ahead of this supposedly going to be busy holiday season in those terminals.
Right now, prices are sky high, and they're only going to keep climbing as we get closer to Thanksgiving and Christmas. The travel booking app Hopper says about half of Americans are worried about how expensive airfare will be this holiday season. So let's look at the prices. We'll start with Thanksgiving. The average domestic round trip this year for Turkey Day, $274, up 19% from a year ago. If you wait until the last minute, you're going to pay a lot more than that, well over $450. For Christmas, tickets are going to be even more expensive. Hopper says airfare will be the highest it's been this Christmas in the past 5 years. Domestic round trip average, $390, an increase of 40% from last year. There are a number of factors contributing to these higher prices. For one, the cost of jet fuel is up more than 50% from a year ago. Staffing shortages are still plaguing the aviation and airline industry, forcing mass delays and cancellations over the summer. And there are worries, especially from the airline unions, that more could happen this winter. Airlines have been flying fewer routes, cutting back to try to avoid those problems, but demand is still extremely high. Many Americans are expected to travel this Thanksgiving and Christmas for the first time since the start of the pandemic. The bottom line is, if you are looking to travel on either of those holidays, book now. Right around now, mid-October, is the sweet spot, the experts say, for finding the best deals. In Chicago, Brady Trimble, Fox Business.
That is good to know ahead of those holiday seasons, as a lot of people are traveling for the first time, like you heard, since the beginning of that pandemic. Well, we're also watching out of Florida and Hurricane Ian, the impacts it made on those people in Southwest Florida when it hit as a Category 4 storm nearly 3 weeks ago now, and it would cause a lot of devastation. But there's also a lot of good people helping out. Here's more from Fox 13 in Tampa as they're holding various relief drives to help those in need.
Hundreds of thousands of folks still struggling with even just the basics in Southwest Florida right now, and that's why Tampa Fire Rescue has put together this week's donation drive to try to help out. The items they need right now really run the gambit, from water and non-perishable food items to baby formula and diapers, flashlights and batteries, cleaning supplies, toiletries, and because so many folks with water intrusion lost just about everything inside their homes, they're also in need of things like new clothes and bedding. And with the power still out in large parts of South Florida, Tampa Fire Rescue Chief Barbara Tripp says hundreds of thousands of South Floridians right now could really use a hand.
Northport, you got Port Charlotte, you got Naples, you got Fort Myers, and I know it has to be within those counties alone. You have over 1 million people that's been displaced. You got Sanibel Island, you got Pine Island. So what we want to do is try to fill this truck up today and displace it down in South Florida, fill it up tomorrow, fill it up Wednesday, Thursday, all this week. We want a full truck each day to be able to assist those families down there.
So each day this week, Tampa Fire Rescue holding a donation drive at different sites around the city. These sites open from 7:30 in the morning until 7 in the evening. Again, a different location for the truck each day, but you can also drop items off any day of the week, or you could drop items off any day this week at the Tampa Fire Supply located on 21st Avenue. That one is accepting items from 7:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon. And a lot of folks bought a lot of extra items to stock up when we thought the storm was coming here to Tampa. And now's a great time to purge that pantry and get those extra items into the hands of people who could use them right now. In Tampa, Kelly Cowan, Fox 13 News.
I appreciate the coverage there, and it's certainly a lot of people providing help to those in need following Hurricane Ian. And we saw it last week with our special with the American Red Cross and those helping people in need. Well, of course, other Floridians are helping out, including the wife of Governor Ron DeSantis. Casey DeSantis was in Jacksonville earlier today, touting the fundraising efforts as they've raised over $45 million for those in need. I want to take you right back out to her remarks from earlier today here on Live Now from Fox.
That is our good friend, Irma.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good to see you.
Well, thank you all for coming. On behalf of the Adamek family, I'd love to present to you Miss Casey DeSantis.
That is the best intro. That is so great. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say personally, on behalf of the governor and myself, thank you for what you're doing. I know a lot of people in this room are volunteering and helping with the relief efforts, and so it doesn't go unnoticed. And I know there's a lot of people in Southwest Florida and the affected areas who have been through a really tough time, and they appreciate everything that you guys are doing to make a difference, and which is one of the reasons why we're here today. Happy to announce that with the Florida Disaster Fund, we've raised over $45 million going to the relief efforts, which is a record in the state of Florida. But I'm here today to tell you that our work has only begun, that we are not going to finish until everybody's back on their feet and everybody is recovering. And we know that that's going to take a long time because honestly, being on the ground and talking to a lot of folks, I mean, they lived in areas where they didn't think that they needed flood insurance. And this was a 500-year flood, and they're looking for pathways to be able to rebuild. And so with the $45 million in growing that we're doing, we're going to ensure that we're going to help them every way we can to get back on their feet. One of the neat things about what we've been able to do is that when we first launched this fund, we reached out to American Express, MasterCard, and Visa, and we told them, hey, listen, can you waive the processing fees? Because you know what, 3% or 2% off of $1 million donation, that's somebody's home that we could rebuild, and they did. So 100% of the funds that we raise go directly to the relief efforts, which is exciting. We've had 62,000 people from across Florida and the nation that have donated, and we've had some really great businesses that have made some sizable donations that have been just wonderful. And one of those is Florida Blue, and they're going to talk in a second. We also are excited CSX has done a lot to really support us in dailies. And so we're going to be coming back, obviously, to Northeast Florida, and we're going to be shaking the trees as much as possible to raise more funds, which I think, again, is going to be really a big deal. I want to thank Adamek Harley-Davidson for what they've done. 100% of what they generate in T-shirt sales goes directly to the people on the ground. And so this is a really unique way that businesses can get involved, because I talk to folks and they say, you know, we might not necessarily be able to write a sizable check, but can we do something where a percentage of a sale can go? And I say, yes, 100%. Whatever you can think of, this is the time to do it. So I have a phone number for people if they want to get involved, their business, and they want to find a creative way to support the fund, they can do so. It's 850-414-7400, and we'll give that to the media, of course, so that they can get that out there, and we can engage as many businesses across the state and the nation, actually, as possible. If you want to donate to the fund, floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222, and 100% again of your donation will go right to the victims of the hurricane. And with that, I want to introduce our first speaker is Darnell Smith. He's the North Florida president of Florida Blue. They did $1 million donation right out of the gate when we launched the funds, and so I could not thank their support enough, and so I want Darnell to come up and say a few words.
First, I'd like to start with a thank you for the First Lady. Whenever we typically have these hurricanes and they have major impacts to people's lives, often when the cameras shut off, nobody's watching and nobody's really taking care of the people who need help. And thanks to your leadership, that will not be the case here. And so we thank you for that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to be able to give $1 million to the Florida Disaster Fund after this past hurricane, Hurricane Ian. And we've done a number of other things as well in order to be able to support people throughout this particular issue. First, we'd like to share with you that we have telehealth services that are available free of charge for folks who absolutely have a need of being able to just see a particular physician about just about anything. And so those services are available. We have free emotional support services as well through what we call our teledoc services. And so we can make those numbers available throughout the course of this particular program here, but we'll make it available to the media. And then we've done a number of things of being able to make certain that as people are in need, with having issues of complex issues, not having access to their medications and things of that sort, we're reaching out to them. We're making certain that if they need anything, that we're absolutely there, being able to ensure that we're helping them to get through these very, very tough times. And so that's what Floridians do. When folks are hurting, we stand up. And so we were proud to be able to do that with many of our corporate partners, but certainly in partnership with the First Lady, and we're happy to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
I appreciate he brought up a really good point about the mental health services. So for the first time under this governor in the Department of Emergency Management, we have a mental health coordinator that is working with public and private partnerships to not only get the mental health support for the victims of the hurricane, but also for our great first responders and our USAR teams. We had more USAR, which are search and rescue folks, deploy to the affected areas more than any time in our nation's history since 9/11. And so we're making sure that if they have needs as far as it pertains to their mental well-being, that is being supported. And we appreciate what Florida Blue is doing to support those efforts as well. With that, Brian Tucker with CSX, the VP of Corporate Communications, they've been very generous in supporting the fund as well. I want to give them an opportunity to talk.
Well, on behalf of the 20,000 CSX employees across the entire country, I can say that we are also pleased and honored to be able to contribute to the Florida Disaster Fund. At CSX, we care deeply about the communities that welcome us every day, but none more than those here in our home state of Florida. So I would like to echo Darnell's sentiments in thanking First Lady DeSantis for your leadership and everything that you've done to raise awareness for this, and the funds that have been raised. It's just tremendous. It's incredibly impressive, and CSX couldn't be prouder and to be part of this coalition of businesses and everyday Floridians who have come together to support their neighbors. We have a lot of work to do, and as the First Lady said, continue giving, and we'll get back on our feet. Thank you.
And with that, the Secretary Tamayo of Volunteer Florida. So the fund resides within her agency, and so working with her is what we're doing to make sure we're maximizing the dollars. So where FEMA dollars run short, the fund can come in and supplement that with good nonprofits who are on the ground in the rebuilding efforts. And so she's literally been on the phone the whole time, which I told her, I said, you can take a second from fundraising to say a few words, but as soon as the press conference is over, you need to get back out there and raise more money. So for 5 minutes, here's Josie.
Thank you. Thank you, First Lady. Thank you. And first of all, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here, specifically in Jacksonville, sort of our second home. And I want to thank all the wonderful sponsors from Harley-Davidson to Florida Blue to CSX and to Dailies, obviously, for contributing and being first up to contribute. It's my honor to be here. I'm the CEO of Volunteer Florida. And I first of all want to thank the Governor and the First Lady for their tireless work in opening up the fund, and since September 27th, the First Lady is correct, we have raised over $45 million. And we have also received 61,000 donors separate and have received money from over 80 corporate sponsors, which is amazing when you think about it. We are so blessed to be in Florida and so blessed that we have the ability to serve these individuals. And this is a storm like no other. And so it is my great privilege to lead Volunteer Florida. And we have one of our commissioners here that sits on our commission, so I'm very happy she's here. But I also want to talk about, and we work with nonprofits on the ground, with Catholic Charities, Red Cross, Team Rubicon. All these people are down there in the field. My staff is in the field addressing those issues. But more importantly, and the First Lady touched on it, there's going to be a lot of recovery involved, right? And so we want to continue our efforts in fundraising because that is where the long-term effects of this storm are felt. And as I say, we are here, and I get calls every single day about donations. I answer them. I end my emails. And as the First Lady has said, we now have the line that could call in at 850-414-4700, and it's prompt number 8. So believe you me, we have somebody manning that line the whole time. But I also want to take an opportunity to thank those volunteers that are in the field. And we, not only do we administer the Florida Disaster Fund through our foundation, but we also assist through our volunteer. We're the Florida's volunteer agency. So we have on our website Volunteer Connect, right? And so there are over 2,400 volunteer opportunities. And I can tell you that even as late as this weekend, we had an organization, the Boys and Girls Club, who were looking for volunteers, and I was able to connect them and say, how many, what can we do, how we can help you, and even younger kids wanted to do that, so I urge you. So I know we have a lot of work ahead, but I want to make sure that we all understand that we in Florida are in all of this together, and we are so blessed, and I am so blessed to have this position. So I want to thank all the sponsors, but if you would like to volunteer to help those in the field, please go to www.volunteerflorida.org. And also, if you would like to make a donation, go to www.floridadisasterfund.org or text to 20222. We also have a QR code where if you want to text. And if you have questions about it, we have people on the line ready to answer your questions at any time. So thank you all very much for having me. It is a privilege. As the First Lady says, I have to go back and raise more money. But thank you so much, and you all have a blessed day, and it's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, First Lady.
Well, and I would be remiss last night, too. We were, obviously here in Northeast Florida, we are big friends and fans of the Van Zants, Leonard Skinner. So last night we were at a concert with them in Hollywood at the Hard Rock Casino, and they made a $100,000 donation, which was matched by the Seminole Tribe. So that's $200,000 more that we had. I would also say last night, you'll probably see in the pictures, yes, we had our 5-, 4-, and 2-year-old with us when we went to the Van Zant brothers concert, so that was a little interesting. But it really is an all-in effort across the state from our family's perspective and beyond to ensure that we are raising as much money as humanly possible. We are not going to lay off the gas. You're going to see a lot of us out and about. Josie's on the phone. I'm going to be on the phone doing press conferences and just asking people do whatever they can to support the fund, because it will make a huge difference at the end of the day in someone's lives when they are looking for avenues to get relief. This may be one of the biggest ones that gets them back on their feet. So I can't thank the Northeast Florida community enough for everything that they've done to support good people in need. And so with that, any questions? If not, we're on to the next stop. So God bless you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
You were just listening to Casey DeSantis there in Jacksonville, Florida, talking about the relief efforts that are underway there in Florida following Hurricane Ian and the devastation it brought. They have $45 million they've raised to that Florida Disaster Relief Fund there already. So that is certainly some very good news. We're going to stick around with Florida, and coming up after the break, we will discuss Florida schools as they're expected to get going, return in full following Hurricane Ian. We'll hear from Governor himself, Ron DeSantis, down there as they marked October 18th as the date they wanted all the schools to get back in session. We're going to have that press conference coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. We are on the scene now in near Houston, Texas, as a trench rescue is underway. Of course, you see a lot of emergency vehicles there and a stretcher being pulled away there right now with a person possibly on top of it. There's lots of people on the scene here off this road. As you can see, the Houston ladder number 7 there, one of the police departments there in Houston, near Houston, providing support. We don't really know a ton of details right now. This courtesy our Fox 26 team there in Houston, Texas, but you can see a large presence of emergency people, fire, both lots of fire, both the police as well on the scene here at this this rescue. You can see possibly a construction site as there's construction equipment there and a ladder into a trench right now. We're following the story here on Live Now from Fox Live, Raw and Unfiltered, giving you as many details as we do know right now. But this is about all we know. As you can see, this is a live picture from up top, the helicopter shot as they are continuing to work this scene near Houston, Texas. We're going to continue to follow that and keep an eye on it, monitor it as we follow it here on this Monday afternoon here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all these stories live, raw, and unfiltered throughout the day here, including that one. As you can see, we're just kind of monitoring our different feeds here on Live Now from Fox as we control the panel, we control the buttons to see all of our Fox affiliates from around the country. Of course, we just heard from Casey DeSantis down there in Florida, but we also want to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis as they are set to reopen schools. But first, here's more from our story in our Fox 13 associates as kids get back to school following Hurricane Ian some 3 weeks ago.
It's been a long 3 weeks since Hurricane Ian struck Florida, and for families here in Sarasota County, they've been busy recovering, making repairs, and it's been no different here for Sarasota County schools. That's because they've been busy making repairs too, and today they were finally able to welcome back their South County students after 3 long weeks without school. Now, they've been out of school since the storm hit, but after weeks of debris cleanup and crews working around the clock to make sure the school buildings are safe again, the district said their South County schools are finally ready for students to return. Sarasota County schools resumed classes in their North County schools last week, but due to damage some of their South County schools suffered, they just needed more time to get those buildings operational again. The district said contractors have been relentlessly fixing utilities and repairing roof, wall, and floor damage in classrooms and workspaces to get everything in working order. The district says their top priority was making sure students and teachers have a safe environment to learn, and parents say they're thankful to get back to normal.
I am relieved that they are finally going back to school because it has definitely put a strain on them not being there. Definitely as far as socializing with their friends and just being at school.
Now, we're right outside one of the schools hit hardest by the storm, Heron Creek Middle School. Hurricane Ian's strong winds ripped the roof off the administration building, and the torrential rain caused water damage to 25 classrooms. Construction crews had a lot of work to do, and they worked round the clock, working 12 to 14-hour days just to make sure those buildings were safe and back up to code. And today, Sarasota County schools finally welcomed back 10 of their 12 South County schools. Cranberry Elementary and also Inglewood Elementary will reopen tomorrow. They just had some last-minute fixes that need to be made. But it's definitely great news for parents and a lot of happy faces out here this morning. Elizabeth Fry, Fox 13 News.
Thank you for that, Elizabeth, as we continue to watch Hurricane Ian and the recovery efforts underway right there. What we want to hear now from Governor Ron DeSantis from earlier today as he was at a school in Northport, which is just north there of Fort Myers, where much of the devastation from that Category 4 storm inflicted. Here's Governor Ron DeSantis as they continue to get programs that help schools recover from that storm.
Good afternoon. Well, it's a really exciting day to have the students back in school, and I know they were very excited. I got to see a lot of them coming, so I want to thank Toledo Blade Elementary School for hosting us here, and really thanks all the hard work that's gone into getting the kids back so quickly. So thank you for doing that. As you see, we have Manny Diaz, our Commissioner of Education, is here. We also are joined by the principal here, Jennifer Dolciato, and then the second grade teacher, Kelly Walker, is also with us here today, is going to be able to speak. So the this storm, of course, we still see damage. There's a lot that needs to be done. There was a lot that needed to be done immediately to help rescue, and those efforts were done not just in places like Northport and in Fort Myers Beach, but even far more inland in Central Florida and even on the east coast of Florida. So people really did a great job with those initial responses. You also have situations where the services are interrupted. Worked very hard with the power restoration to have those crews there ready to go, and they went and really have done a great job. I mean, even on Pine Island, you saw the day after the storm, the bridge was wiped away. They thought the island was just going to wither, and they asked me for help, and we were able to, get that bridge restored in 3 days, which people were very happy about. But that's allowed us to bring in, a lot of support. So you're now over, I think, 90+% is restored on Pine Island with the Penn. They had really significant damage, doing the same thing on Sanibel, and so those are really, really important. But when you talk about kind of core things in a community, these schools are very, very important. And I think that there was a great effort, and the state, Manny Diaz has been great helping whatever they needed to do. But really, you had the school districts, the administrators, and the teachers work really hard to try to get kids back as soon as humanly possible. And I think that we've seen that happen in all these different counties. We had 12 schools in the southern part of Sarasota County, including Toledo Blade, that were still closed when the rest of the county reopened. But today, This is the first day back here, and we have all but 2 schools in the entire county are back and open. And so they're going to be open tomorrow. So that's really, really good. And I was just, we were in Punta Gorda. We flew into Punta Gorda. We were stopping by, checking out some of the businesses, seeing how people were doing. And I had a couple moms come up to me, thank you for helping with the schools. The parents want the kids in school. It's really important, and I know the kids are happy to be here. So that's helping just restore normalcy. And you have these things that need to be done to help restore the communities, the homes, the infrastructure. But to have this part of the community functioning so quickly is really, really great. And we know how important it is to have kids in school. We were, we've helped out in Hardy County. We helped out in Collier. Collier, they got hit pretty good with the storm surge, and they did a high school football game basically a week and a half after Ian hit them. They were back doing their big rivalry. Kids got in school. So there's a lot of success stories. So we're really proud, and we're also proud to be able to be here today for this announcement, because we do different things in our budget to be able to help education, and we do it in a variety of ways. We just did a record amount of money, and basically when I became governor, we created 2 years ago a categorical spending part of the FEFP that had to go to increase teacher salaries. And so we're able to do this year $800 million, which we've never done that much before. So we're able to do that. COVID year, we were able to do $1,000 bonuses for all teachers and principals in the entire state of Florida. One of the other things we have that can make an impact on helping schools generally, but particularly helping teachers, is our school recognition program. And so today we're able to announce that we are awarding $200 million in school recognition awards for schools that showed student growth and teaching excellence in the 2021-2022 school year. And I think for those not familiar with the program, public schools must receive a grade of A or improve 1-letter grade from the year before. And so this is 1,400 schools throughout the state of Florida that are going to get this funding. And there's really been a great showing from areas that just happened to be hit by Hurricane Ian. So there'll be 24 schools in Sarasota County that will receive school recognition bonuses, including $142,000 right here at Toledo Blade Elementary School, which is an A school. 27 schools in Lee County will receive a total of $3.6 million, 38 in Collier, total of $5 million, 6 in Charlotte, and then I was just at Bowling Green Elementary in Hardy County, and just Bowling Green Elementary is going to get $54,000. And so these funds can be used in a variety of ways. You can provide bonuses to teachers and staff members. You also can use the money for equipment or other types of materials to basically help assist student performance. You can also use it to bring in some temporary personnel if you need that as well. So we trust the schools will make those good decisions, but it's really important that when you have success, that is recognized, and that's what these awards are doing. And of course, now, given these circumstances, this award was earned by schools like Toledo Blade Elementary before Ian hit, of course, but now that you're dealing with what we're dealing with, this may come in handy to help assist in some of those areas as well. And we really want to thank all the staff and the faculty for working hard. I mean, I've seen throughout these affected areas, faculty and administrators who had major damage to their homes. I even saw some that lost their homes, and yet they're showing up to school every day trying to prepare the school for the kids to come back. So we appreciate you having that public spirit. It really means a lot. And we are also cognizant of different types of needs that different communities will have. One of the things that we've done at the state level, really thanks to the First Lady, my wife, is create this Florida Disaster Fund, and she's really led the effort. It's now raised over $45 million, and that can be used to assist with things that maybe the state programs or the FEMA or local, or maybe those aren't fitting your needs, because there's certain things you're eligible for, certain things you may not be eligible for. There's certain things with insurance policies, maybe you get, maybe you don't. So there's going to be needs beyond just kind of those wickets. And so we've already done $2 million to some of the first responder organizations like the Sheriff's Association, PBA firefighters, and they're raising money to match that, and that money can be used to help their folks who may have difficulties. I mean, maybe they need some help with some home repairs. Maybe they need temporary place to live. Now, you are eligible for that with FEMA now, but still, there's a lot of needs. And I've asked the Department of Education to talk with the different school districts in the affected areas to see how can we use the Florida Disaster Fund to help some of the teachers that may need assistance? Because we understand, you expect to see a police officer on the street, you expect to see teachers in school, but you don't think about, well, they may be here when they have all the same problems you have with their homes, and yet they're here helping our kids, or in the case of law enforcement, they're out keeping things in good order. And so we recognize, though, that you're not immune just because you have an important public function you serve in your job. You're not immune from having had major effects from this storm. So we're going to be working on that and hopefully be able to roll something out very soon with those awards from that fund to help charitable groups that are going to be focused on folks who are involved in education. And if you want to contribute, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. You can also text disaster to 20222. There was also, because we're in Sarasota County, you can buy a Tervis tumbler where the company has said all proceeds will go to the disaster fund. So it's a Together We Shine tumbler. I think I've heard good reviews about it. My wife was involved with launching it, so if you're so inclined, that's another way to not only help the local folks here, but to help the disaster fund. So I'm just glad that we're able to bring these awards here to Toledo Blade Elementary. I'm glad that Sarasota performed well again for really it's come to be expected, and the same thing with some of our other counties that got hit hard. This obviously is going to make up for that, but it sure is nice to have a little extra support. So I want to thank the principal, and I want to thank everyone at the school for having us here. So the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Governor DeSantis. Today is actually a very special day. It is not often that the Governor and the Commissioner of Education visits your school to celebrate and recognize your accomplishments. So as the principal, I am humbled and quite honored to be here on behalf of my staff to accept this recognition. I am incredibly proud of the focus, dedication, and passion that our students and staff bring to this campus every single day. Today is also a very special day, as you heard. It is the first day that we were able to welcome our students back to our campus after the hurricane relief efforts. We enjoyed seeing their smiling faces this morning, lots of hugs, and we certainly look forward to returning to a little normalcy after today. So, I would like to take just a quick moment, though, to recognize everyone who was very helpful in the outpouring of support in getting our community ready for us to return back to school. I'd like to say thank you to our superintendents, our district first responders, emergency response teams, community foundations, and many other agencies who helped pave the way for our road to recovery right now. So a big round of applause for them. And as we move forward, the use of these school recognition dollars will certainly be impactful as we prioritize high-quality learning experiences for all of our students. Staff will be able to use these dollars in a very personalized and individualized manner to support their needs as well as the needs of their students. And keep in mind that the expectations for our district for excellence across the county remain high, and we are committed to working together as a professional learning community and staying focused, working together as one for the success of all. So thank you, Governor DeSantis and Commissioner, for this reward and this recognition. I thank you for being here.
Okay, Kelly.
Hi, everyone. It's a little different. I'm used to 7-year-olds in front of me, so brace yourselves with me. I was asked to share for a minute or two about my story with teaching, so that's what I'm going to do. I wrote this down. I'm trying not to look at it, but I probably will. So my name is Kelly Walker. And obviously I was asked to speak a little bit about my teaching journey, so here I am. I was born and raised in Michigan, and I moved to Florida about 15 years ago. I knew I wanted to be a teacher ever since I was a little girl, when I was putting my little stuffed animals out and, you know, giving them those little fake assessments, those little fake tests. I've been in the classroom for 15 years and have been at Toledo Blade for 12 years. When I moved from Michigan, I knew I had to check out the schools. I wasn't familiar with them, and I came here to Sarasota County School District. When I came to Toledo Blade as a sub, I instantly knew that this is where I belonged. I can remember when Mr. Renoff was the principal here at the school and Mrs. Dulciado was the vice principal at the school. And at that time, they were greeting families. They were outside, walking around the campus, interacting with the kids, and held the staff to high standards. And I was like, this is it. This is where I need to be. So I have taught a lot of different grades, from high school to 3rd grade to kindergarten, and we have to give those kindergarten teachers props because, woo, I never want to do that again. Never want to do that again. Currently, I am in 2nd grade teaching, and I love it. It's where my heart is. It's truly my passion. I enjoy every minute of that. You could be having the worst day in the world, which I have had some days like that, and you come in and you see their faces, and it changes everything. They brighten your day. It's just, you, like I said, you could have the worst day and they just make it the best. They've been through so much, from COVID to now Hurricane Ian, you know, being a big disaster in our area. I've had students who've had to uproot and move to a different state because they've lost everything. We have staff members who have lost everything. And today, to see them come into the school, ready to learn, excited, smiling, giving you hugs, it just changed everything for us. So I see some teachers nodding their heads. Yes, it's awesome. Our job is at times, or I'm sorry, the bond we make with the kids, it can't be replaced. So this is why we do it as teachers. You make this connection with them, and it's truly amazing. It's hard and it's challenging and it's stressful as a teacher, as most of my fellow colleagues will say, but this is what sets our district and our school apart from others. We all pull together in Sarasota County. We collaborate. We use many resources as we can to help these kids make growth. It's extremely fulfilling, and it's a huge accomplishment as a staff member to earn these A+ funds. Thank you. From all the sweat, tears, time, and our own money being spent in the classroom as well. Our staff and our admin, and most importantly the students, are earning this incentive that is great to be recognized, and to be able to take these funds and reinvest it into the students to help their education soar is truly amazing, and I'm really honored on behalf of Toledo Blade. So.
So great to be here at Toledo Blade today. We've been looking forward to this moment, and I'm happy to report, as the governor said, that all 5 districts that were affected by Hurricane Ian are back open, and we're looking to have all the schools open the rest of the week. So I'd like to thank the governor for his leadership, not only in the preparation for the storm, but in the recovery of the storm, and understanding that our schools are such a vital part of that recovery. I'd like to thank the staff here in Sarasota and here at Toledo Blade, especially all the teachers that we have here in the audience. Without you, it doesn't happen. So it's so important to be here today. But I tell you, this Governor DeSantis understands that the most important thing in our schools is the teachers in front of our students. And his investment, his leadership in investing over $2 billion the last 3 years directly to teachers is a sign of that, and understanding how important to have our schools open, our kids learning, and trying to get back to normalcy. And of course, we have to highlight the school recognition funds, and congratulations to Toledo Blade for the work you did in getting an A, and those funds are coming to you. It's so important to recognize the hard work of our teachers, to have our kids back in school, to have our community feeling like it's on the road to recovery. So thank you very much. Congratulations to all of you. It's great to be here today.
And we really appreciate the great effort. You know, we're going to do a lot more, continue the momentum that we've gotten with respect to education. You know, if you look at the most recent NAEP state by state, We were #1 in the country, first grade reading, fourth grade reading, fourth grade math. When you adjust for demographics, the state by state again is going to come out for this year. When is that coming out? Next
24th,
week?
yeah.
24th. And, you know, we had the kids in school. A lot of people didn't. So, you know, I think we're going to end up showing, well, we've done big investments in early learning and early literacy. And I think that those have been done. We have more initiatives that I would have announced by now if it weren't for this doggone hurricane putting everything off the calendar. But stay tuned, because we're going to do more in the realm of teacher support. We're going to do more in the realm of workforce education, and we'll do more in the realm of things like early literacy, because it really is important. So thanks everyone for their hard work. Thanks for getting the kids back to school, and hopefully you know, we don't miss a beat and get everybody back to where they need to be. So God bless and thank you. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
This would be more for principal. In regards to how the funds will be allocated, you mentioned a personalized and individualized approach. Do you have sort of a preset program, or it's kind of just be more teachers directly interacting with administrators, seeing how it can be distributed?
That's a great question. Actually, our school will follow the protocol that's set forth, which is our school advisory council. In conjunction with our staff, will make a determination on how those funds will be spent. And again, they can be spent to support the individual efforts of teachers, to support our students and our overall school growth.
All right, we'll be back soon. You guys need anything else? Yes, sir.
Governor, I'm from over in the Englewood area.
Okay.
The western side of Charlotte and Sarasota County. We're concerned over there that the majority of the residents of Englewood do not have any internet as of yet.
Okay. Who's your provider?
Comcast is, and Xfinity is the biggest provider. And
Comcast is?
Comcast, Xfinity,
Yeah.
Xfinity, Comcast, whatever they want
Okay.
to buy today. But they're very slow, and I heard this morning from somebody who had made contact with them that it may be the end of the month or next month before we have.
Yikes. Okay. Can we get our Starlink and see what we have for Starlink in Englewood? So basically, you know, when this happened, there was predictable outages in power, some of the communications, but you know, the electricity came on quicker than we've ever had, you know, in a hurricane. A lot of the, some of the phones did okay. I mean, they had some hits and starts, but the one thing I keep hearing is, particularly in Charlotte County, with some of the internet. So one of the things we did to bridge that gap is we got 450 Starlink internet devices from Elon Musk, and those satellites will beam down. You just put it out, and, you know, if you did it, everyone here would be able to get it in this room or even maybe in the school, but you need to put a bunch in the community. But that's something that we're willing to do to try to bridge the gap. I mean, I know that there's been, it seems like it's been slow with some of these companies getting the internet back. And in this one, you don't need to worry about the cables. If you have the thing, you plug in the device, and then your devices can get it right off Musk's thing because it's coming from his satellite. So I think that's a great way. So we will be in touch with the county. And is Northport does have internet, or how's it here? Spotty? Okay. Do you guys need anything at the school? How's your internet here? Do you need an Elon Musk device?
Our school district. Well, I would defer to.
Do you need it, or do you just want it? If I see it in your backyard somewhere, I'm going to be like, okay. Because honestly, it's very clear. I mean, it's amazing. When we first got them, maybe a few days after the storm, we're in Hardy County, and we were streaming our press conference, and we usually do that anyways, and it's always a little spotty if you're in, you know, some of the more rural areas. This was crystal clear. I mean, it really was good. Whether you're urban or rural with this, it doesn't matter. As long as you have that device, you know, that's something. In the meantime, I know that there are these Elon Musk devices at some of the areas in each county. So if you go, for example, these DRCs, the disaster recovery centers, they have the must stuff there. So like if there's communications you need to do, you can go get that, use it all you want, and there. Obviously, for convenience, people want to be able to have it in their home, and so we'll work with your county, and if we can provide additional support, we will. Yes, sir.
Sorry, Governor, just one last question regarding the Starlink. These are already paid for by contract, or Tesla, Mr. Musk?
Just gave free. Yeah, he gave them to us for free. Yeah, so it's.
Hiccup with his involvement in Ukraine, are you certain that?
Well, I don't think he's had a hiccup. I mean, I think what's happened, so I think most of you know, when Russia invaded Ukraine, Elon Musk positioned his satellites over Ukraine and gave them these things. So they've actually been using his devices to be able to defend their country. And I guess some of the people in the government were attacking Musk. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, he's doing this for free. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Good Lord. I mean, have a little bit. So, but I think there was like kind of that kerfluffle, but he has provided that for them for free. And if you think about it, in a country that big, given what's going on, I mean, that's tens of millions of dollars that he's effectively donated. And so and the thing is with this, we didn't have to ask him. He basically said he was going to send relief, and so we appreciate that, and we appreciate so many others who have been involved and been helping the effort. We've got some of the greatest organizations that have been down here helping folks, and really from day one, I mean, it was almost like you had to try to pry people away from here because so many people wanted to come help. So it was really, you've seen a lot of generosity of spirit, and you've seen a lot of people step up to help their fellow Floridian or even just their fellow American. And I know people from foreign countries have wanted to help just because that's just kind of the nature of it. So thanks to everybody who's been in that effort, and I'm gonna talk about the internet for you guys. Thanks.
You were just listening in there to Governor Ron DeSantis talking about schools there in Florida following Hurricane Ian. Coming up after the break, we are going to go right back out to Florida one more time with our Fox 13 associates on a story out of Polk County there that's going on earlier on this day. Well, we're going to take a quick break here and get back into those top stories next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. A Polk County man and his 15-year-old son, they have been arrested after they shot one of their neighbors because they thought she was a burglar. She was not. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Let's go out to Fox 13's Ken Suarez, who has more on this wild story there in Polk County. Ken?
You know, when you talk about wild, I think Florida is kind of a wild place to live, a great place to live, but you know, the craziest stories come out of here and you can just rack up one more. Now, this one has some twists and turns, so just hang with me on the whole deal. It centers around Gino Colon-Acosta. He's 73 years old and his 15-year-old son, Rocky. Over the weekend, someone dropped off a prescription that was meant for Gino at his neighbor's apartment by mistake. So the Good Samaritan neighbor decides to hang the medicine on Gino's door. When he did, Gino's ring camera dinged. Gino thought a burglar was trying to break in, so he and his son grabbed their guns and went out into the parking lot. Another person who lived in the same complex, a woman, just happened to be sitting in her car reading her email on her phone. Gino apparently thought that she was the phantom burglar, so he pointed the gun at her and started yelling.
He's about to carjack me. He's going to rob me. So she throws her car into reverse. She's trying to back out of the way. She, in the meantime, crashes into a car that's behind her.
She hits the gas and takes off. The dad and son duo start firing a total of 7 shots at her car. One of the bullets actually hits something, an empty baby's car seat. Thank goodness the baby wasn't in there. It goes through the car seat and ends up in the driver's seat. She was pretty upset as the driver, but certainly not hurt. So Gino just went to court a short time ago. He made first appearance. He got no bond, so he's going to be behind bars for a while. He is facing attempted murder charges and problems with his kid because, you know, he's charged because he was supposed to be taking care of a 15-year-old in the state of Florida, as in many other places. 15-year-olds are not supposed to have a handgun. This kid did, and he also used it. Thank God nothing happened, but another crazy story coming out of Florida. One more.
Another crazy story. Do we have any more details on the person?
That's not surprising, is it? I'm sorry, say it again?
Do you have any more details on the person they were shooting at? Because that is a scary moment. What are their status?
No. You know, we went back to the apartment complex and she was not around. I don't know if she's in her apartment or recuperating someplace else, but certainly, you know, we had one surprise lady. Can you imagine sitting in your car and all of a sudden somebody points a gun at you, you know, and is screaming. You have no idea what the heck they're talking about, and all you can think of is to get out of there. Unfortunately, she backs up, crashes into another car. They're still yelling, and now they start to shoot at her. So thank goodness she got out okay, although I did say that one bullet did hit the car, went into the baby seat. I don't know that she has a baby, but she probably wouldn't have a baby seat if she didn't, and that baby was not there. So she was lucky on a couple of counts.
Definitely a scary moment. Thank you so much for another wild story there out of Florida. Ken Suarez for Fox 13 Associate. Thank you again.
Be good.
All right. Thank you again to our Ken Suarez there in Fox 13. We're going to continue to move on. We heard from Sheriff Grady Judd earlier here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take you back out to his remarks on this story, and he will also detail another story from earlier today out of Tampa, the Tampa area. So there will be 2 different stories here. But, of course, this story with the father and son now arrested after misidentifying a person after that package was returned to their door. They thought it was a burglar. It wasn't, and it just wrong place at the wrong time. So I want to take you back out to these remarks from the sheriff out there in Florida.
Good Monday, everyone. I told you last week that we would join together for more information whenever someone else did something really, really stupid. And they did. It was over the weekend. I want to introduce you to Gino Colon-Acosta, who's 73, and his son, Rocky Colon-Acosta, who's 15. Now, what I'm about to tell you, you just absolutely cannot believe. This ranks among the craziest stuff that I've seen in a while. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff. So these guys live at 4900 Cypress Gardens Road, which is an apartment complex, in number 32. Got that? So we have a witness that lives down the apartment street from the Colon-Acostas. He goes outside about 7 o'clock Saturday morning, and he discovers that they've made a missed delivery. That's right. Someone has left medicine pharmaceutical medicine at his house. So our witness, being a good Samaritan, being a good neighbor, doing what any one of us would have, took the medicine and went down to the Coloncostas residence, who it was intended for, walked up to their front door and hung it on the door and left. Well, the Coloncostas have a Ring doorbell, and it hit both of their cell phones that a guy was at the front door. So what do? They think they're being broken into. Are you kidding me? The dude is being a good neighbor, and he simply goes there and returns the package to the appropriate address. So he goes home. They arm themselves. First, Rocky comes outside. He looks around. He doesn't see anybody. He goes back inside. Then Gino picks up his .45, so they both have .45 caliber firearms. And Gino, not only does he pick up his firearm, he picks up his cane so he can walk. And they go outside. And they're searching for their quote-unquote burglar. There is no burglar. So they get almost 100 yards away from their house. And there is a lady in a dark-colored car with dark windows, with the engine running, and she's sitting in the car playing on her cell phone, looking at her messages, minding her own business. When she looks up and she sees Gino standing at the back of her vehicle with a gun pointed at her, screaming for her to get out of the car. Well, she thinks he's about to carjack me. He's going to rob me. So she throws her car into reverse. She's trying to back out of the way. She, in the meantime, crashes into a car that's behind her because she's trying to leave. She thinks she's getting robbed at gunpoint. Rocky hears the commotion. He comes over. He thinks that our victim is trying to back into him, and he starts shooting into the car. And then Gino shoots into the car. She puts the car in drive and speeds away. Did you hear what I said? The two of them shot at an innocent lady sitting in her car where she had the right to be, looking at her cell phone. They shot at her 7 times. She wasn't hit. She notified the sheriff's office. We started our investigation. During our investigation, we learned that one of the bullets, even though it didn't hit her, went through the baby's car seat in the back and lodged in the driver's seat of the car. Our victim was that close to death, and certainly had there been a baby in the car seat, the baby would have been killed. So here you've got these two guys who are way out of line, way out of control. They don't understand the Florida law. The guy who's helping, he simply was taking the medicine down and putting it on the doorknob or at the front door because they delivered it to his house as opposed to the Coloncostas. They go out searching for a burglar that wasn't there and shot up an innocent lady's car while she was in it. That's crazy. They can look at each other and say, young son, old dad, I guess we are messed up because we're going to prison for a long time. We've got them charged with attempted murder, among other things. Listen, here's a message. In Florida, we have a wonderful castle doctrine law. We have a wonderful stand your ground law. That doesn't mean you can go search people out and shoot them. That's what they did. They searched people out to shoot them. And newsflash, Even if the first guy who would have been the burglary suspect, if he was, they shot the wrong person. So anybody that walks up to their front door, a friend, a relative, a neighbor, doing a neighborly deed by delivering medicine that got sent to the wrong house, gets shot at? What are they thinking? Neither of them had a criminal record until Saturday morning, and now they both have real long criminal records. And our goal is for them to go to prison. You don't shoot at people. You don't leave the security of your home and go out and chase people down. That is not appropriate. And then the person that they chased down was not even the person that made the delivery. Just shoot whoever's in the neighborhood. What kind of craziness is that? So if you have problems seeing people who are totally out of control and totally crazy, look at these two here. And oh, by the way, Rocky's 15. He doesn't have the right to have a handgun in the first place. But dear old dad's giving him a gun. And now between the two of them, they have managed to find their way to lockup, to the county jail and to juvenile lockup. Stand by for more news on that. As you know, last week, Gabriel...
We were just listening in there to Sheriff Grady Judd there in Polk County after that story from our Fox 13's Ken Schwartz there, a very wild, and you heard Grady Judd, the sheriff there, call it quote-unquote crazy, and he certainly dealt with quite a few wild stories down there in Florida. Coming up after the break, we're going to hit some of the other top stories around the country, including former President Barack Obama in Chicago, obviously talking at a youth event there, but also out of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott at a fentanyl roundtable on the crisis that is currently ongoing. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, though, here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Here's a tweet from former President Barack Obama saying that Michelle and I voted early today. Now it's your turn. Check out your voter registration or update it at that website, and then make a plan to vote early or on Election Day because every vote matters. This coming from the president here in Illinois, the former president there in Illinois, Barack Obama. He also held an event today in Chicago, his hometown, the Obama Foundation Youth Event, where he spoke with several members, including a member of the Bulls, Ayo Dosunmu, there in Chicago to present different topics there at this youth event in Chicago. We want to take it out to you now here on Live Now from Fox from just a little bit earlier.
Well, my hope is that all the young people who are out here take inspiration from the young people who are here on stage. You've got just as much to offer, just as much potential. I think when you're young, you are properly focused a lot of times on just getting your stuff together. You know, how do I make sure that I'm doing okay in school? How's my family doing? My friends, right? You've got to learn the habits that I just described in terms of building up your life. But what I also hope all of you recognize is that even as you're building up your life, you have the possibility of transforming and impacting the community that you're in. You know, I ended up from pretty humble beginnings and in a different environment, but raised by a single mom, to the point where I was running this country. And with a funny sounding name, right? Nobody expected that from me. It's not as if I was born into power, or that I had a rich family, or anything like that. And frankly, I didn't necessarily even expect it for myself when I was younger. But the one thing, Michelle and I always talk about this, if you take yourself seriously and you recognize the power you have in yourself, what you'll discover is you can do things you did not realize you could do. And once you get in a room with people who are supposed to be more influential or smarter or what have you, turns out they're just people too. They got nothing. The only thing they had was a bunch of advantages. But it's not as if they have fundamentally different capacities than you. And I think that one of the things that challenges young people in Chicago and all across the country, and frankly all around the world, is sometimes we sell ourselves short and we don't have big enough imaginations about what's possible for ourselves. Everybody here can excel, and everybody here can lead. But it's going to require the kinds of interactions with people that help you see what you can do, and exposure to the kinds of careers that might be available to you, and the ways in which you can have an impact. And that's why the organizations that are represented here today, I'm so grateful for the work that you're already doing at the local community level. That's why my hope is, as we open up the Presidential Center, that becomes a resource for the organizations as well as the young people, where you can, if you're interested in music and the whole business side of it, we'll invite studio producers and Jay-Z and whoever to come and talk about, well, this is how I did it. If you're interested, not everybody thinks they can be an NBA player. Let me tell you, probably not. But you know what everybody can do is there's a huge business side to sports. And we can bring in people who talk about, here's how the business side of the industry works, and you can have an incredible career that way. If you're interested in law or medicine or writing or whatever it is, we have access to people who have done it and who were just like you and can show you that path. But
But in order to do that, you know, you have to recognize you're worth that attention and that mentoring and that investment. And then you got to be hungry too, right? So the one thing I will say to the young people who are here is you got to want it a little bit too. Because, you know, if you're not willing to take the risk of discovering your own power, then it probably won't happen. But if you are, I think the world's going to be open to wanting to help you and help you figure it out. So I'm excited about how we can all work together to do that. And I'll be interested in hearing from the young people who are here, what are the barriers maybe that makes it hard sometimes. I mean, I don't know how we're doing on time, but we talked about hope. In some ways, I'm interested in hearing from some of the young people here, what are the frustrations that you have when you try to do something? You know, is it that young people aren't interested in what you're trying to do? Is it old heads, adults who basically don't listen and pay attention? You know, what are some of the sometimes the barriers or frustrations that you feel?
You want to share some of the things that you've had to be
because we may be able to knock down some of those barriers to help you grow and achieve some of the things you want to accomplish.
I would say some barriers that we face, I would say this year was like not having a lot of males involved in like our peace warrior work. We have got a lot of new additions, but like that just the male and like female connect between like our peace warriors was very, what's the word? It was just a big difference between the males and the females. But
so the sisters were coming out and showing up to meetings and doing all kinds of stuff, and then the brothers were just sitting around, not doing anything? Not showing up, having an attitude. I mean, I'm putting words in your mouth, but that's sort of what happened?
But I can't say that we have a lot of male peace warriors now.
Now you do. Okay. Well, that's good. How'd you get them involved? If initially they weren't getting involved.
Right. Just spreading the word, just telling people like this is something that could be beneficial for you. And once we got like that one or two male to come in and like tell them like this is actually like it's real, like it's like helpful, then they just started coming in.
Okay. So, all right. Come on.
Trying to call them
up now.
I think one of the, there's many barriers in my line of work. I think the biggest barrier is my age. I'm 15. I'm 15. Yeah, I'm a sophomore in high school. And one of the biggest things is I went into education consulting. After I went into education consulting, I started a nonprofit. I started a 501c3. And people are like, how are you doing this at 15? And then working in a group with all CEOs who are like 30 and up. It is for real. And kind of, you feel lonely most times because you want to get other young people in these environments, but then you have to really kind of train them on how to be in these environments because you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink the water. And so our thing is like, we want you to get here, but you can't commit to it. And so it was the thing of getting more black men involved in the work that I do. Not only working with CHAMPS, but working with other organizations. I believe in entrepreneurship is the way to kind of get out your situation. Many people like the concept of being a CEO, but does not like the work that requires being a CEO. I don't go to sleep probably till 12 o'clock in the morning because there's meetings all day. And so it's kind of like the barrier of not having consistency and the level of the level of willingness to learn. So being a student is two barriers that I see across the board most times.
Man, that's encouraging. I know your year-old is doing Ananiah. And we want to apply something. We want to see how can we support these young people. You see that's what they were saying. They're trying to overcome these big movements. So we got to be supportive. Everybody here, I want us to analyze ourselves and see how to be following them on Instagram, following their social media, and seeing how they can support their events, seeing how they could just amplify their messaging, because they're amazing leaders we have in our local communities that we want to just amplify throughout the globe.
Yeah. It was definitely a long journey, and coming up, being where you guys and ladies are sitting at now, it always comes with negativity, and I think of how you take the negativity and turn it to positivity goes a long way. Anything you do in life, any profession you do, it's always going to be someone or some people who's going to say you can't do it, and then that's when you have to take it on, take the initiative within yourself to want it even more, and also I think with the community, I think the barriers that we face in the city is not having, conversations and role models like this come and talk, because just with these conversations, this conversation could go a long way. This can make anybody in this room want to go 1,000 times harder. This can make anybody in this room who can be going through something right now, all their problems can go away. So I just think personally, coming together, being together and getting through problems together, that's one barrier that we face, and I think that if we tackle that, it'll help a lot.
Awesome.
Let me pick up on, I think sometimes part of the barrier is everything seems like it's so hard to change everything that you don't start with that first brick.
Yeah.
And it's interesting. I think we understand in sports that if you want to be a great basketball player, you start off young, you train, you get in good habits, you get coaching, you got to put in the work, you got to put in the practice, drills. We think in those terms, we understand you don't automatically suddenly become good. But I think sometimes in other walks of life, we don't apply that same principle. Mm-hmm. And we think it's going to just happen. And the first time we fail, we're surprised. And yeah, so one barrier that I think, and this is where mentorship can come in, one of the things you need to hear from older people who have been successful is how many times you fail before you're successful. Because you've got to practice, you've got to try, you've got to learn. I've spoken in front of 2 million people. But I remember when I was first starting to speak, I got nervous just like everybody else. I remember the first time I had first law school class I walked into. There were a bunch of people who were the children of lawyers. So they knew all these phrases and terms. I didn't know what they were talking about. And that meant that I had to put myself out there and sometimes sound a little stupid just to make sure, excuse me, sir, I don't know what a tort is, or I don't understand what you mean by that or this. So part of, I think, a barrier that we have to work through individually is overcoming the fear of not knowing or not being good right away and being willing to make mistakes and learn. And as a community, part of what we need to learn is we're not going to eliminate violence in Chicago right away. But if we can get 1 block, 5 blocks, the one neighborhood to lay down arms and start figuring out better ways for us to work together, that can spread and that can grow, and it may take years for it to do, but the good thing is you guys are young enough that you're on the way to do it.
You were just listening in there to former President Barack Obama in Chicago. Coming up next here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to go a little bit north to Waukesha, Wisconsin, as the third week of the Darrell Brooks trial continues in Wisconsin. You're looking at a live picture inside the courtroom right now. We're going to hear from our reporters coming up next on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Alive Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. This is a live look inside the courtroom as the trial enters that third week. The man accused of running people over at a Christmas parade cross-examines the police officers who arrest him. Darrell Brooks on trial for killing 6 people and injuring over 60. We are now joined by Fox's Mills Hayes, who is in Waukesha, Wisconsin. This has been a wild trial. What is now happening in the third week as we continue on?
Yeah, Andy, it definitely has been wild. But today we heard from witnesses who say that when Brooks ditched that car after the parade attack, he went around to a neighborhood street asking multiple people to borrow their phone so he could call his mom and get an Uber. Daniel Ryder let Brooks into his home, gave him food and warm clothes, and let him borrow his phone. And Brooks's mom left this voice message on his phone.
Mr. Ryder, I don't know what's going on. I'm at work. I work at Freighters. And my son, that was my son's who he let use your phone, and he's calling. I don't know what's going on.
Ryder says he started feeling uneasy and told Brooks to wait outside. That's where the police came in after getting calls that a man was going door to door asking people for their phones to call an Uber. You can see them arresting Brooks on Ryder's front porch. The officers ask him what he was doing, and Brooks says that he was coming from the parade route because he has a friend over there. He then asked police, "Did I do something?" The officer then was able to connect Brooks with the vehicle that slammed into the crowded parade, killing 6.
Searched Mr. Brooks, during which time I found some cards in his right pocket that had his name on it, as well as a black Ford key. It was a fob type that had some buttons, and it had a Ford emblem on it that indicated that it was a Ford key.
So why did you write the report in that fashion?
I was confident that you were involved with that vehicle and with the crash in the downtown area.
And the prosecution says that they'll be showing jurors the vehicle tomorrow if everything goes as planned, and they're hoping to rest their case come Wednesday. And remember, we are a little behind. The prosecution was hoping to rest their case last Friday. Now we're looking at a Wednesday date for that. Andy?
And we've seen different scenes in this trial between Darrell Brooks objecting a bunch of times, him reading a Bible, his taking his shirt off. Has those scenes calmed down a little bit? Are we not seeing as much of those wild scenes anymore?
We haven't seen much of it today, at least not to that extreme. However, we have seen him interrupt the judge today. We've seen him continuously talk about subject matter jurisdiction, which the judge has already ruled on that. The last time we really saw him go off, I would say, would be last Thursday when he went on a rant for almost an hour just talking about how there was no proof of jurisdiction from the court. No one had provided any legal authority. But that was really the last time we saw anything to that extent.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Mills Hayes, there in Waukesha, Wisconsin, as hopefully we'll wrap up this trial and potentially get into deliberations later on this week. And I'm sure we will hear from you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, take care now as we continue on here on Live Now from Fox. We want to get into some of those proceedings that are currently taking place here live in Waukesha. She was outside of the courtroom, Mills Hayes was. We want to take you inside the courtroom as this trial enters its third week as Darrell Brooks representing himself in this attack. We're going to go out there right now here on Live Now from Fox.
How somebody's body is feeling.
Overruled, he may answer, given, as long as he answers with his understanding. Or what
Observations
he
is
saw.
what I was saying.
Observation,
Yes.
thank you, I think that's what you said, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So Mr. Brooks, when he would speak to me throughout the evening, he would move his arms about, he'd put them out to his side, he'd move them back and forth, he'd raise them up and down. He was talking about being in severe pain, but I would describe the way he'd move his arms and such as basic body mannerisms and basic interpersonal interactions. His hands, his arms, everything moved completely normally when we would speak. There was no favoring of that shoulder or anything to indicate, other than what he was saying through physical action, that there was any type of injury there that I observed.
Now, at some point, I strike that.
During this time that you were with him and he was getting medically cleared, first of all, did he get medically cleared?
Yes, he did.
Objection, speculative.
He didn't need to be...
Hold on,
Oh, sorry.
overrule, his answer may stand.
Did he need any treatment while at the hospital?
No, he was checked out. The doctor came in and looked at his shoulder. I do not believe any medications were given. There may have been, I believe they took an x-ray to check it, but he was ultimately cleared and turned over to police custody.
And during the time that you were with him while he was getting medically cleared, what type of conversation were you having? Was it general conversation, or were you talking to him about the loitering?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, you may answer.
The conversation was general. Mr. Brooks asked several times if I would give him more information as to why he was in custody, and I would continue to tell him it was for the loitering violation. But the conversations were mostly, we talked about sports. The Green Bay Packers had played that day. We talked about the game. I remember him telling me that baseball was his favorite sport, and things of that nature. He was upset that the Packers had lost the game. So it was general conversation, not related to why he was specifically in custody.
At some point, did you decide that you were going to try to talk to the defendant about at least the loitering incident?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Relevancy.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Do you know approximately what time that took place?
11:04 p.m.
And how did you approach this interview? You've now been with Mr. Brooks for maybe 5 hours, would that be fair?
Yes.
How did you decide to approach this interview with him?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I just explained to Mr. Brooks that I simply wanted to speak with him about why he was in the neighborhood where he was discovered that night, what was going on, what led to him being there, and that I was just looking to have answers to that if he was willing to provide them.
And was Mr. Brooks in a room that had the ability to record the conversation that you had with him?
Objection, I don't consent to being called on that.
Overruled, you may answer.
No, not in the manner we would if we were at our typical police departments. Our police department would have a camera mounted in the corner that would record audio and video. They did have a security camera, but it had no audio capability.
So what did you do?
I utilized my department-issued phone and recorded the audio of the interview that way.
So you had the audio on your phone and the visual, or there was a visual recording, is that true?
Yes, so the audio was on my phone and then the visual recording was through the hospital security system.
Bless you. So they didn't marry up with one another, correct? I mean, in terms of, I should strike that. You couldn't play the audio with the visual. They're two different recordings.
Yes.
Okay. Who else was with you during this interview?
At that time, Detective Ben Stern from my department was with me, as well as 2 federal agents from the FBI, Agent Mary Davidson and Agent Jeremy, I believe it's Pilichowski.
Why were they there?
So the FBI came involved in the investigation early on because we were not certain at that point whether or not this was a terrorist incident.
So how did it work? Were they in the room and then Mr. Brooks was brought into the room, or how did that work?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name and is leading the witness.
Overruled as to the name, sustained as to the form of the question.
How did you all get into the same room?
So I was in the room waiting for Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was brought from another room by Detective Stern. At this point, the audio recording on my phone was already running. I believe the 2 FBI agents were with me in the room, and then like I say, Mr. Brooks was escorted in by Detective Stern.
Did you introduce yourselves? Well, you had been with Mr. Brooks previously, correct?
Objection.
Yes, I had.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yes, I had.
Okay. Had he been introduced to Detective Stern already?
Yes, he had.
Okay. And how about the 2 FBI agents?
It was at that point that they introduced themselves to Mr. Brooks.
What was his reaction to that when they introduced themselves?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled, you may answer.
Very surprised. He said the word FBI, in the form of a question. I could tell his tone was very surprised. It wasn't as calm as he had been. He seemed concerned, uneasy, and within about a minute after stating that, he questioned the agents further as to whether they were really FBI agents, and he was surprised to see them there, and he had never actually seen an FBI agent before, so he was definitely surprised, and I could tell he was uncomfortable.
Did you record the entire conversation you had with the defendant?
Yes, at that point, all that is on recording. At that point, yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review that recording prior to today's date?
I have.
I would like to admit Exhibit 81 for the
Objection.
court. It is the audio interview of the defendant that took place on November 21st, 2021. It's previously been addressed by this court.
Objection.
Remind me how long that is again.
Your Honor, the entire video is 25 minutes approximately. I'm asking to play from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds approximately. Well, it would be 10 minutes.
I presume you'll have questions regarding that once you play it.
Correct.
All right, given that it's just before 5 o'clock, I'm going to stop for the day. We can pick up with this tomorrow. You can put down for the moment, and I will have our instruction for the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do not begin your deliberations and discussion of this case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations, in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have the opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics, applications, or tools with communication capabilities to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
Okay, Judge Darrow there in Waukesha, dismissing the jury with a lengthy set of instructions, of course, which is customary, not to discuss the evidence they have been shown or the case itself with anyone outside of this courtroom. We're going to step away from this here on Live Now from Fox. We've been showing you the proceedings in a secondary stream as well. We know there's a lot of interest in this case. And we've been speaking to our reporters as well. They're in Waukesha, in and around Milwaukee. We just spoke to Mills Hayes. She's been covering this story from the very beginning. Now, as the trial enters its third week, we'll have you updated on that throughout the week here on Live Now from Fox. We're coming up on the top of the 3 o'clock hour on the West Coast, almost 6 o'clock on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you had a good weekend, restful weekend, but there's a lot of stories we have left to get to. We're going to take a quick commercial break first. More where that came from in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon, 6 o'clock there in Washington. We heard from President Biden today speaking out about student loan debt relief, that beta website now available for so many borrowers who want to apply to get some of their debt relieved, upwards of $20,000 per borrower. We'll have more on that a little bit later tonight. In the meantime, let's focus on what Vice President Kamala Harris is up to right now. She's in Los Angeles, speaking out at an event with Congresswoman Karen Bass, the Democrat there from California, who's running to be Los Angeles's next mayor. The focus of this conversation is about reproductive rights and women's health care. Let's listen in.
And Election Day is today. Election Day ends November 8th, but in the state of California, because of the former Secretary of State, now U.S. Senator, everybody in the state of California already has a ballot. Now, how many people have voted already? Raise your hand if you voted already. Make sure that everyone you know votes. They don't even have to go anywhere. They don't even need a stamp. Just fill out that form. Let me be clear, the future of millions of women are at stake in this country, and we are not going to stop fighting, period, no matter what. So this afternoon, I have the absolute privilege and honor to co-moderate a discussion about this important issue. So first, it's my honor to introduce Celinda Vasquez. All right. Celinda Vasquez is the Vice President of Public Affairs for Planned Parenthood Los Angeles. Celinda is a proud daughter of Puerto Rican immigrants. She was born in New York and moved to Inglewood, California with her family as a child. She became aware of injustices and inequities in her community very early in her life and began fighting for change at a young age. Since then, Ms. Vasquez has committed her career to advocating for social justice, and it has been an honor fighting alongside of you here in Los Angeles. And now, in these unprecedented times, when women around the nation and the world find our fundamental rights under attack, I know that for women everywhere, it brings pride and it brings hope, knowing that for the first time in the history of this country, we can say, Madam Vice President. The barriers that our Vice President has had until then stood the test of time. Even though the Supreme Court is attempting to bring us backwards, I know that with Madam Vice President on our side, we will continue moving forward. So let me tell you something about leadership. Vice President Harris has spent her career fighting for the health, safety, and well-being of women. The Vice President and President Biden are leading a whole-of-government approach to protect reproductive rights. Over the last several months, Vice President Harris has brought together leaders from across the nation who are on the front lines fighting to protect reproductive health care and abortion access. Since May, she has held more than 20 convenings and met with 180 state legislators from 18 states to discuss protecting reproductive rights. She's also convened healthcare providers, constitutional law experts, faith leaders, state attorney generals, disability rights leaders, higher education leaders, students, and advocates to build a broad coalition to protect access to care, and this is leadership. But you all know that this leadership being shown by the Vice President is nothing new. Especially in California, we know that she has always fought for us. As District Attorney in San Francisco, as California's Attorney General, and as the only Black woman in the U.S. Senate, and now as Vice President, we watch her with pride, knowing that one by one, these glass ceilings will shatter. So please stand up and join me in welcoming my friend, the Vice President of the United States of America. How is that? How is that for a welcome home?
It's good to be home.
It's
good to be home.
Well, we love having you in LA. Absolutely. So why don't we get right to it? This is an important moment in the time of our fight for rights. So tell us what it is like for you to be championing this issue. How has it been? I read off all the meetings, all the state legislators. You're going around the country. What's it feel like?
It's a combination of feelings that I think we all have about this. And when I'm traveling the country, one of the feelings that I hear most is fear. But I'll tell you, here's how I think about it. People have asked me, well, what has caused you to focus a large part of your work on, as you said, the health, safety, and well-being of women and children. And as you know, I was raised by a mother who had two goals in her life, to raise her two children, my sister Maya and me, and to end breast cancer. She was a breast cancer researcher, a scientist. And so from my earliest days of life, I remember my mother being so passionate about women's health and access to health. And it was always grounded, so much of her work, in the importance of women having dignity in the healthcare system, in the healthcare delivery system, and having rights and having power over the decisions that were being made so that it would be theirs to make, whatever it was. And that's how I was raised. I mean, I was raised hearing the phrase mammary gland all the time. It was just a common word in our household. And so when I think about this issue and this fight right now, it's an extension of that. And so to your point, I have been traveling the country in so-called red states and so-called blue states, talking with leaders on the ground, in particular a lot of state elected leaders, legislators, about what we can do collectively to build up support for what we need to do, which is to empower women and restore their rights on this issue. But it was unthinkable, I think, for so many of us. We knew it might happen. But, let's just pause for a moment. The highest court in our land, the United States Supreme Court, just took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. And if I may, I would like to put it in context to how I feel about this in the context of being vice president. So as vice president, in the last year and a half, I have, as of now, my staff has counted, I have now met directly or by phone with 100 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, kings. And here's what I think we all know about what those experiences are like. The United States, we as Americans can walk in those rooms with a certain level of authority, chin up, shoulders back, to talk in those rooms about the importance of democracy, the importance of rule of law, the importance of human rights. And in that way, we have held ourselves out to be and have been considered a role model on these matters. But what we as role models all know is that when you are a role model, people watch what you do to see if it matches what you say. And the point then is a realization that this issue is not only directly impacting the people of America, but when we think about autocratic governments around the world who can then look to their people and say, well, you want to hold up America and rights as an example of what we should do, well, look at what they just did. So by extension, what just happened will invariably impact women around the world. So there's a lot of fear. But also, as we all know, we know how to fight, because when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for.
Celinda.
We do know how to fight. So, what steps is the administration taking to protect reproductive rights?
So, well, and first, can I just say it's so good to be with the two of you on this stage. It's so good to be home. So, you've been such an extraordinary fighter. You and I have been in many of these rooms together in these past many, many months, and I cannot thank you enough for being on the ground and the courage that it takes for our frontline folks like you to do what you are doing. And to all of those who are here on the front line, I applaud you. Let us applaud them. Because around the country and here, it is not without risk that you do what you do. To Madam Congresswoman. It's not a political event, I know. You and I have worked together for so many years. When I was AG and you were at the Capitol, at the state Capitol, and then in Washington, D.C., you are a courageous, fearless fighter on so many of these issues, and in particular what you have done throughout your career to be a strong voice for women, for children, for all communities, for the coalition. I thank you, and it's an honor to be on this stage with you as well. And so what we are doing as an administration is a number of things. Through the Health and Human Services Agency, led by a Californian Secretary, Javier Becerra, we've been actually sending out a number of things that are really intended to make sure that there's clarity in the midst of the confusion. And one of the things that HHS did that I think is very significant is sent out to pharmacies information about their legal requirement to administer medication as prescribed. And I also applaud that agency for also having announced that they will investigate where there are any violations of the rules of conduct on that issue. The Department of Education has been extraordinary. Secretary Cardona has been doing some important work around making sure that, that we protect students and their reproductive rights, including their ability to take leave from school for whatever reproductive health care they need, and make sure that there is no discrimination in that regard. The Department of Justice has been coordinating with a number of agencies as appropriate, but has also set up, for example, a process of eliciting pro bono hours, because there are going to be so many folks who are on the ground doing the work who are not sure of the legal risks that they are taking in these various states. They've also set up a task force led by Vanita Gupta, who is a great civil rights lawyer, and they are pursuing whatever litigation is appropriate. Also through the Department of Justice, they've set up a hotline for providers. So there is an ability to report threats and things of that nature. The FCC and the FTC are doing, the Federal Trade Commission, Federal Communications Commission, are doing important work to one, check with the biggest providers to see what their privacy policies are and their data retention policies are. And that's extremely important. I think I have a website here, but I'll tell you that that they've also set up a number for people to issue complaints and to register complaints around privacy violations, which is a big issue because, of course, there are an assortment of mobile apps that folks use to monitor their menstruation cycle. There are mobile apps that folks use to just get directions to go to a facility to get their health care, and we want to make sure that that information is not being violated. So that is the kind of work that's happening through our administration. The President has signed 2 executive orders that relate to making a very clear statement that we intend to protect and defend the right that people have for travel and for access to emergency health care. The VA is doing great work in terms of the number of women who are veterans and ensuring that they will be able to have access to all of the care that they require, including the Department of Defense. Because think about it, if you're a service member, and there are at least 300,000 women, I believe, who are in active service right now, you don't have any choice where you're deployed. And could very well be deployed to a state where it's been rendered illegal. And so they're working through what they can do to ensure that the service members are not subject to those kinds of threats to their health care and their independence.
Well, you know, Madam Vice President, this is kind of on the same lines of that. I'm wondering what kind of stories you might be hearing from people. You know, in another life, I worked in healthcare. I've worked in emergency room and also in primary care. Every now and then you hear a story in the news, like a woman that has an ectopic pregnancy, or the 10-year-old girl, or a woman who's, if she carries the pregnancy to term, might not live. As you've gone around the country, are you hearing stories like that?
I am hearing those stories, and those are the stories that are the public stories. But as you and I know, what we're hearing about only is just a fraction of what's actually happening. Many of you know, as a former prosecutor, the bulk of my career as a prosecutor, I was focused on crimes of violence against women and children, and in particular, I specialized in child sexual assault cases. The vast majority of those cases are not reported. And the idea that laws would be passed as it relates to people who have endured and survived such violation and violence, and to then say to them, and you will also not have autonomy over your body on this issue. It's immoral. It's immoral. As a former prosecutor, having handled those cases, I can tell you the vast majority of those cases are not reported.
Okay, so we've been listening in to Vice President Kamala Harris there, speaking with Congresswoman Karen Bass in Los Angeles about a woman's right to choose, about abortion rights. She's discussing, of course, the post-Roe world that so many women are now living in. And on the ballot in California this cycle is a constitutional amendment which would further enshrine a woman's right to choose in the state of California. Of course, President Biden was in the state just last week as well, and we all know, and we've been reporting about the political chaos going on at the Los Angeles City Council, a resignation, of course, from Nury Martinez, who was the president and a member of the City Council after that audio tape leaked, showing her making really racist remarks there, in addition to two other City Council members who remain on the council still. We're being told that there's going to be a meeting tomorrow, but it might be held virtually because last week we saw so many protests there in the City Council's chambers. So a lot going on in Los Angeles. Vice President Harris back in her home state today. Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going out to Seattle, Washington, and we're going to get a report on how some of these cyber attacks, hackers are increasingly focused on soft targets, schools, hospitals, and the like. We'll have more on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Monday afternoon. Hope you had a great weekend. We have a lot more stories left to get to, including this one now out of Seattle. Hackers are getting smarter, and cyber attacks are becoming more common. Joining us to discuss this even further is Fox News multimedia reporter Jake Carolexis with the latest. Jake, who did you speak to, and what did you learn?
Well, Andrew, we spoke to a cybersecurity expert, and what we learned is cyber attacks are increasing and hackers are hitting more high-profile targets like airports, school districts, and hospitals. And these hackers are staging more ransomware attacks. This is where hackers block you from seeing your computer data until you pay up. And if you don't pay, some of these hackers will leak private data from your computer. Now, here's some of the high-profile targets that have been hit with ransomware attacks in the last couple of months, including the Los Angeles Unified School District, Mercy One Hospital in Des Moines, Iowa, and Common Spirit Health in Chicago.
They made out like bandits, literally. They were able to get a lot of money out of these organizations, and so they said, look, this is green fields, let's keep going at it. And they've gotten more and more sophisticated in their efforts. And unfortunately, we don't see that necessarily slowing down.
And Andrew, the FBI is reporting a 300% increase in cyber attacks since the pandemic, and these attacks are only getting more expensive to recover from. The global cost of cyber attacks is expected to increase by 15% each year. By 2025, cyber attacks worldwide could cost more than $10 trillion. And schools and universities across the country are paying attention to these higher profile attacks. In fact, here in Seattle, the University of Washington says they're monitoring any sign of compromised accounts. And if these accounts are found to be compromised, they're being disabled as soon as possible. Andrew?
Yeah, Jake, I remember just a couple of weeks ago, we were covering that ransomware attack at Los Angeles's school district, the nation's second largest. And of course, that was a ransomware attack. And so some of the cyber experts we've spoken to here were saying you never want to pay the ransom. Is that what some of the experts are telling you?
Well, Andrew, what we do know is that, again, the pandemic is a big reason why ransomware attacks like in Los Angeles are happening. And the cyber expert we spoke to said it's because of some of the staffing shortages that the pandemic caused. These hackers are seeing more like less staff, less monitoring of some of the areas where they're able to get in and kind of see what's vulnerable. And that's leading to some of these attacks where places like the Los Angeles School District are faced with a tough decision on if they're going to pay the ransom or not.
All right, Jake Carolexis, important story there in Seattle. We'll talk again. Thanks, Jake. Okay, in the meantime, we do want to focus on some of the other top headlines on this Monday. Live Now look at the White House there. We heard from President Biden. We also heard from the Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, today, rolling out the website and the application for so many American borrowers who have student loan debt. The president, in that executive order just a couple of weeks ago, is going to relieve and forgive up to $20,000 in some of that student loan debt. Let's hear from them earlier today in Washington, make this announcement. The beta application, the beta website, is live. Over the weekend, the White House said more than 8 million users tried it out. Let's listen in.
Late, folks. Thank you very much for being here. Good afternoon to everyone else. Less than 8 weeks ago, I announced my administration's plan to forgive up to $10,000 in federal student loan debt and up to $20,000 if you received a Pell Grant for folks earning less than $125,000 a year. Today, I'm announcing how millions of people, working and middle-class folks, can apply get this relief, and it's simple, and it's now. It's easy, it's fast. At the end of my remarks, I'm going to officially launch this new application site at studentaid.gov, studentaid.gov. You'll be able to fill out your name, social security number, date of birth, and contact information. No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes, and if you have any questions, you follow up. We will be able to follow up with you. This is a game changer for millions of Americans. We get moving. And it took an incredible amount of effort to get this website done in such a short time. I want to thank the Secretary of Education, there he is, Secretary of Education Cardona, who's here with me today. He and his team led a talented group of data scientists and engineers across the federal government and built it and tested and launched this new application in just weeks. And the Secretary insisted that it had to be tested over the weekend. It landed and handled more than 8 million applications without a glitch or any difficulty. We had over 10,000 people contact the White House to either send us letters or calls thanking us. It means more than 8 million Americans are starting this week on their way to receiving a life-changing relief that they're looking for. It started today with millions more, and we're going to have the opportunity to do it as well. As millions of people fill out the application, we're going to make sure the system continues to work as smoothly as possible so that we can deliver student loan relief for millions of Americans as quickly and as efficiently as possible. My commitment was, if elected president, I was going to make government work to deliver for the people. This rollout keeps that commitment, just as I'm keeping my commitment to relieve student debt as borrowers recover from this economic crisis caused by the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Now, I hope, God forbid, I say once in a lifetime, that gets me to another issue. We need more funding for this, but anyway, for dealing with future pandemics. But I want to be clear who's going to benefit the most. Working people, the middle class. If you earn less than $125,000 a year, you'll get up to $10,000 knocked off your student debt. If you earn less than $125,000 a year and you receive the Pell Grant, you'll get up to an additional $10,000 knocked off that debt, so $20,000 in relief. In total, more than 40 million Americans can stand to benefit from this relief. And about 90% of that relief is going to go to people making less than $75,000 a year. Let me be clear. Not a dime will go to those in the top 5% of the income bracket, period. Now, let's talk about who is against helping millions of hardworking middle-class Americans. Republican members of Congress and Republican governors are trying to do everything they can to deny this relief, even to their own constituents. As soon as I announced my administration's student debt plan, they started attacking it, saying all kinds of things. Their outrage is wrong and it's hypocritical. I will never apologize for helping working Americans and middle-class people as they recover from the pandemic, especially not the same Republicans who voted for a $2 trillion tax cut in the last administration, mainly benefited the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations, and didn't pay for a penny of it and racked up a deficit. I don't want to hear from Republican officials again who had hundreds of thousands of dollars, even millions of dollars in pandemic relief loans, the PPP loans, but who now attack the working middle-class Americans who are getting relief. And these are members of Congress who received those loans. They didn't do anything wrong, but they qualified. They qualified for up to, in one case, $2 million. And despite what the Republican officials say, we can afford, we're able to afford the student loan relief. It's because of our historic deficit reduction the Republicans voted against. On my watch, the deficit fell by $350 billion last year, and we're on track to reduce it by $1 trillion this fiscal year. We're also set to reduce another $300 billion over the next 10 years because of the Medicaid being able to negotiate drug prices. But that's not all. In relieving student debt, we're also resuming student loan program that we paused during the pandemic. Come January, folks have to start to repay their student loans if they qualify, if they don't qualify for this relief. That means billions of dollars a year will start coming into the U.S. Treasury. My administration's plan is an economically responsible course to ensure a smooth transition to repaying and preventing unnecessary defaults. And it also is focused on going after fraudsters who call borrowers. You're going to receive these calls. I tell anybody who's qualifying for these loans or trying to qualify for these loans. If you get a call pretending they're from the government trying to help you with your loans, let's be clear, hang up. You never have to pay for any federal help from the student loan program. You're going to get calls if you do this and we'll pay that, you can get relief. That's fraud. If you get any questionable calls, please tell us by going to report fraud, DOTFTC.gov. My message to fraudsters looking to cheat the American people is don't do it. We're going to hold you accountable. Let me close with this. Today marks a big step, among others, that my administration is taking to make education a ticket to the middle class that folks can actually afford. But don't take my word for it. As I said, we received nearly 10,000 letters from across the country. A woman in Colorado wrote, she grew up, she said, in the school lunch and food stamp programs, started working at age 13, and on her way to college to a good job until she was injured in an accident and couldn't find full-time work. She said her student loan debt was weighing her down, but now she can, quote, breathe again. A mom in California wrote how she received a Pell Grant to become a nurse. She just had her 4th child, and the stress of the pandemic pulls the weight of the student loans on her even more heavily, making everyday life really hard. But now she says that weight is lifted, making life easier for her. And something we don't talk about very much, a lot of seniors still carry burden of student debt, whether for themselves or for their children and grandchildren. A retiree in Oregon wrote how she never missed a payment and says this relief, quote, means the world to her. That's what today's announcement is about. So let's get started. The new student loan application is now open. If you have federal student debt, please visit studentaid.gov. It's easy, simple, and fast. And it's a new day for millions of Americans all across our nation. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
About inflation.
If it's on this, I'll happy to answer the question.
Mr. President, on this, the litigation could get in the way of this program?
Yes, well, that's what's going on right now. Litigation is underway, and I don't think our legal judgment is that it won't, but they're trying to stop it. Thank you.
How many people have already?
Okay, President Biden touting the website and application that just launched, studentaid.gov. LiveNOW look back at the White House. Okay, one of the questions a reporter asked the president was about whether or not some of these state attorneys general in Republican-led states who've sued to block this executive action will be successful. And President Biden acknowledged that that could be a possibility. 7 Republican-led states sued to overturn the plan to cancel up to $20,000 in student debt for millions of borrowers. And this has generated a lot of controversy and criticism, especially on the Republican side of the aisle, conservative activist groups as well. And then remember, a couple of weeks ago, and this was first reported by Politico, the Biden administration said it would exclude what's known as FFEL from the loan forgiveness program. That change could help head off legal claims against the policy, but it will mean that about 770,000 of the more than 40 million otherwise eligible borrowers will not qualify for relief. Now, anyone who applied to consolidate their commercial FFEL debt into the direct loan program, where loans are made and held directly by the federal government, will be eligible for the forgiveness, but everyone else with those loans will be shut out for now. So those are borrowers who paid for their tuition and student fees through private loans not held by the federal government. Now the Biden administration excluding those in order to head off some of these legal challenges by Republican states. Okay, so hopefully we'll have a little bit more on that. We know there's a lot of questions. President Biden said over 8 million users tried it out over the weekend. He said it went off without any glitches or hiccups. So, but I myself have a few questions about how this is going to work and, you know, who is eligible and how long they can apply for. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more on that later tonight. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. LiveNOW look there in Dallas, Texas. Kind of a cool shot we don't get all the time. We're monitoring a shooting in a Dallas suburb. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This was the scene just moments ago in Southlake, Texas, where there's a heavy police presence after police shot one person there in Southlake. It's a suburb of Dallas. It happened this afternoon around the EB Highway 114 service road in Carroll. So crews on the scene say a car is seen inside a roped-off crime scene there. And police, unfortunately, from Southlake Department of Public Safety have not released any other information about the person shot or what led up to the shooting. So if we get any more details on that, you can see a very active scene. Yellow police tape up, a lot of orange cones, and the flashers on. So it looks to be right outside, or at least across the street from a Westin hotel, you can see there. Anyway, Live Now look back in Dallas. We will have more, hopefully, on that if we hear from Fox 4 in Dallas about what exactly transpired. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We want to get into more of these other top headlines, including, as we've been covering from the very beginning, the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. We're going to go out now to Fox 13 in Tampa. Their political director, Craig Patrick, has a look at how insurance claims are being filed there in so many of these affected areas where people are still trying to pick up the pieces of their lives after this storm. Category 4 came through there. Let's listen in.
And I'm Allie Corey. You know, we have revised projections on the tolls from Hurricane Ian, and they give us a better idea of just how much it may drive up our costs for insurance. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is crunching those numbers for us, and those projections, they're pretty interesting, Craig.
Well, they're interesting, and of course they're troubling. We'll start with private losses because you have RMS, one of the leading modeling firm, right in line with others, showing that privately insured losses in Florida due to Hurricane Ian are checking in to around $67 billion. That's the latest estimate at this point. That's not even counting flood damage, which is separately covered by federally subsidized flood insurance. Meanwhile, you also have losses at state-run Citizens Insurance in the $2.5 billion range, which is certainly very, 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 very high, but it also could have been worse. Not as many homeowners filed claims with state-run Citizens Insurance as the state expected. They still have time and still might, but at this point, the projections have dropped in half, from more than 225,000 claims with Citizens to 100,000 claims. Those 100,000 are projected to be concentrated in the Sarasota and Fort Myers areas, where Hurricane Ian inflicted the most severe damage. putting Citizens' forecast claims for Hurricane Ian up to $2.6 billion in losses. And while those are staggering losses, it does not appear to be enough to have to charge an extra assessment. One of the many reasons why Citizens is supposed to be the insurer of last resort is that it covers less and can charge Citizens policyholders with a surcharge up to 45% of their premiums to cover losses. And if that's not enough, they can also charge every other home and auto insurance customer in the state of Florida. But based on these updated projections, it looks as if that will not be needed for Citizens to cover losses from Hurricane Ian. However, the losses across all carriers will likely drive up our premiums even more next year, by another 30 to 40% by some estimates. And insurance in the private market will also likely become even harder to find as more companies fail or stop writing business in Florida, which could drive many more into Citizens, again the insurer of last resort. The governor and legislature's efforts to stabilize the market this year have not delivered noticeable relief. In fact, after lawsuit reforms and committing $2 billion in state money to prop up the private insurance industry, premiums continue to rise, as lawmakers who voted for it expected it would. They're hoping the reforms will show signs of paying off in another year or more. But a lot of working-class homeowners are getting priced out of their homes now. Which means something more has to change, and sooner rather than later, which is why the legislature will likely take this up as a top priority in the next session, which will likely lead to the effort to subsidize the insurance industry more than we currently are on a statewide level, plus efforts to try to do the same on the congressional level, on the federal level, though those efforts have ultimately failed for years due to a lack of interest from federal lawmakers in states that are not as affected by hurricanes.
Well, Craig, is there anything more that the state can do to reduce the insurance fraud that's helping drive up these rates?
That is a big driver, and certainly it will come up for debate. The options would include additional rewards for reporting suspected fraud for consumers, also additional oversight. Also, there will be an effort to try to further curtail, if not get rid of, the assignment of benefits, which allows contractors to handle insurance affairs for the homeowners directly. Those would be the most likely pass. There could be additional lawsuit reform, particularly as it relates to one-way attorney fees. And there could be also an effort to curtail benefits for homeowners as a way to snuffing out fraud. That one's controversial, of course, because it would come at a cost to consumers in the form of their benefits, but it's going to be on the table nonetheless.
All right, Craig Patrick live for us tonight. Craig, thanks.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. We already knew it was very hard to get insurance in the state of Florida because they are susceptible to so many of these powerful hurricanes, and now Hurricane Ian has made it that much harder. So we'll stay on top of that story. In the meantime, let's hear from Florida First Lady Casey DeSantis today, holding a press conference with organizations and nonprofits who have contributed millions of dollars to the Hurricane Ian relief effort. Let's listen in.
That is our good friend Irma.
Hey, how y'all doing? Good to see you.
Well, thank you all for coming. On behalf of the Adamek family, I'd love to present to you Miss Casey DeSantis.
That is the best intro. That is so great. Thank you for being here. And I just want to say personally, on behalf of the governor and myself, thank you for what you're doing. I know a lot of people in this room are volunteering and helping with the relief efforts, and so it doesn't go unnoticed. And I know there's a lot of people in Southwest Florida and the affected areas who have been through a really tough time, and they appreciate everything that you guys are doing to make a difference, and which is one of the reasons why we're here today. Happy to announce that with the Florida Disaster Fund, we've raised over $45 million going to the relief efforts, which is a record in the state of Florida. But I'm here today to tell you that our work has only begun, that we are not going to finish until everybody is back on their feet and everybody is recovering. And we know that that's going to take a long time because, honestly, being on the ground and talking to a lot of folks, I mean, they lived in areas where they didn't think that they needed flood insurance. And this was a 500-year flood, and they're looking for pathways to be able to rebuild. And so with the $45 million in growing that we're doing, we're going to ensure that we're going to help them every way we can to get back on their feet. One of the neat things about what we've been able to do is that when we first launched this fund, We reached out to American Express, MasterCard, and Visa, and we told them, hey, listen, can you waive the processing fees? Because you know what, 3% or 2% off of $1 million donation, that's somebody's home that we could rebuild, and they did. So 100% of the funds that we raise go directly to the relief efforts, which is exciting. We've had 62,000 people from across Florida and the nation that have donated, and we've had some really great businesses that have made some sizable donations that have been just wonderful. And one of those is Florida Blue, and they're going to talk in a second. We also are excited CSX has done a lot to really support us in dailies. And so we're going to be coming back, obviously, to Northeast Florida, and we're going to be shaking the trees as much as possible to raise more funds, which I think, again, is going to be really a big deal. I want to thank Adamak Harley-Davidson for what they've done. 100% of what they generate in T-shirt sales goes directly to the people on the ground. And so this is a really unique way that businesses can get involved, because I talk to folks and they say, you know, we might not necessarily be able to write a sizable check, but can we do something where a percentage of a sale can go? And I say, yes, 100%. Whatever you can think of, this is the time to do it. So I have a phone number for people if they want to get involved, their business, and they want to find a creative way to support the fund, they can do so. It's 850-414-7400, and we'll give that to the media, of course, so that they can get that out there, and we can engage as many businesses across the state and the nation, actually, as possible. If you want to donate to the fund, floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222, and 100% again of your donation will go right to the victims of the hurricane. And with that, I want to introduce our first speaker is Darnell Smith. He's the North Florida president of Florida Blue. They did $1 million donation right out of the gate when we launched the funds, and so I could not thank their support enough, and so I want Darnell to come up and say a few words.
First, I'd like to start with a thank you for the First Lady. Whenever we typically have these hurricanes and they have major impacts to people's lives, often when the cameras shut off, nobody's watching and nobody's really taking care of the people who need help. And thanks to your leadership, that will not be the case here. And so we thank you for that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to be able to give $1 million to the Florida Disaster Fund after this past hurricane, Hurricane Ian. And we've done a number of other things as well in order to be able to support people throughout this particular issue. First, we'd like to share with you that we have telehealth services that are available free of charge for folks who absolutely have a need of being able to just see a particular physician about just about anything. And so those services are available. We have free emotional support services as well through what we call our teledoc services. And so we can make those numbers available throughout the course of this particular program here, but we'll make it available to the media. And then we've done a number of things of being able to make certain that as people are in need, having issues of complex issues, not having access to their medications and things of that sort, we're reaching out to them. We're making certain that if they need anything, that we're absolutely there, being able to ensure that we're helping them to get through these very, very tough times. And so that's what Floridians do when folks are hurting. We stand up, and so we were proud to be able to do that with many of our corporate partners, but certainly in partnership with the First Lady, and we're happy to be a part of this. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. He brought up a really good point about the mental health services. So for the first time under this governor in the Department of Emergency Management, we have a mental health coordinator that is working with public and private partnerships to not only get the mental health support for the victims of the hurricane, but also for our great first responders and our USAR.
Okay, so this Florida Disaster Relief Fund raising millions of dollars for those impacted by Hurricane Ian now almost 3 weeks ago, and we've seen so much of the debris and the destruction, but things are getting back to normal somewhat there. Schools are reopening, road closures are opening, and so we'll stay on top of this story as well. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to Take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be getting updates out of Stockton, California. Major breaking news happening there over the weekend. A suspect now in custody, accused in so many of these violent stabbing deaths that have really shaken this community. Now, police are speaking out. We'll have more on that after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on your Monday night. Take a look at this tweet from the Stockton Police Department. They say in a homicide series update, Wesley Brownlee, 43, was arrested this morning in Stockton in connection to our homicide series investigation. We know law enforcement there described this suspect as a serial killer. Well, he is off the streets in California tonight. 6 people were killed, and another person was also injured by this suspect. Fox News' Giovanni Ligi is joining us outside of the Stockton Police Department headquarters there live in Stockton. Giovanni, thanks for being with us. What more do we know?
Well, Andrew, people here say that they are just now able to breathe a sigh of relief, and police say that they caught this suspect just in the nick of time. They allege that he was out searching for another victim, hunting someone down. So once again, this is the man that they accused of, or are accusing of, killing those 6 people and injuring another person. His name is Wesley Brownlee. He's 43 years old and lived in this area. So he does have a criminal history, nothing major. A few traffic citations, a DUI arrest, a few possession charges. So he does have a criminal history, but nothing aggravated like this. Investigators say that Brownlee killed 6 men here in Stockton. This is about an hour from the capital city. 4 of those men were unhoused. He's also accused of shooting a woman just about an hour from here near the Bay Area in Oakland. Police claim they got a tip on Crime Stoppers that he might be the suspect. So cops put him under surveillance and followed him into a neighborhood this weekend where they picked him up.
He was on a mission to kill. He was out hunting. He was wearing dark clothing and had a mask around his neck. He was also armed with a firearm when he was taken into custody.
And Andrew, police say that they used ballistics testing to match the guns that were used in all of the shootings, and that's how they tied it all together. And it's still unclear if the gun that they found, which you did see just a bit ago, found in his car, was used in the shootings. That's something that we're still learning. He is scheduled to make a court appearance tomorrow. Andrew.
All right, Fox's Giovanni Ligi there. Thanks so much. We spoke to you when law enforcement had been looking for this. Back then, we had only gotten some of that surveillance video. Now, someone is in custody. You're saying he's going to make an appearance.